All right. All right. I think we've got both of the YouTube streams live. Let me get our TikTok stream live. All right. TikTok should be live. Hey, welcome in, friends. Hey, we're doing a holiday classic tonight. We usually roll this topic out in December. We waited a little bit to roll it out this December. That way we didn't wear it out too much. But hey, we're here. This is maybe one of my funnest topics. This one and a few others rank among the favorites, but this is one of my favorites. There's a surprising, maybe shocking even, amount of overlap between the Jesus character in the Bible and the Santa Claus figure that we have in in mythology, as we might say. Being said, before I forget, I've got to open my Discord here so I can see what's going on with the mods. Totally forgot to open up Discord. Anyways, friends, it should be a lot of fun. I think, typically we get kind of two different people that want to address this topic. One type of people is the ones that are incensed that we'd be making such a comparison, and the other genuinely curious. Like I've actually been a little bit shocked that there have been some people that are genuinely curious about this particular topic. Before I forget, let me load up my phone so I can see notifications. There we go. Happy Monday. It's good to see everybody. Dr. Joe in the house. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Hope you're doing well. And helping Mega Deconstruct already in the house. Lighten things up with supers, as well as House 70. And I think the kittens are excited. Actually, you know what I found at the store? And don't judge me, but I found Christmas pajamas for kittens. So that's gonna happen. That's the thing that has to happen. So we're gonna have kittens in pajamas pretty soon. And you know what? I don't make any apologies. None at all. I will not apologize for putting my kittens in cute Christmas pajamas. It's gonna happen. What we can do about it. Had to happen, actually. Anyways, helping Mega Deconstruct, thank you for the super chat, my friend, says, hey, let's get cooking. Rock Hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, and Whores Rule. Hey, big W, helping Mega Deconstruct. I really appreciate that. And yeah, I think the girls getting fired up. We just need some opposition to load up. I'm sure they will here in a minute once everybody gets in. If you want to get into the discussion, always important to note that the best time to get into the guest queue is early. If you wait to like halfway through the stream or 3/4 of the way through the stream to get into the guest queue, the reality is there's probably going to be a bunch of people in front of you and you might not get in. So if you're watching on YouTube, it's tiny.cc/DZGuest. If you're watching on TikTok, all you got to do is hit that guest request button and we'll get you in. House 70, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I'm here for two reasons. One, to learn something, and two, to enjoy the crash outs because they're funny. Rock hard for Doug. Indeed they are. It's like watching a train wreck. Like, you know it's going to be horrific, but you can't look away. You just can't do it. And Zelda, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, Jesus doesn't have the sack to take on Santa. I agree. If I'm putting bets on either one of them, I'm putting bets on Santa Claus. Motherfucker's got an army of elves. He's got flying reindeer that I'm sure would fight for him. And to be honest, I picture Jesus as being quite scrawny. And I would imagine Santa is ripped. Obviously he's got, a big belly that jiggles like a bowl full of jelly. But also, he's been carrying a sack for a couple thousand years. 1,500 years or however long. So he's pretty ripped. If I'm just gonna go out on a limb, carrying all the presents of all the people on the planet, dude's gonna be jacked. And Juno, thank you for the $10 super chat, says yesterday's unapologetic was a hoot. Here to support my favorite Pharisee. Looking cute tonight, by the way. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Junos. I really appreciate that. And beautiful kitty cat. What a gorgeous kitty cat you got in your PFP. And we appreciate that. Thanks for supporting. Space Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says this Christmas, somebody's halls are getting decked. Great line. Great line. I need, you know what I haven't done, but I need to do? This is on me. This is on me. I need to put together an entire list of Christmas puns. I don't know why I haven't. To be honest, I'm a little ashamed that I haven't done that yet. And I wouldn't be mad if people were requesting my dad card back because I didn't have a list of Christmas puns. I get it. I'll work on that. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I will not apologize for putting my kittens in pajamas. Finally, a cause we can all get behind. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that is the case. And welcome in everybody from the Ian raid. Big W to Ian, Ian's friends, Ian's followers that made it into Deconstruction Zone. Love Ian. Amazing channel. I wish I was even half as smart as Ian when I was that age. Oh well. You know, what you make up for or what you lack in raw intelligence, like what Ian has, you can make up for in like sheer force of will in repetitious reading. Maybe. We'll see. Melanitis, thank you for the super chat. Says, recently I purchased a Polish Bible with a commentary. It's released by a Catholic library, so I hope the comments won't be subjective. Rock hard for Doug. Well, it's hard to say because like nowadays, most of the Catholic study Bibles are pretty good in terms of scholarly content. So I don't suspect, unless it's a really old Catholic Bible, I don't suspect they'll be doing a lot of apologetics. Gretchen, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. W666 Hail Nero says, chat at Evidence First YT needs 550 more subs until I can super chat him my patented 311 chats. Please help a sister out, won't ya? Okay, thanks later. Horrors for life. Yes. So Evidence First is I've actually just recently discovered his TikTok channel, and I believe I'm subscribed already on YouTube. First, let me see. Yeah, Evidence First YT is the YouTube channel. It's currently at 545. We really need to bump them up over 1,000, friends. Let's get the channel going. I mean, let's just do the thing. Like, you guys know how we are in this community. When we find new creators in the community, obviously what we want to do is support those followers. So it looks like a pretty new channel. The oldest videos are just from 6 months ago. So he's only been at it for a short while. So let me put it on the screen so everyone can see it real quick. And if you're not following on either YouTube or TikTok, now's a good time to do it. 1 second to put it up here. Where is my browser? Right here. There we go. Evidence First. There you go. That's the channel. Evidence First. It's at Evidence First YT. Pretty new channel. Let's all. Hey guys, I know we only got a couple people, 100 people in here right now. We'll get back to this later, but let's go pop them a visit. Tell them Justin sent you. And let's get them up over 1,000. Let's get this creator on the path to YouTube and TikTok success, friends. Okay. I think we got one guest waiting to get in. We still don't have any guests on TikTok, but TikTok will load up here shortly. Spirit Animal says, where do theists learn about Jesus' first and second coming? Oh boy, in seminary school. That is an amazing use of words. In fact, I'm a little bit shocked. I never heard this when I was in seminary. We had other bad jokes. I tried to make some of my own bad jokes. I even made a Hebrew pickup line once. That didn't go over well. But yeah, this is a really good seminary joke. This is high quality stuff. This is really good, Spirit Animal. I appreciate that. And Polly Sorbet, thank you for the 13.99 Canadian super chat. Says, "Hi Justin, I wonder why do fundamental Christians usually hold other problematic beliefs, anti-vax, evolution, denial, etc. As a biochemist, when I debunk anti-vax on X, I often get called a demon." So this is actually a really good question. And psychology has been working on this for a long time. So it turns out that, and I believe this, I think the types of people that fall prey into fundamentalist religions already have a pattern of thinking that make them fall prey for other things that are superstitious, because it preys on this ideal of fear. If you go to most fundamentalistic churches, fear is a big thing. Like that's why they have to have these insider outsider groups. So when your brain already thinks in patterns of fear, then yeah, you're going to get into conspiracy theories, you're going to get into fundamentalistic religions, and they just go hand in hand. And there's been other studies that have been shown that people that are raised religious are more ready to accept false information like conspiracy theories, because their brain's already been primed to accept things from A, sources that they find to be trustworthy, and they're also B, under the impression that, if it comes from a trusted source, then the information itself doesn't need to be second checked because your source already did, right? So they're much more willing to accept things that are ridiculous because of that. And that was my experience while I was in church. People tend, rather than asking, hey, is this statement credible? What they ask as a Christian is, hey, I heard this from so-and-so. Is that person credible? So rather than querying the belief or the proposition, they want to know about the individual who made the proposition, because to them, as long as it came from a trustworthy source, then the information itself is likely to be true, but that's not how that works. And Lakes, thank you for the super chat, says, "I can't wait for Angel Studios' new David film hitting December 19th. I'm curious how they will cover 2 Samuel 16 story, though." Oh, I think you mean, yeah. How will they cover it? I don't know. I'd be interested to watch it myself. I actually am a big fan of biblical movies. I love to see like the twists that they put on the movies. And I definitely would be interested to see that on the 19th, huh? I better put that on my calendar. ARs, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, "I enjoy that Volta is the Hellion because it's normally Faraday needing a cage." I know. It's true though. Yeah, Volta really is the Hellraiser. You might say he has a large potential to cause chaos. Anyone? Electricity jokes? Anyone? Fantastic. Loved it. Sensibility, thank you for the super chat. It says, "Top 5 favorite Xmas cookies." Ooh. Okay, well, listen. Number 1, I love a classic, chewy, just off-the-shelf chocolate chip cookie. If that thing's crispy, I'm throwing it in the trash. I'm going to yeet it right into the trash bin. It needs to be ooey gooey. Preferably made with lard and not Crisco. Fucking lard. That's the ticket. That's what you need in your baked goods. Get that Crisco out of here. Put some lard in that, baby. Let's see. Second favorite cookie is probably going to be the peanut butter cookie. It's just amazing. Just amazing. There's nothing we can do about that. Another one, obviously the Snickerdoodle. It's not the quintessential Christmas cookie. I think it's more popular for some Thanksgivings. I love it though for Christmas. After that, after you get through those 3, another Christmas cookie that I really enjoy is the macadamia nut cookie. That's a really good one. Like the white chocolate macadamia. I like that one quite a bit. And now listen, my next favorite, and I know there are people groaning when I say this, but I love a good oatmeal cookie. Love a good oatmeal cookie. It's warm. Warm up in the microwave. If it's cold before you eat it, it's just like warm and like it feels like a meal in a cookie. Oh, it's amazing. And you can make like if you're looking out for your health, you can actually make oatmeal cookies as like a protein packed using whey powder and other things. You can make like a protein packed whey oatmeal cookie as like a pre-gym or a post-gym snack. Oh, it's really good. It's really good. Okay, well, let me grab our first guest. I'm going to get Anthony and then Electric Being from the queue, and we'll get the conversation started. Give me 1 second. Welcome in, Anthony. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Hello? Yeah, I'm 19 and I believe in Jesus. Your prompt says that Jesus is as real as Santa Claus, and
Oh,
I'm
it didn't say that.
uh, hold on. Jesus is Santa for adults or something like that.
That's what it says. Yep.
So I'm just assuming that, like my screen, I don't see anything here. Uh, so I'm just assuming that you,
Oh, sorry. Let me. I forgot to turn on my virtual camera so you can see my screen. 1 second. 1 second. There we go. Now you should be able to see the screen.
oh wait, yeah. So based on the title, I'm assuming you're a Jesus mythicist or something.
No, I believe in a historical Jesus. I just think that the historical Jesus is bar for bar the same thing we see with Saint Nick. So I think Jesus was a real historical figure. I think most of what we know about this figure is mythologized. I don't think that it's real. And there's a bunch of other crossovers. And I think that when people get older, they drop this nonsense of Santa Claus being real. And then they just never question whether or not they should drop the nonsense of Jesus being real because the reality is both of them are dead.
Okay, so what is mythologized about Jesus?
Walking on water, miracles, rising from the dead, all of the same mythological claims that you would say are mythology if it was any other character other than Jesus.
I mean, what if he actually did walk on water? Like,
What if Santa Claus really did have 8 reindeer?
I mean, we know the origins of Santa Claus. He's clearly based off Saint Nicholas.
Oh,
Uh,
that's not true. He's alive today. Saint Nicholas is just as alive today as Jesus
where you getting that from?
because I've got the spirit of Christmas living inside of me. I've got divine revelation.
I never heard of a spirit of Christmas. Is that like a formulated theology or something
No, it's
like
the
that?
spirit of
Or
Christmas.
I mean, I don't know. Does the spirit of Christmas have anything to do with Santa Claus rising from the dead?
No, Santa Claus never died. He just went to the North Pole.
I mean, we know that Santa Claus is based off Saint Saint Nick, like
Yeah, I
even
know,
in
and
other
Saint Nick is
cultures,
still alive. That's what I'm saying.
but he's not. And Saint Nick
Well,
is
prove
a
it. Prove that Saint
follow
Nick's not alive.
follower. Saint Nick is a follower of Jesus.
Prove that Saint
I mean,
Nicholas is not
I'm not
alive.
gonna say. Okay, maybe it's wrong for me to say that Saint Nick is dead. I'm probably gonna go out on a not agnostic position on that. Uh, but yeah, I don't think they're analogous.
What's not analogous about him?
We know Saint Nick is Saint Santa Claus is clearly a legendary figure, legendary version of Saint
Prove it.
Nick.
Prove it.
I mean, history and the fact that other cultures, like the ones in Europe, is he's
But
like,
I don't know if anyone told you, but the cookie plate was empty. If testify in the comments, chat, if the cookie plate was empty the next day, we've got as much evidence for Saint Nick still being alive as you do for Jesus.
I mean, we have evidence of his tomb being empty. The Church of the Holy
I know,
Sepulchre.
and we've got evidence of the plate being empty, the plate and the cup.
Uh, like what player cup?
Every
Your
year,
play?
buddy. Every year, thousands, millions of people set out cookies for Santa Claus, and the plate is empty the next day. That's obviously proof that Santa Claus was there.
People still do that tradition. That's
Yep.
nice. Uh, I mean,
How many eyewitnesses we got here for Santa Claus eating the cookies? Sound off with a cookie if you saw if you witnessed the miracle of the cookie plate being empty.
did they see Santa Claus being there?
They don't need to. They saw the empty plate.
I mean, the difference between, you know, them seeing the plate being empty and Jesus resurrecting is that, the disciples saw Jesus, and, you know, I don't think anyone saw Saint
My
Nick.
mom saw Santa. They got caught kissing. There's a whole song about it.
I mean, okay, sure. I guess I'm gonna be maybe I'm just gonna be agnostic to that. Um, so yeah, that's one difference between between Jesus and Saint Nick.
I don't know
Um,
why you think finding differences. First of all, you're wrong. I don't think finding differences is meaningful here.
I mean,
I
I'm
didn't say
not
they're
really.
identical. I didn't say Santa Claus and Jesus are identical individuals. I'm saying that they're comparable individuals. So yeah, obviously there's going to be differences between them, but there are way more similarities.
But they're not comparable since
Oh,
they're
they're
not like
super
one of them
comparable.
isn't one of them. Jesus, and the historical Jesus is the historical Jesus is equal to his
I'm sorry, is Saint Nick
miracle.
not historical?
Yeah, but his
Oh, well,
his
there you go.
yeah,
I
but
already told you, historical Jesus and historical Saint Nick, they both existed. You don't have to prove to me that Jesus existed. I already agree he existed.
yeah, but his his the character that's based off from Santa Claus came uh decades later. Hold
And
on.
the stories about Jesus came decades later.
I mean the Gospels, which we get most of our information about in regards to a historical, account of Jesus, is the same with, you know, Jesus doing all his miracles and stuff and
So what?
proclaiming his divinity.
So what? Are you not aware of the early miracles of Saint Nick?
No, all I know about him is that he slapped a guy for heresy.
Yeah, I
That's,
mean, that is one of the claims of Saint Nick. There's some debate as to whether or not it actually happened. I actually think that it did happen, but there are hundreds of counts of Saint Nick leaving money for the poor, leaving gifts for children,
yeah.
like hundreds of accounts from the early days.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. Like, that's
Well,
neither
how would he get
here.
into the houses? Obviously, he's magic.
Did, did, did those accounts say he did?
You tell me, how did he break into all these houses?
I mean, I heard of him being known for, his charity work, and I don't know. I
There
never
you
heard of
go.
him, vandalizing and stuff.
I'm sorry. Do you hang stockings for Christmas? Do you not? This tradition came because of Saint Nick.
I mean, I think that's independent of Saint Nick.
No, no, no. This was the Saint Nick tradition.
Is stockings basis.
Saint Nick
I
literally
mean,
changed history, bro. Every December, we put stockings by our fireplace.
I mean, all right.
Bro, he's got
Uh,
his own history page. He's got a page on history.com.
yeah, I'm not saying Saint Nick is mythological. I'm saying Santa Claus is clearly mythology, and the
And
historical
and
Jesus and this
and
and the
so is
myth.
Jesus. Jesus rising from the dead and being alive today is mythology. This is the
How?
point here, Anthony. You can't make a single claim about Jesus that I can't make for Santa Claus. There's no
But
difference. They're either both real or they're both mythology.
I'm saying that Santa Claus and his historical counterpart are clearly separate. You can't really separate the
I
historical.
agree. Yeah,
The,
and the historical Jesus is separate from the Jesus of mythology. We're in agreement.
no, it's that's you can't do that since it's
I just
from the same.
did. It's
It's
too
from the
late,
same.
buddy. I already did it.
It's from the same source,
It's not from the
right?
same source.
Yeah, it comes from the Gospels, right?
Saint Nick.
No, our prime for Jesus, our primary.
So what? The Gospels are
Yeah, you.
stories written about Jesus. They're mythology. They're not even from eyewitnesses.
I mean, that's debatable.
I don't think it's debatable.
Well,
There's not a single claim of eyewitness in the Gospels. None of them claim to be an eyewitness to anything. They don't even identify themselves.
I mean, just because they're written in third person doesn't mean they're not eyewitness
Do
based.
they say that they're
Right?
eyewitnesses?
No, but that doesn't mean that
Okay,
they're
so
not.
the Gospels don't claim to be eyewitnesses. The Gospels at no point place themselves at the
I mean,
events,
wait, hold
and
on.
the Gospels at no point identify the author. So
John
any
does,
claims of firsthand witness must be you putting it on top of the Gospels.
John does claim that he's one of the disciples of Jesus,
Yeah, but
right?
John didn't write John.
Right.
The Gospel of John obviously has more than one author. They identify themselves partially in John chapter
That what you're
21.
referencing is a later addition, though, right? It's a
Oh, so
later.
so people can just add to it?
I mean, it's a later addition of people fact checking that original author,
No, there is no original author. That's what I'm saying.
but there was. He's the one that
Who?
identified
Show me
himself.
show me where in the Gospel of John there's an author that identifies himself. You can type all you want, you'll never find it.
Yeah, John the Apostle.
Sure, show me in the Gospel where John the Apostle is identified as the author. Not in there. Buddy, you're a nice guy, but somebody lied to you. I don't know why you. Who told you that John identifies himself in
I
the
mean,
Gospel?
I didn't say he identified himself by name, but it's the disciple whom Jesus loved who identified himself in the Gospels and
Why would we think
the.
that the disciple whom Jesus loved wrote this? It doesn't say that. This is about the one whom Jesus loved.
Wait, it doesn't say that um the one that the disciple that Jesus loved wrote the Gospel of John. It doesn't
No,
say
it
that.
doesn't say that. No. Mm-mm.
Hold on.
In fact, I believe the Gospel of John is at least a three-part testimony. I think it's one part testimony of John the Baptist, one part testimony of John the disciple, and then a third part testimony of collected witnesses or collected stories that was assembled later by a group of people, a multiplicity of people. It just happens
Wait,
to be that my reading of John
can
tends
you
to
hear that?
agree with the scholarship. So if you read like Josephine Ford or some of the other scholars that have written on the authorship of John, it seems quite clear that there's multiple traditions being preserved by multiple authors.
Yeah, it says here in sorry, my computer is making a lot of noise, but it says
Yeah.
here in
John 21.
John 21 to 22
I told you.
uh or 24, I think. It says here that this is the disciple who testifies to these things and who wrote them down. We know that
There
his
you go. We
testimony.
know. There you go. Who's the
Yeah,
we?
it could be like the ones that you were stating, put
There you
his
go.
works together,
So I'm
but it's
saying there are multiple authors that have collected accounts and they're assembling them into a narrative. And one of these supposed collected accounts appears to have come from John, but John at no point in this gospel is identified as an author of the gospel.
But he clearly states that this disciple, like the one that who Jesus loved, wrote these texts, and we know.
They didn't say that. It didn't say he wrote these texts. It says that they have a written testimony from John. That's it.
Yeah, and this is the testimony that we've been, you know,
We
that
don't have
is
it.
like John is based
We have no
off.
written testimony from John. What we have is a written narrative that includes the testimony of John the Baptist and the testimony of John the disciple. And it claims that the testimony of John the disciple was partially written down for them. That's why it says, "This is the disciple who is testifying to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true," which means who's ever compiling this gospel, they have collected for themselves some other written sources. Among the written sources is a testimony from John. Just like in chapter 1 of the gospel, we find testimony of John the Baptist. If you go to John chapter 1, it talks about how John the Baptist is testifying to particular events. For example, if you go to John chapter 1, verse 19, the authors says, "This is the testimony given by John when the Jews sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him, 'Who are you?'" Referring to, this is John the Baptist, which means there's also testimony in this gospel from the other John. This is the Gospel of John is a written narrative using a collection of other written narratives.
But it's mostly from
Not written by
the
John.
disciple. It's mostly from the testimony
It's
of the
it's not.
disciple.
It doesn't
But
say that anywhere.
you just said that it's from like it's based off, John the Baptist's testimony, John the disciples' testimony, and a collection of other folks.
Based on a collection of testimonies. It's not based. John didn't write this book. Somebody took the testimony of other people
But
and
it's in here,
assembled it
right?
into a narrative. That's it.
But it's in here, right? Like it's a part of John the
Yeah,
Gospel.
yeah, I've already mentioned that. Inside of the Gospel of John is a supposed written testimony that the authors say came from John. And we also have something from John the Baptist. But John, the disciple, did not write this gospel.
What do you mean didn't write it? Like you just said
He
that.
didn't write this gospel. You read it already. We did it twice. There are multiple authors that have compiled a narrative. They wrote the gospel.
Based off someone's testimony, right?
Based off a bunch of people's testimonies.
And that includes an eyewitness, right?
That includes possibly an eyewitness if you believe the testimony of the people who compiled it. That's why I said it's not a first-hand eyewitness. You're hearing somebody else's testimony from somebody else. John didn't leave anything for us. We have no independent works from John. The best we can do are quotes from and about John from somebody else who claims they're from John. The same thing Eusebius does. Eusebius, the church historian, quotes a bunch of people. And there's actually quite a few quotations in Eusebius from people in history where the only quotes we have from them are preserved by Eusebius, which means we don't actually know if they wrote that. We only know that Eusebius told us that they wrote that. Do you see the difference? It's if we had a preserved work from John, that would be first-hand accounts. We have a work preserved by other people claiming that they have something from John, which makes them second-hand at best.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with them being secondhand.
But then they're not first-hand. They're not independent first-hand
Russell.
eyewitness accounts. That's that you can say I don't care, and that's perfectly fine. You don't have to care. I'm just letting you know that these are not first-hand accounts. They are specifically and even admittedly not first-hand accounts.
Yeah, but the main contention I had with what you were saying about them not being from the eyewitness is that you said that they didn't say that explicitly specifically say that they were written by eyewitnesses, right? But you don't
They're not.
really have, huh?
They're not. There's nothing in the
Yeah, but
Gospels that would lead us to believe that the authors of the Gospels were eyewitnesses to anything.
I mean, what about the detailed detailed geological, you know, detailed description of first century Judean.
What about it? What
Ge-
about Spider-Man's description of New York City?
I mean, clearly in the time where Google wasn't really a thing, or the internet wasn't a thing.
Do you think people writing a story in Palestine were unaware of Palestinian geography? Like
These
this
people,
is wild. Like, are you not aware that in the Quran there's all kinds of historical things that are true, but you don't believe that Muhammad split the moon in two, did you?
it's Muhammad
Like
splitting the moon in two
does the
isn't
fact
in the
that
Quran.
Medina exists validate the claims of the Quran?
I mean, the Quran only states that Muhammad
That doesn't
performed
answer my
a
question.
miracle.
Does the existence of Medina validate any of the mythology of the Quran? Yes or no?
Um, no, I don't
Okay.
think so.
And does the
I don't
existence of
know.
Rome validate any of the mythology written by Roman historians?
Existence of
The answer is no, it doesn't. The reality is just because the gospel authors set their stories in real life places doesn't mean that these are true stories.
um, I didn't. I wasn't arguing for that though. I was saying that these things were coming from eyewitnesses
But they're not.
because
The
that
authors at no point say that they're eyewitnesses ever.
I mean,
Not at
just
one
because I
point.
write a book and say and not include mine, or just because I write a book and say I'm not and don't include that I'm not or am an eyewitness to a particular event doesn't mean it doesn't mean I wasn't an eyewitness, right? That's just an argument
But
from
there's
silence.
nothing, not an argument from silence, it's an argument from how words work. Nothing about the
But
Gospels indicate that they're eyewitnesses. You only
I
want them
just
to
I
be
just
eyewitnesses because somebody told you that they needed to be eyewitnesses. Give me one marking indicator in the Gospels that would tell me that they're written by eyewitnesses.
the accurate description of Judean
We
uh,
already went over this, Anthony.
drug.
That has nothing to do with
No,
being
no,
an
no.
eyewitness.
You're talking
Accurately
about
describing Judea has nothing to do with whether or not the story you're telling is an eyewitness account or not. I can write all kinds of stories about events that I know did or didn't happen in the state that I live in and get the geography right every fucking time. It has nothing to do with whether or not I was there.
I mean, actually, it kind of does because that does mean
No,
that
it
you
kind
were.
of doesn't.
It means that you were there to like
No, it
see and
doesn't. It
describe
means
it.
that I know the geography of the region I live in. That's it. If you live in Palestine and
Yeah,
somebody
because you
tells you
live
a
in it.
story that happened in Bethsaida, whether you were there or not has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to know where Bethsaida is. Being a first-hand account is not dependent on knowing the geography whatsoever.
Okay, what evidence? What evidence uh, are you looking for to believe that these came from eyewitnesses? Like, what evidence are you looking for?
We
If
would need something in that indicated that it came from an eyewitness, and there's
like what?
nothing. It would need to
Like
at
what?
least include the individual writing it as saying that they were there. Or one of the other individuals. It can say that this other individual will call him will say in the Gospel of Luke, it should say that John the disciple was there and he wrote the Gospel of John. So even though the Gospel of John doesn't say that he wrote it, somebody else claiming that I watched him write it would be enough to say that it was a first-hand witness. But we don't have anything. We have nothing from the time period or inside of the Gospels that would lead us to believe that whoever wrote them were eyewitnesses. And we know explicitly that Mark wasn't an eyewitness. That's the cousin of Barnabas, according to the book of Colossians. He wasn't an eyewitness to shit. We know also that Luke wasn't an eyewitness to anything. He wrote
Yeah, no,
way
no,
later, and he claims to be collecting
no.
other people's sources. Matthew is the closest you'll get to an eyewitness, and I don't believe that Matthew wrote Matthew for many reasons. One, because he doesn't claim to. Two, because the earliest manuscripts of Matthew, namely P1, doesn't include Matthew even as a title of the gospel. And number three, because I think it's preposterous that Matthew would copy his own conversion story directly from Mark, not change the details, not add anything significant to it to make it your own story, and then to tell it about yourself in the third person is completely preposterous.
I mean, when you write in the medical field, you doctors usually write
I'm
in the
sorry,
third.
was Matthew a doctor?
No, but I'm just making a statement that just because you write yourself in the third person doesn't mean you weren't there
Doctors
to.
write in the first person.
No, I'm talking about pediatricians or like first responders when they are
They don't
there.
write about themselves in the third person.
They they do.
They don't. If you're giving a first-hand account of what you did when you were there, it's going to be in a first-hand account. You're confusing medical reports with first-hand accounts. Medical reports require the name of the individual that was there.
Yeah, hold on. I mean, yeah, but when Mark tells his own testimony, he's the only
We
one
don't
that
have a
mentions
testimony
himself.
from Mark.
No, I mean Matthew. I meant Matthew. When Matthew accounts for his own testimony, he calls himself. He refers to himself. He's the only one that refers to himself by Matthew.
So what?
So,
All you're
so
doing is pointing out the contradiction that in the other gospels they call him Levi rather than Matthew.
yeah, but probably
That's
because
that's the only change. That's it.
that's because he identifies himself as Matthew. Like
He
that's his
doesn't
actual
identify
name.
himself as Matthew. There's not
But
a
that
single line in this entire gospel that identifies the author with Matthew. That's it.
I mean, assuming that Matthew wrote Matthew, it makes
No,
sense
no,
that
no. Why would we assume that? Again, there's no
because
indicators inside of the text that would indicate that he wrote it. And again, it would be preposterous to copy your own conversion story and then just change the name from Levi to Matthew. What a crazy thing to do. And the earliest church witnesses to the Gospel of Matthew says that it was written in Hebrew. It clearly wasn't. And said that it's a sayings gospel. It's clearly not.
I mean maybe that's just the one we have is just a copy of the Hebrew version
It's not a
since
copy of the Hebrew version.
since
There's,
Matthew does
there's
a
no
little bit of it.
indicators in here whatsoever that it was ever written in Hebrew. We would, if it was written in Hebrew, we would find a lot of transliterations, and we don't.
May, maybe Mark just would have like a Hebrew version that's separate from the
I mean
Greek one. Not
Matthew.
yeah, I mean Matthew. Sorry,
Well, then,
like Matt.
if it existed, we don't have it, and it never surfaced in actual history, and it certainly isn't this gospel.
I mean that would validate Papaya's statement if that was the case.
It wouldn't validate any prior statements. We have no indication from the Greek text of Matthew that it was written in Hebrew. If it was written in Hebrew, then Matthew wouldn't go on to say the dumbest things imaginable. Matthew alone is the one gospel that has no idea how to read Hebrew, which is why he quotes the Old Testament exclusively in Greek.
Yes, sir.
He quotes the Greek Old Testament, not the Hebrew Old Testament, every single time. Which, if this guy was Hebrew and he was writing a gospel for the Hebrews, it would be preposterous that he wouldn't quote it from the actual Hebrew scriptures. He would be quoting it every single time from the Hebrew.
I mean there's nothing wrong with the Septuagint
Yes,
since
there
the
is.
The
The
Septuagint was
Septuagint
written
is a terrible translation.
by Jewish scholars themselves.
It certainly wasn't.
I mean that's why I heard from researching it the
Well,
out
you
of
didn't
text.
do good research.
Okay, so who wrote? I mean, like it was various
Nobody
amounts.
nobody knows. We have one account of the translation by the 70. This is the letter of Aristeas, and that's all we have. We have one story of how it was translated. We have no actual evidence.
Uh, okay, but we we went over how John at least contains the testimony of one of the disciples.
I know.
Right? Yeah.
I already told you that. I don't know why you keep covering
I
it.
mean, yeah. So I think
It's
we
it's a
have
second-hand account.
okay.
I don't know why you keep bringing it up. I already told you. We agree on that. We agree that the Gospel of John contains some second-hand accounts.
Okay.
So does
So
the writing of Tacitus and Suetonius. Do you think that Vespasian healed a blind man by putting spit in his eyes?
I think Tacitus got that from uh the when you heard about Christianity,
Why would
like
you
you
believe that?
because it's clearly
Clearly,
it's
Christianity copied from the Romans, not the other way around.
when you mean they copy from the Romans, why
They
would they
copied
do
from the
that?
Romans. The Gospels copy Roman mythology over and over again. Dying and rising gods? Yeah, yeah. Greece and Rome already had that shit. Missing bodies? Yeah, Greece and Rome already had those stories. Demigods? Yeah, yeah. Greece and Rome already had those.
Jesus isn't a demigod,
Yeah, he was.
and he's fully God.
Oh, no,
Like
he's certainly not. That's logically absurd.
like
What does it mean to be 100% of something?
fully contained in something.
No, not contained. To be
You're
100% of
fully.
anything, what you need
That
is to
it's
be to hold all of the essential attributes of that thing, right?
that's
So if I said I'm 100% truck and then I didn't have a bed, am I still a truck?
you saying trunk or
Truck.
trunk?
Truck. Ah!
Uh, okay.
You know that
Don't know
it's
what
got
that is.
wheels on it. You drive it on the road.
Oh, a truck. What
Fuck's
does that
sake.
have to do with a bed? Do all
Have you
trucks have
never
bed?
seen a truck?
Do I mean do all trucks have beds?
Trucks have beds.
They have beds? I mean that
Yeah.
makes sense. Uh,
If
if
this
you
is too
ask
hard
me,
for you, we can use something else. We can use car. You know what a car looks like, right?
yeah.
Okay, can you be 100% car and then have no tires?
Well, you'd be an incomplete car.
Would
Yeah.
you be 100% car though?
Um, I mean, this is yes, I guess
Wrong.
because
You'd be part of a car. You would be part of 100% of a car. You'd be like 90% car. You'd
okay,
be an incomplete car, which means Jesus, at best, is an incomplete deity because he lacks some of the properties of God. He's not omniscient, he's not omnipresent.
but God and man are like completely separate categories.
I agree. That's why he's not God.
Like metaphysically, they're completely different categories. Like
I
the-
agree. That's why he's not God. If Jesus is a different category of being from God, then he is not 100% God.
I mean, maybe his transcendent nature is 100% God. It's 100% God.
He's not 100% God. You just told me that he's not even in the same category as God.
Yeah, they are different man and God are completely different categories since
Then
God is a
Jesus isn't
transcendent
God.
is a
If
transcendent
God is
being.
not a man and Jesus is a man, then Jesus is not God.
Like when a Christian says that God is Jesus is 100% God and 100% man, he just means that he's simultaneously divine and human at the same time. This is why Jesus
You can't be
can
that.
say
That
that.
you can't be divine and human 100% of both because then you're
uh,
200%. It also means that God has parts, and partialism is a heresy.
Parts. What?
Yeah, if God is part human and part spirit, that means God has parts, and
But
partialism is a heresy.
I'm not saying he's part human, part uh divine. I'm saying he's fully divine and fully human.
And yeah,
Like he
human
just
is a different thing from divine. You already said it. Human and God are different categories. So if Jesus is part human and part divine, that you have two different categories that are used to make a whole of something. That's partialism.
but the distinct.
I know. That's why he's not God. I agree. They're 100% distinct.
So you can still be 100% God and 100% human.
No, you can't. To be 100% of something, you can't be distinct from it. If you're 100% of something, you can't be distinct from it. That just means you're either A, you're identical to it, or B, you're a copy of it, which means there are two gods. Anthony, but I don't know who told you that the Trinity was logical, but from a Christian standpoint, it's just not logical. And that's okay. You can just admit that it's not logical. Like when I was a Christian, I was comfortable just saying that the Trinity isn't logical and I moved the fuck on. Who told you that the Trinity made sense?
No, and we don't think that the Trinity is supposed to be above human logic.
There you go. Yeah, it's
But human
illogical. I
human
agree.
understanding, human understanding at least.
Then stop trying to make
Actually,
it logical. Just admit that it's illogical and move on.
I mean,
Anthony, why are you in this cult, man? You're too nice for this cult. I hate to see good people get trapped in these weird culty religions.
codes. I don't see
Yeah, you're
anything.
you're in one. Christianity's a cult, man. It's a failed apocalyptical death cult based on Judaism.
How's it a death code? Uh,
Because literally the whole thing started on the blood of martyrs. They were willing to die for this figure that said he was coming back within a generation to rescue everybody, and then he never did. The failed apocalyptic death cult.
what martyrs?
Are you unaware of the Christian martyrs?
Um. Uh. Yeah. I guess.
You don't know that there was a persecution of the Christians.
I mean, I thought you were referencing like specific ones, and not like a group. I do know that Christians were persecuted for their faith.
Yeah,
Um,
there were many martyrs.
yeah,
They
but
died for a guy who said he was coming back that didn't come back. It's a failed apocalyptic death cult, man.
I mean, they didn't know when Jesus was coming back.
No, no, they thought he was coming back in their lifetime. They said so in their letters. Paul said so in his letters. Jesus said so in the Gospels.
Where did Paul say he's coming back in his lifetime?
Uh, First Thessalonians chapter 4 and First Corinthians chapter 7. Every literally every every book of the New Testament has the understanding that Jesus is coming back in their lifetime. In fact, in First Thessalonians, when Paul talks about the second coming of the Lord, he thinks he's going to be alive when it happens. It says the Lord himself, with the cry of a command, with the archangel's call, with the sound of God's trumpet, will descend from heaven, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive, who are left, will be caught up in the clouds together. Paul thought that Jesus was coming back imminently, which is why he talked about Christ coming back imminently. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, he says
Maybe
the same thing.
maybe that's
It's
just
even more
Paul's
explicit.
understanding. Maybe that's just
So he
Paul's
tells married
misunderstanding.
people not even to behave as though they're married anymore. He tells people not even to have kids anymore. He says to behave as though you're not even married. And he says, and deal with those in the world as though they had no dealings with it, for the present form of this world is passing away. Everybody in the New Testament, including Jesus, was under the impression that this was finally the end, that the Messiah had come, that the world's going to be completely annihilated and renewed, and Jesus was coming back shortly after his supposed resurrection. This was Jesus's
What
teaching.
does Jesus say that he's coming back in their lifetime?
Matthew
I
10:23,
mean, I know you
Matthew
went to Matthew saying
16:27 through 28, and Matthew 24 verses 29 through 34. Oh, sorry, I mistyped. There we go. When he sends his disciples into the villages to preach, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. The coming of the Son of Man is the second coming, and that should be pretty obvious. Matthew 16:27, it says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what's been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, but they're all dead. None of them lived. They all tasted death. And I don't know. Oop, that was
wait,
it. 8, 9. Move on.
Matthew
20.
6 was that Matthew 16? I want to see that. I want to read that for myself.
Yeah, yeah. Read it for yourself.
What was that? Matthew 16 dash 27.
Yeah, 27, 28. Shoot, guys. I had too much coffee before this live stream. I'm amped up already. I might go late tonight. We'll see. Is it Monday? Hmm.
Yes. From that time on, began to explain to his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things at the hands of the elders, the chief priests, and the teachers of the law, and that he must be killed on the third day be raised to life. Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him. Never, Lord, he said, this shall never happen to you. Jesus turned and said to Peter, get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me. You do not have in mind the concerns of God, but merely human concerns. Then Jesus said to his disciples, whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will find it. What good will be for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul? Or
Buddy, what
what
are you
can
reading? There's only two
yeah
verses you got to read, man.
yeah I'm getting there. For or what can I'm reading like the whole thing. Uh, or
I
what
can promise
can
you reading the entire chapter is never going to fix 27 and 28. I've read it 1,000 times. There's
I
no
mean this is
context in there that makes this statement better.
this is just a reference to the second coming, which he says that
I
no
know. I
yeah
agree. It is. And
he
when
says
did
that
he
no
say it's
one
going to
knows.
happen?
He says no one knows when that will happen.
What I know,
Like
he says no one knows the day nor the hour. In Matthew 24 and in Matthew 16, he tells you when the cutoff is. The cutoff
I mean,
is
this.
before this generation is completely dead, which is why he says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom," which is clearly him saying that some of you will still be alive when I come back.
I mean, this is also a direct reference to the Transfiguration, which is the
No,
next
it's certainly
chapter.
not. The
It's,
Transfiguration, he didn't come from anywhere. He just walked up a mountain and glowed a little bit.
yeah,
This
but
is
they saw it.
coming with the angels on the clouds from somewhere.
Yeah, but they saw his true
Where's he
nature, which
coming
is
from?
the Father,
Where's he coming from?
the heavens.
No, he didn't come from the heavens in the Transfiguration. Try again.
You know.
Matthew 16 says he's coming from the heavens. At least that's the implication. That's why it says he's coming with his angels in the glory of his Father. Anyone with two eyes and a brain could tell this is coming from the heavens, because every other time this comes up, he describes it as coming from the heavens.
I mean, like it says here
In
in
Matthew 17, where's he come from?
Matthew 17.
That's the Transfiguration.
Yeah, it doesn't say where he's coming from, but
Did
it
he
does
come
say
from the
that.
heavens?
Um, no, not exactly,
Did he
but
did he come with all the angels to judge mankind?
uh, Matthew 16 dash
Did he
27.
come with the angels to judge mankind?
No, but
Then
Matthew
he
6.
didn't do Matthew 16, 27, and 28. Because in Matthew 16, 27, he says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of the Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done.
Yeah, but 28
If that
is
didn't
different
if that
from.
didn't happen, no, 28 and 27 aren't different events. That's preposterous. The coming of the Son of Man is a singular event. It's a one event. That's it. Daniel chapter 7 describes the coming of the Son of Man on the clouds with the angels. It's one event. It would be the dumbest thing ever for Jesus to be having a conversation with his disciples and say that the Son of Man's coming with his angels to repay everybody for their deeds, and then without warning them whatsoever, just randomly insert a sentence and say, "Truly I tell you, there's some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom," referring to something entirely different, even though it sounds exactly the same. What a preposterous thing to think.
I mean, they don't seem similar.
Which of his disciples standing there died in the next 6 days? There's only 6 days before him saying this in the Transfiguration.
I mean, not all of his disciples saw the
Which ones
Transfiguration.
which ones died?
None, but not
He
all of
says,
them.
"Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom."
Yeah, but not all of them saw Jesus. You know, um, what's that word? Not all of them saw Jesus transfigure.
Yeah, I know,
Uh,
and none of them saw him coming in his kingdom. Not a single one of them.
come his kingdom.
Coming in his kingdom is a destination.
I mean,
He's
in the
coming
Greek.
from heaven, Anthony.
I mean, in the
When the
Greek.
transfiguration happened, he didn't come from anywhere. He walked up a mountain and started to glow real pretty. That's it. An honest person knows what's being said here. This is where you can be a hero right now. After this hour of cognitive dissonance, you could be a hero by admitting that this is clearly a failed prediction about his second coming. Scholars don't have this problem. Scholars have better answers for what happened here. Just admit that it's obvious what Jesus is talking about. He told you that the Son of Man is coming with his angels, and that some of y'all are going to see it when it happens. And he doubled down in Matthew 24. You're doing all this work, and you haven't even read Matthew 24 yet. says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven. The powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. The coming of the Son of Man is coming on the clouds of heaven. That's why the word coming is in the sentence. You must come from somewhere.
I mean, it could be interpreted as seeing a glimpse of his divine
It could
glory.
not. He said coming. Where's he coming from?
Because
Where's he coming from, Anthony?
the heavens.
There we go. So if he didn't come from the heavens, then the transfiguration isn't referring to Matthew 24 or Matthew 16.
But his true image is coming from the heavens.
It's not.
But it literally
And
says
true
that,
image is a useless statement that you literally just made up right now. There's no such thing as the true image of Jesus. Jesus is supposed to be the true image of the invisible God. There's nothing fake about Jesus the man. Anthony, just be honest. Take 5 seconds, take a deep fucking breath, and be honest with yourself. You know the same thing all of us know. That this is clearly a reference to him coming on the clouds with the angels to judge mankind. And he said that it was going to happen before all of them standing there died. And then in Matthew 24, he says, when you see these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. Over and over again, Jesus himself tells you he's coming back within a generation. Paul and all of his followers agreed. They all wrote that he was coming back within their lifetimes. The only possible conclusion, if you're an honest human being, is that Jesus and his followers all believed, because Jesus said so, that he was coming back within their lifetime, and he just didn't do it.
Okay.
You know there's better answers to this problem than just trying to say words don't mean words, right?
I'm not saying words don't mean words. I'm just interpreting it differently.
You're changing the meaning of words is what you're doing. We all know what it means to come with the angels. We all know what the Son of Man coming is. It's a reference to Daniel 7. We've all read the Bible. We know what it means. He said his second coming, the coming of the Son of Man, was going to happen. In fact, he said you won't even be finished going through all the towns of Judea before the Son of Man comes. How many times does he have to tell you? All right, Anthony, listen, you're a nice kid. You're too good to sit here and get beat up by me. Go read some scholarship on this problem. There are books written on it. There are better answers. You don't have to get up here and say that words don't mean words. You can come up with better apologetics. I'll warn you, I already know the apologetics, and they're not much better than what you're going to hear on TikTok or on YouTube. But at least you'll be able to talk about this competently without trying to resort to words don't mean words. That's not a good-looking apologetic ever. There's a book on this called When the Son of Man Didn't Come. I highly recommend reading the book. It'll at least give you the tools you need to address this without looking like you're just on your back foot, like hoping for the best.
Okay.
All right. Cheers, bud. That's painful. I hate to hear what sound to be decent people giving bullshit apologetics. Because to be fair, like, obviously there's not good apologetics, or else I'd be a Christian. I could say there are at least better apologetics than words don't mean words. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Okay. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/dzguest. If you're watching on TikTok, just hit the guest request button. We had somebody in the guest request that had been asking to get in for the last 20 minutes. And literally as I'm talking right now, they dropped. I guess they didn't really want to talk. So let me grab some super chats. We'll wait for someone to load up. Carlos, my friend, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Amazing new PFP, by the way. Says Rock Hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, ready for holy seeds and barbecues. Love the kittens. Both mom and myself are getting better every day. Love to hear it. Thanks for the love, care, and support. Well, Carlos, we care about you, man. We care about all the members in this community. We certainly want the best for you. And the kittens are adorable. In fact, I think one's sleeping behind me. You can't see them on the vertical screen probably. And one is sleeping in front of me. In fact, I was getting the kitten cam loaded up, and I think my charging cable's not charging for some reason. It might be my charger and not my cable. Let me swap the charger out. The kitten cam is legitimately just like an 8-year-old phone that I had sitting around. I loaded it up and turned it into a webcam. So you have to have it plugged into a good charger, or else the battery will drain too fast. And I was too cheap to actually buy a webcam for the kitten cam. I probably could, but I mean, if you already got a phone sitting around, why let it go to waste? Turn your old phones, friends, into really good webcams. Even an 8-year-old phone has an amazing camera on it. So, Dexter, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, by the way, it's been awesome seeing you on these other channels. I was blown away. You did both AXP and the line on Sunday. And they have needed someone willing to demonstrate how weak the prophecies are. Well, thank you, Dexter. I actually do agree. A lot of these channels don't really get into the prophecies, and that is my favorite topic. I think it's important. And also, like I was on Unapologetic yesterday too. I did Unapologetic, then I did AXP, and then I did After Dark on the line. And I got to tell you, it cooked my goose. I was host yesterday. Nailed it like the Roman. Says Merry Hitchmas to y'all. Hail Nero. Gay for Justin. Rock Hard for Sharon. WAP for Doug. Verts stay erect, whores get laid. I mean, listen, I can't disagree with that. I really can't. I appreciate that. And thank you for the additional super chat. It says Christ nuts roasting on an open fire. Oof. You know what? We should do some spoof Christian holiday jingles. Let me put that on my idea sheet. Let's see. I'm gonna say remake Christmas jingles, and we'll get some new Christmas songs. Randy, thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. That is huge, monumental. Big W, and that's 20 more people that have the cheat sheet now. And Iskanders, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says people don't really believe in God; they believe in the version of God religion sells them. Therefore, people don't believe in God, they believe in religion. So many religions and iterations of God, and no one stops to ask why. That kind of is, that does happen a lot. I do find a lot of people believe in something they're told, typically something religious. They haven't really looked into it, and they don't really know what they believe. They just kind of believe this vague concept that was given to them by the religion, which is why, like, if you ask a lot of people that are religious about what they believe, they can't get into the details. Yahweh's Scrotum, thank you for the 616, says, have you ever wondered if the Gospels were a contest to write the best rendition of a Messiah based on Hebrew texts and set with certain parameters? I don't think there was a competition, but I do believe in the ancient world when you were writing mythology, there certainly was a push to write a story that you think would resonate with the wider audience. And we'll say the sign that you did a good job was that people adopted it. Staffordshire, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, not only was the cookie plate empty, but I also saw Santa Claus snogging my mom. I'm with you as well. My sister and several of my friends at different times. Dude's both real and pervy. Listen, that is the case. Dude has got a voracious appetite, not just for cookies, but for snogging. I mean, that's the case. And Cedar, thank you for the $10 Yuletide super chat says, "You'll be so sorry when Justin slays your argument that your New Year's resolution will be to stay on topic like decorations on a tree and answer questions like Santa answers the call for gift delivery." Big W, Cedar. That's a good play on words. We should do an atheistic night before Christmas like story. I bet somebody in the community's already got one. Let me know if you already got one worked up. And HP Lovecat, thank you for the super chat. Big W says, "I put out feed for the reindeer on Christmas Eve as a child, and it was gone Christmas morning." You heard it here, folks. You heard it here. The feed was gone. The reindeer feed was gone. It can only be explained by the miracle of flying reindeer. There's no possible further explanation for it. I'd love to hear those good miracle stories. And Mike, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "All that fan noise, his GPU gospel processing unit must be overclocked." I know. And unfortunately, he doesn't have any of that water cooling from the baptism to save him. That's why it's getting so damn hot. Although I would say though, water cooling is better than it used to. It used to be that the water coolers were so cold that like moisture would condense and it would like mess up your computer. Nowadays, the water cooling is really just a slightly less than room temperature liquid. That's a whole other story. Foul Win, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "Hey Justin, thanks to you, I did my first call into a theist show and it went very well." Well, congratulations. During that, we talked about Jonah, and I realized that it's another case where God explicitly changes his mind. Not only does God change his mind, but he forgives people without a sacrifice. So this is a really famous example from Judaism of people getting forgiven without participating in the Jewish sacrificial system, is the forgiveness of Nineveh in the Jonah story. So the fact that God had to murder his son is ridiculous. And the Milk Muffin says, "Secular humanism equals real deal chocolate chip cookies. Christianity equals fraudulent oatmeal and raisin cookies." Listen, I understand that not everyone likes oatmeal raisin. I like oatmeal raisin, but I would say this. If you want to take your oatmeal raisin cookies to the next level, you can do it with not just raisins. Feel me on this one. Craisins. Put some craisins in there, friends. I promise you'll enjoy that cookie. Cardinal Chimp, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, "When do we get the Christmas story of how Santa gives coal to unrighteous children as a symbol of Doug's light?" Mary Dougmas gave for Justin. Well, that's a good question. We are going to talk a little bit about coal here in a bit when we get our next guest up here. Which reminds me, if you're watching on TikTok, the TikTok guest queue is actually empty. If you're watching on YouTube, there are 2 people ahead of you. Trent, thank you for the super chat. "I take back my refund request." I don't know what you mean. "Doug's blessings have finally come down on saints. Rock hard for Doug. P.S. Raised Lutheran. What would you say differs from us from others? And how would you consider them particularly Looney Tunes?" Well, I think Luther himself was Looney Tunes with how anti-Semitic he was. He wrote a really interesting tractate called On Jews and Their Lies, and it's fucking wild. Advocates for burning down synagogues, chasing Jewish people out of the land and confiscating their housing. It's fucking horrific. And as for the religion itself, I don't know if Lutheranism is got anything in it that's like particularly strange. Like they still do some of the what we would call sacraments, but like the modern Lutheran Church is very diverse. Not all of them have that traditional sacramental type of setup. But yeah. I mean, I don't know. Listen, I liked the Lutherans. In fact, I worked for a Lutheran church for a bit. To be fair, among the Christian denominations, I think the Lutherans are some of my favorites. I think they're usually like hardworking, just middle class Americans for the most part, at least here in America. And Dr. Joe, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says Anthony should have been the last guest of the night. That way, no one would have to take their trazodone for sleep. He definitely sounded tired. Such low energy. He's the least spirited believer ever. I know. It makes you wonder if they're bored or if that's their personality type. You know what I mean? Because like I get it. Some people don't have exciting personalities, but some people are so tired that you're like, this can't be your personality. You have to be a little bit bored here. And last super chat for now from our friend BRB says S serial number, I think. Serial number is Barber of Seville. I don't know what you mean by Barber of Seville, though. Preterists act like words don't mean words because preterism denied the word three. Peter denied the word 3 times and still got to be the first spiritual pope. That's a good joke. I have no idea what Barber of Seville means or what SN means. In my world, SN just means social security number or serial number. But you're right. Preterism is like the final boss of words don't mean words. Like if you dislike the words don't mean words arguments, you're gonna hate preterism. That's the whole shtick. Oh, screen name. PK Heaven says that means screen name. I apologize, I didn't grab that. So the Barber of Seville is somebody's screen name? Who? I have no idea. Anyways, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Dalton, welcome in, buddy.
Hey, bud. Good to see you. How you doing today?
You know, I can't complain. Just enjoying a little bit of suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Same old.
I heard you've been a busy bee in the last past
Man.
couple days. So.
It's been a rough one, yeah. Been busy. I can't complain. I might complain anyways. We'll try not to. Well, let's get Electric Being into the chat or into the conversation. They've been waiting here for a little bit. They switched from TikTok to YouTube.
Hi.
Got a little bit of echo going on. All right, see if that fixes it.
Echo going on. All right, see if that fixes it.
Hello?
Hold on. Your system's echoing for some reason.
Your system's echoing for some reason.
Okay. What about now?
I think it's still echoing.
Still echoing.
Let me try and reset.
Are you using a phone or a computer?
Phone. Can I jump from TikTok? I was requesting for a little bit of time.
Yeah, I don't know why you left TikTok to join with the web browser. Like you were next in line.
I thought it was not allowed.
Why would you think?
Okay, let me do that then. I have requested, yeah.
Fair enough. All right, go ahead and request it on TikTok. Although the echo was after you refresh your browser, the echo was fixed, so you didn't have to go anywhere. Oh well.
You know what you're really missing, Justin? To really
What's that, buddy?
spice these lives up. You need to. I said what you're really missing now is a voice changer.
Yeah, you know what? I could get a software voice changer, and I've considered it, but I don't know what I would do with it. Maybe I'll just get one and get it loaded up, just in case. You know what I mean? Although I think on my mixing software, I can get a voice changer. Are you using any mixing software?
No, I'm using this. It's called Voice Mod V3. It's got a soundboard and voice changer built into it.
Okay. Well, I'm using the Elgato wavelength mixer, and I think I could be wrong. I think there's a plugin for voice changing. I'll have to look into that.
I'm just trying to compete with them.
Dude, nobody can. That dude's got an amazing voice. They need to study him. All right, we'll get Electric Being in here. I can see why they were probably echoing on the other platform. I think they just got a slow connection. Because they're still not loading on TikTok. Electric Being, you did all this work. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on. Oops. Okay, well, they dropped. I have no idea what's going on with Electric Being. And I think I broke my phone. I have no idea what happened to Electric Being. So we'll get the next guest in here, I suppose. unless they're trying to go back to the other to the YouTube queue. I have no idea, but Alex is already in the queue and ready to go. So let's get Alex in here, and we'll. Oh, Electric Bean came back. Give me 1 second. Try this again. I assume they just have no Wi-Fi. Not connecting. Electric Bean, I don't know what to tell you. Get some Wi-Fi and come back, okay? No worries, but you're never going to be able to connect on any platform if you don't have like good internet. So if you don't have good internet, at least make sure you got good Wi-Fi. All right. We'll grab Alex then. Alex, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in the Jesus version of God?
Yes.
Okay. And my claim is that Jesus is basically just Santa Claus for adults. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree. Before
Sure.
we get started, thank you for having me on. This is my first time doing this, so I'm not used to having conversations with a wide audience. I hope you show me some grace.
Sure.
And your name is Justin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think the claim that Jesus is Santa Claus for adults is, if this is the right word to use, is reductionistic.
You could say that if you want to. You want to hear why my claim is what my claim is?
I was going to finish that by saying that, well, Santa Claus is a myth that kids believe as like a way of getting presents. It's just a story to believe. Santa Claus has nothing to do with your salvation, and is not a religion.
They're both rewards, though, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
One's a reward that's presents. One's a reward that's just eternal life. It's just that Jesus is Santa Claus is a mythical being that adults believe in, and for the reward of eternal life.
Yeah. In fact,
Santa Claus isn't a lifestyle belief.
Oh, it is certainly. I live my lifestyle with the spirit of Christmas every year. So let me give you a couple crossovers to help illustrate where we're coming from. So both Jesus and Santa promise to come back. Although I would say that Santa comes back a lot more often since we're still on waiting for Jesus' second coming. Both of them promise to give you things that you ask for. I think Santa probably has a better track record with that. Also, both of them can fly and defy the laws of physics. Both of them has a kingdom that is completely otherworldly, far away, that nobody can test. Neither it can be verified. You just have to believe in both of them on faith. And like Dalton said, both of them promise to reward good behavior. And I would say, consequently, theoretically, reward bad behavior. They both have magical helpers. They both sit on a throne and judge people. They both are used to coerce people into behaving. Santa promises to give you coal if you're bad. Jesus promises to turn you into coal. Both have a strange preference for sacred flat discs that lack yeast. And both of them were originally people of color that were appropriated into white culture and are now predominantly pictured as being white.
Okay, so your argument here is because you can find parallels between these extensive narratives, that means that they are equal. They're exactly the same or derivative
Oh,
of
I
each
didn't
other.
say that. I didn't say they're identical.
Well, I'm just arguing the prompt that you have right over your head on camera that says Jesus is Santa Claus for adults.
Yeah, I think my claim is pretty easy to interpret, which is that they're comparable, not that they're identical. No, I could be wrong here. Chat, put a yes in the comments if you understood my prompt. Put a no if you thought I was claiming that Jesus and Santa Claus were identical individuals.
But that still doesn't answer my disagreement with your point.
Sure, what's your disagreement?
And my disagreement with the point is that Santa Claus is not a belief system, nor a religion,
So what?
nor a lifestyle.
I'm sorry, is Jesus an individual or a belief system?
The belief in Jesus, in the individual Jesus, is a religion and a
So what?
lifestyle. And
So
Jesus is a deity.
so what? And so is living with the Christmas spirit. You'd know that if you had
When
the
I was
spirit.
When I was a child, I had a lifestyle that I lived in accordance with my belief in Santa Claus. I would perform rituals like laying out milk and cookies. I would sing songs about him, and I would live my I would change my behavior in accordance with that belief.
Mm-hmm.
May I ask, did you actually believe that Santa Claus was real?
As a child, yes, I did absolutely.
Did you see Santa Claus as a higher power or a deity?
Oh yeah, I mean he sat on a throne. He had a list of what was good and bad. He was omniscient, omnipresent. Um, I very similar to God in many respects.
I would
I mean,
say
I have
more than Jesus. Jesus wasn't omniscient for sure, and he certainly wasn't omnipresent.
when he was on Earth, maybe not. I mean, you were making that point with the
Well,
last guest.
that's the only
But
Jesus we
Jesus
have.
is right. But after ascension, Jesus is omnipresent and omniscient.
No, that's the only Jesus we have any evidence for. Right? If you're going to say we have to believe in the omniscient risen Jesus, then I'm going to say that you have to believe in the Santa Claus that flies around on the sleigh with 8 magic reindeer. Like,
I'm getting confused here. Are you arguing the existence of historic Jesus, or are you arguing the principle of believing in Christ as a deity, as God?
both. What I'm saying, and I think Dalton was already on it, which is that both of them are rooted in a real historical figure, but they're both now dead. And after their death, they took on a large mythological story about them. But you don't believe that Santa lived on after his death, and I don't believe that Jesus lived on after his death. But if you want to force the belief that Jesus is still living, I can give you all the same criteria of Santa Claus still living.
Let's hear it.
Okay, there are eyewitnesses. There's the empty plate, as Dalton's already said. We already did the test. How many people in here put a cookie in the comments if you set out cookies for Santa and then there was an empty plate the next day? We're going to see a lot of people putting cookie in the comments. As it turns out, I mean, this is one of the firmly most established truths in all of history is the empty plate. I mean, obviously based on the minimal facts hypothesis.
Well, I think you're reducing Christianity to like a strawman argument. Or
no, it's a myth.
Okay, well, if you want to believe it or not believe it, it is your choice. But you can't say that it is.
Well, it's not my choice.
You can't say that believing in Christ is fundamentally the same as believing in Santa Claus, because believing in Christ comes with an afterlife. It's believing.
You're believing in a fictitious being that promises you rewards.
No. From a perspective of a Christian, you're not believing in a fictitious being. I mean,
and from my perspective, I'm not believing in a fictitious Santa.
I mean, you can believe in you can believe in Santa, and that's fine.
You know what? Does anyone remember the song "I Believe in Santa Claus"? Why don't I have that on my soundboard? Sorry, go ahead. I gotta load up this song. Like what I'm saying is, like anything you can tell me about your supposed resurrected Jesus, I could use the same standard of evidence for Saint Nick still living. That's why they're both mythologies.
But the connection you're making is very vague. The connection you're making fundamentally is that they're almost the exact same, because
I didn't say that.
They haven't both been materially
I didn't say
proven.
that. I don't know why you keep saying that. I didn't say anything about them being exactly the same.
Well,
What I'm saying is that
let
they're
me.
analogous in that they're both
Right. That's a
based on
better
a
way to put it.
historical figure that has been mythologized.
Yes. Okay. But I don't think that's the case.
Then prove me wrong. Prove that Jesus is still alive.
Well, I don't think you're right in the sense that
Can you do it?
your analogous
So you
comparison
can't
is
do it.
very vague.
Just to be
That's
sure, you can't do it.
well, you can't prove that God isn't
I've
real.
yet to see a. I've yet
You
to
can't
see. You can't prove this. Santa Claus.
You can't
isn't
prove that
real.
Santa's not alive. Go ahead, Dalton.
But
I'm
okay.
saying I've yet to see anything from him that shows me that there's a really big difference between Saint Nick and Jesus.
You don't believe that Saint Nick saves your soul and gives you an afterlife to live in. Saint Nick created.
No, but he does provide you
Oh,
rewards for good behavior.
but that's not the essence of Christianity. It's not just about good rewards for your behavior.
Sure, it is. John 3:16 is all about the good reward of eternal life.
The argument I'm making is that you're choosing a few very vague points of how the narratives are similar,
Didn't
and then you're making that
Jesus say
connection.
to store up
You can do
store
that
up
with a lot
treasures
of
in
things in life.
heaven? Do you think storing up
By the
treasures in
way-
heaven is not a reward?
By the way, Justin, the YouTube
It is a
chat
reward,
is
but it's
saying that I'm
not
very
solely
low.
about the reward.
Yeah, that is true, Dalton. Your audio is a little bit low today.
Let me see if I can figure that out.
I assume it's the knob on the mic, right?
I don't have my mic plugged in at all. Maybe I should just plug it in. One second.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Sorry, Alex, what were you saying?
I kind of got distracted. What I was saying is that you're choosing a few very vague points to connect these narratives and say that they're fundamentally analogous, or
They
so
aren't.
analogous that believing in Christ is almost the same as believing in Santa Claus
It is.
on a belief level.
Until you can prove that Jesus is still alive, it's the same. You're believing in a historical figure that became mythologized.
But you can't prove that Jesus doesn't exist.
And
Or
you can't prove that Santa doesn't exist.
I don't have to prove that Santa doesn't exist.
Well, I don't have to prove that Jesus doesn't exist.
I mean, isn't that the point of your YouTube channel? Is to prove that Jesus doesn't exist?
Well, I can definitely prove that Christianity is illogical and the Bible is not true. That's easy. But
I mean,
to
we could
prove
go
that
there.
an individual doesn't exist is a stupid thing, because things that don't exist don't leave evidence, Alex. Which is why you can't disprove the Tooth Fairy, you can't disprove Santa Claus, and I can't disprove Jesus still being alive, because by definition, you can't prove things to not exist. It's like it's a double negative. It's stupid. So the reality is, I have no reason to believe that Jesus resurrected from the dead. The same reason why I don't believe anybody resurrected from the dead. I don't believe any historical resurrections ever happened.
Okay, well, that's a different direction that we can take. I'm not trying to prove that Jesus physically exists still, because it's an argument about the existence of a higher realm than the physical realm, an existence of the spiritual realm.
Well, prove that there's even a spiritual realm to begin with. If you believe he exists spiritually, first of all, it says that he rose bodily. Paul says that in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, makes a case for Jesus still having a body. But all that being said, you can't even prove that the spirit realm even exists, much less that Jesus is there.
Well, can you prove to a blind person that the color red exists?
Yeah, you can actually.
Go ahead.
It's a wavelength of light.
But if he can't see or perceive that wavelength,
he can't see it. That's certainly the case, but we have ways of detecting it that don't require your eyeballs. You know that there are like photovoltaic cells that operate on particular wavelengths. Like we've got all sorts of machines that can interact with independent wavelengths. In fact, when I was in engineering school, one of my projects as a student is we designed a marble sorting machine that used wavelengths from things that could see color to sort marbles by color. So even if you were colorblind, you could determine what something's color was because you're using something else that could determine color. So the reality is, if you're saying that there's no way for you to prove the spirit world exists, then the answer to my question is no, you can't prove the spirit world exists.
Well, how do you prove something to someone who is limited in the perception and wants evidence only based on what they can perceive?
I didn't ask you for something that only I could perceive. I asked you for any evidence. What's the evidence?
We have accounts and testimonies, historical accounts.
From?
I mean, well, I came into this conversation impromptu. I don't have the evidence laid out in front of me. Neither of them I trained in apologetics.
That's fine. You know, we have accounts of other people doing miracles and rising from the dead too, right? You know, we have hundreds of accounts, hundreds of them, of people being healed, healed by the god Asclepius from ancient Rome. We have over 300 known locations of what are called Asclepii. They're places of healing where people went to get healing from the god Asclepius. And we have hundreds of accounts of people being healed by the god Asclepius in the Roman histories. But you don't believe that the god Asclepius is healing people, do you?
I've never heard about the god Asclepius. I would have to look into that.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I'm treating the mythology of Jesus identical to the mythology of everybody else. I don't believe that Asclepius is healing anybody. I don't believe that Medusa is turning people to stone. I don't believe that Zeus is knocking up human women. And I certainly don't believe that Jesus is some weird illogical demigod that rose from the dead, and somehow God just needed to kill somebody to forgive your sins. Like the whole story is preposterous.
Is there a reason why you're using specifically Greek and Roman mythologies for comparison?
Yeah, because Jesus is in the Greco-Roman culture. That's the culture surrounding the Bible. I mean, I don't have to. There's lots of ancient accounts of like dying and rising deities. Melkart from Phoenicia was one of them. Baal from Ugarit was another one. Inanna from ancient Mesopotamia is another one of them. There's all kinds of stories of like dying and rising deities.
Well, I'm just kind of curious that your focus is purely on Christianity. I'm wondering why that is. Why not other or why not
Because you're a
just be broadly
Christian.
religion? Okay.
Because you're a Christian.
Well, I'm not talking about just me in this conversation. I'm talking about your
Well,
channel.
I'm talking about your religion right now.
Okay, but have you
Is
made
this
any
your first
videos?
time? Is your first time being here, Alex? Have you never seen my channel?
Yes. Well, I've briefly listed through it here and there.
So you don't know my channel. Okay. I've got a whole playlist of me cooking Muslims and everybody else. I don't care what religion you are. I don't believe any of them are true. It just happens to be that today we're specifically talking about the Christian religion.
Mm-hmm. In your bio, I briefly saw that you say that you were a pastor, an ex-pastor.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about that?
Nope.
No?
Not relevant to the conversation, is it?
Okay.
I'm sure you can find plenty of information about Justin on the interwebs.
There's a lot out there. I've been on the
What's your
internet
last
for a
name?
long time. Certainly not going to tell you that. You're insane if you think I'm giving out my last name on the internet. I already get enough death threats. I'm not asking for more.
Well, I'm going to say that's not my intent.
Certainly not your intent, but certainly does happen. You got to be careful on the internet.
Okay. All right. Where do you want to go with the conversation?
So what I'm trying to figure out is why I would believe that Jesus is anything other than a mythologized individual.
I mean, just looking at you, I think you've already made up your mind. Creating a channel that
Okay, so you
you
don't
just focus on.
have anything? It's okay if you don't. There's nothing wrong with that. Listen, like not every Christian needs to be an apologist, although I think 1 Peter 3:15 would dictate that maybe you should. But like listen, if you don't have a good answer for your faith, that's fine. Just say, "Well, I believe it anyways. I can't prove
Yeah.
it to you."
That's fair.
Right? Like not everyone needs to be an apologist.
I mean, yeah, if you can do it competently, then do it. But
Sure.
I don't have the evidence that you're requiring of me right now.
Fair enough. That's an honest answer, and that's all we're looking for.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up and being nice at least.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on.
Cheers. Listen, I know people, Dalton, I know they get upset at this comparison with Jesus and Santa Claus, but I have yet to find a reason why it's not a good analogous comparison.
Yeah, the only real difference between the two is that children usually grow out of Santa Claus. Adults just don't seem to grow out of Jesus.
That's true.
That's the only
That is
difference.
true. Certainly is. Certainly is. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. 7073367. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I've always had the feeling that I would easily go to hell for someone else, which felt undermined, which I think you mean, which felt that it undermined the point of the Bible. Did you ever have similar thoughts as a believer? Glad to be rock hard for Doug now. Well, thank you. So this is a good point because like the way the gospel story is laid out is like Jesus did this fundamental thing that like no human being would ever do. Nobody would die for another human being, right? But like the reality is like if God showed up right now and he said, Justin, if you let me scourge you and crucify you and do horrible other things to you, and then in return, I'll forgive all the sins of all the people on the earth, and then you'll fucking get resurrected too. I would do it in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even think about that. It would not take a single second for me to answer the question. The question would be yes. What Jesus did in the gospel is not fundamentally unique or like intrinsically valuable. I think it's the same calculus almost any human being that is decent would have made. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. And David, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I literally saw Santa at the mall every year. He's not real. What the actual fuck? Did not see Jesus, by the way. I agree. Dalton, I got pictures with fucking Santa Claus.
You know what's crazy? Me too. I've seen him as well.
I mean, the proof is right in front of your eyes, guys. I don't know why you are denying Santa Claus. This is blasphemy of the Christmas spirit. Oh, well. By the way, I know that Christmas spirit is real because I even have some of it right here in a can called Jolly Pop. Contains Christmas spirit. I'm not lying to you guys. Christmas spirit is literally inside of me. Virillion says, rock hard for Doug. Water into wine? No. Doug turns coal to diamond. May Doug's perfect refraction encompass us all. Indeed. Indeed. Don't just be rock hard for Doug, be diamond hard for Doug. And Lock Furry, thank you so much for the $99 super chat. Big W, friend. Huge W. Let's get some W for Lock Furry. Says, win topic, I approve. Callers should remember that nowhere in the Bible does it say that Jesus is not a velociraptor. Oh, fuck. That's so true. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that Jesus is not a velociraptor. So by the same argument of silence, we would also say that Jesus is a dinosaur. It just makes perfect sense. And William, good to see you, friend, says, I was trying to do some critical thinking about why Jesus cannot be God, who is all-knowing while human being and not all-knowing. Can you help us former Christians understand why this doesn't work? Okay, so the necessary property of God for most people is that the God is omni. And we see a little bit of this in the Bible, but not totally. But most Christians believe in the omni God, which is why this argument works. So if God is omniscient, that means for Jesus to be identical to God, 100% God, he would have to have omniscience, and Jesus doesn't have omniscience. Now, there's lots of excuses for it. You can say, well, like he temporarily became not omniscient. Well, then he would temporarily not be God. And that certainly could be a thing. Like, think of the story of Hercules, who became like only part God, right? So you could say that Jesus is like a demigod. He's only part God, one part God, one part human. But that at that point, he's not 100% God. He's only a piece of God. He's a part of God, which makes partialism true, but partialism is a heresy. And then you couldn't say that he's 100% God. You can say he's like 50% God, 50% man. Because at some point, you can't be more than 100%. Like, you have to be 100% of something. And Reverend 8 says, tried to make an electrical joke about electric being having a Wi-Fi ignition problem, but then I figured, what are the points? That one is for the old farts like me. I love a good automobile joke. I know about distributor points, Reverend. They're not lost on me. I know I'm not quite a boomer, but any of your car puns, I promise I'll get. I was raised in the car industry. One of the reasons why I loved engineering, I fell in love with robots. The reason why I became an electrical engineer was because at the age of 6, my father, who retired from Ford, took me to the Ford plant, and I saw all the robots putting cars together, and I already loved cars, and I saw the robots. I said, fucking A, that's some cool shit. And I spent my life designing machines. It's been fantastic. Jam, thank you for the super chat, says, my parents owned bars and nightclubs. Hell yeah. I left Santa a beer, pretzels, and a shot of peach schnapps, and a carrot for Rudolph. Cookies don't go with a beer and a shot. I was 4 years old. Listen, you were really practicing some good thinking there with that. Big W, leaving the appropriate vitals, not vitals. What's the word I'm looking for? Vittles for Santa Claus. And Angela says removing Christianity's rewards just leaves the death cult. I agree. This caller refuting that Christianity is about rewards actually makes the Santa mythology far more moral. I agree. Because in the cult of Santa, you actually get rewarded or not rewarded based on your good and bad behavior, not on your beliefs. And Dread Pirate says, colorblind here. I could paint an object red, even though I can't see red, and test its redness by asking 100 people what color it is. Agreed. You don't have to see red to know what red is, 100%. And Design says, Justin, time Christians doxed. Sorry, religion. Oh, Justin Time. Sorry. My real name is Justin Time, friends. It is. Stopped at Stupidity, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And Richard Cox, another great name, says the yellow object is a disciple of Doug. I don't know what you mean by the yellow object, but we're all disciples of Doug. You just might not know it yet. And Gretchen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says close but still need 365 more followers for Evidence First YouTube subs till I can start with my 311 super chats. Don't let me down, whores. I'll even be a total angel to all who subs for one whole day. So, Dalton, I don't know if I told you this yet, but we've got a new member in we'll say the deconstruction debate community, and it's Evidence First. And I popped by today on his TikTok stream, but he's got a YouTube channel as well, and we're going to get him up over 1,000 today, perhaps. So he doesn't even know this is happening right now. He's going to wake up tomorrow morning to 1,000 followers, possibly. So let's go over to Evidence First YT and get him over 1,000 followers tonight. Leave a comment on all the videos that Justin and Dalton sent you. And he'll have an early Christmas present tomorrow, being over 1,000 followers. Let's make it happen, y'all. Evidence First YT. Follow on TikTok and on the YouTubes. And last super chat for now from our friend Herbie Shine. Thank you so much for the 50-pound super chat. It says, all praise the natural process of evolution for DZ, the Bible guy, and especially for Kitten Cam. I was on a Facebook page earlier where a Christian ended up suggesting I was a see you next Tuesday because I'm an atheist. I was almost converted on the spot. And this is where I have to remember, what's see you next Tuesday code for? I already forgot. I got to look this one up. Hold on.
Great. Yeah, right. I was about to say I have no fucking idea.
Someone said this to me once. I know it's like offensive. It says, "See you next Tuesday." Literally means
Oh, C-U-N-T. C-U-N-T.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, it means you can just say "cunt" here, guys. Cunny, cunt. No one, no one's gonna get. Don't worry about it. Although I don't super chat.
Our British audience loves that.
I know, right? And the Aussies. I don't know. Perhaps if they'll let you super chat it. I don't really know. But yeah, you can fucking say "cunt" all you want. And last but not least, thank you for the $10 super donation. I appreciate that. Essential. Okay, let's get our next guest in here. I think it's going to be Matthew, and then we'll get Erica after that. That looks like the order that they came in. So I do my best, friends, to bring people in the order they appeared, but I'm not perfect. Welcome in, Matthew. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, I'm above 18. I'm 31. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. And do you believe in Santa Claus?
Yes, I do believe in Santa Claus.
Sure. Do you believe that Santa Claus brings you presents?
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. My friend is the one that told me to come up here, and so a little nervous here. Sorry, forgive me.
Are they good friends?
Yes, actually. Yes, actually. I've been a believer for most of my life, and I just recently started watching you because he told me to.
Sure.
And I've been kind of on this. I thought I had confidence coming up here, but I don't anymore. As I heard you talking and how Christians reacted, it just, sorry, not all mentally here now.
It's okay. It happens. Okay, so let's talk about my claim for the night. My claim for the night is I believe that Jesus and Santa are roughly analogous because both of them are what I would say is a mythology that is rooted in a real historical person. But I think most of what we know about both of them is more mythology, like 90% mythology and like maybe 10% history. And so I fail to find a good reason why I would believe that that Jesus is resurrected, he's still alive, or he walked on water, or any of the other mythology about Jesus. What would be a good reason why I would believe that?
Sorry, just I'm still the last person that came up and the one before him. You answered like all the questions perfectly in my eyes to the point where I don't know what to say anymore.
Well, shit. Say I believe in Santa Claus then.
I believe in Santa Claus.
Fucking A. We got one tonight, friends. We got a new convert. I love it.
I literally can't answer any of it. And I thought I had confidence for a while coming up here. I've watched a couple of your shows, like I said, and I just thought I had something coming up here at this point, but I literally can't, in good conscience, say anything.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you're being honest and having some humility right now. So, I mean, we certainly appreciate that. Let me, if you don't mind, let me tug a little bit on a couple strings.
Yes, go ahead.
So, if we have no real evidence that Jesus resurrected or that Jesus is like a miracle worker, I think the next thing that Christians would rest their hat on is like this idea. Well, at least we know that he's special because the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, said that the Messiah would come and he would do all this stuff, and he came and he did all this stuff. But my reading of the Hebrew Bible, especially as it relates to the messianic prophecies, say that he's going to do all this stuff and he didn't do any of it. Like there's no single messianic prophecy whatsoever that you can point to, even in the New Testament. Like even if you think the New Testament's true, you can't even point to the New Testament and say that it came true because it just didn't come true. So like, I can't see a good reason to think that Jesus is anybody but a false prophet. Where am I going wrong here?
Up till like I'm not even kidding. Like the last couple of days, like I said, I just watched you. I trust this friend. I trust him so much. He's helped me so much get out on my own and all this stuff. So I've been getting his advice, and that was the one of the videos he sent me was of you, and it the guy was so rude, by the way. But you just kept naming off prophecy after prophecy after prophecy that he just didn't fulfill. I would read the Bible, and I just couldn't break it. That's the thing that's getting me right now is the fact that it's not true, really at
Right.
all. Like majority of the Bible is just fake, I guess. And I was, yeah, like
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you 100%. That to me was the straw that broke the camel's back when I was a Christian. I knew a lot of the other apologetics. There was like I even did one time. I hate that I did this, but it still exists somewhere on the internet for posperity's sake. Posterity, I mean. I literally wrote an article in a blog post once defending God allowing the slavery in the Old Testament. I did that shit. Because when you're a Christian and you want to believe something so bad, you're willing to explain away some of the atrocities. But the reality is, like, even if you do all those backflips, once you get to the point where Jesus isn't the Messiah, and that Jesus was just a liar, he was a clown, like Christianity itself falls apart, right? So even if you believe in God, Christianity is kind of, it's like right off the table. You can just get rid of that. You don't need that at all.
that's actually close to how I'm feeling actually right now. That
Yeah.
if none of the good things I was always taught, which I'm more thinking about like just all the good that they would only teach you that Christianity is. If any of that's true, what is the point? I guess of continuing on. It's just how I'm at that idea. But
Mm.
the one that you said, the one that the article you wrote, and this is the part that's getting me is because my friend showed me or told me, which was I finally read King David's Punishment
Oh yeah.
with Bathsheba. Both of those things,
Yeah.
I always remembers the 10 wives thing, but of course it was just never brushed through. But it was the first one with the son that actually made me go, "Why
Mm-hmm.
did God do this?" Because he
Right.
kept. That's all my friend asked me was this: Why would God do this? And I just had to think about that choice, and it's been biting at me.
There's not really a good answer for it. You know what I mean?
And that's what made me realize how hurtful it was. Because, like I said, this is after a couple of your videos, and it just kind of. I'm always been open, but I just never heard the other view in good light. So this was new. Sorry, I'm rambling. Forgive
You're
me.
okay. So let's talk about next steps. So you're on the deconstruction journey, and that's fine. A lot of us were there. A lot of us have been on the deconstruction journey. So here's my recommendation. 1, go ahead and read your Old Testament. 2, join our Discord. Our Discord is, we're almost at 6,000 people. It's a deconstruction Discord. It's called Deconstruction Junction. It's in my link tree and in all my profiles. And
is it on your YouTube? It's on your YouTube?
It should be on YouTube as well.
Okay.
You'll get hooked into a community there. And that'll at least give you some resources and some people to talk to. And then number 3, during this process, at some point, you're going to experience a little bit of existential dread. You're probably going to experience maybe a little grief and depression. We all do. Because you're like, it's like losing something that was like part of your identity.
Yesterday, I actually read my favorite book as a Christian has always been Ecclesiastes, and I was reading that yesterday because I've
vanity is always vanity.
Yeah, this is all I used to actually read that all the time to help me, just relax. The idea of Because I did know at least that people believe that the person that wrote Ecclesiastes did not believe in an afterlife. I was
Nope.
fully aware of this, and I've always had that, I guess, deep down view of like, what if hell it doesn't exist? It's just nothing is purgatory, because that's what I thought purgatory was, and that's
Yeah.
my outlook on life for a while in the Bible, and so just read that, and it's a different view right now.
It definitely hits different once you're like no longer in the cult. And it's hard to explain sometimes for people that are still in it, but the reality is, like you said, the author of the book didn't really believe in an afterlife and was seriously wrestling with that fact. What do we do with the time that we have here, being that we know that it's limited and nobody comes back from the grave? And I still love one of the things that he said in that book. He said, eat, drink, and be merry, because tomorrow we may die. And I get that some people would hear that and think instantly hedonism, just do everything for vain pleasures. I don't think that's where I would go with it, straight up hedonism, but I think it does get to a point which is our days are numbered, so we owe it to ourselves to at least enjoy them and help other people enjoy them. If we want to enjoy our lives, everybody wants to enjoy their lives. And the best way to do that, since we're a social species, is to enjoy our own and help others to enjoy theirs. And I think as an atheist who doesn't believe in an afterlife, I still live my life with this principle every day. I'm excited for a new day that I get to be awake and I can enjoy being alive. I don't spend any time worrying about being dead. When I first became an atheist, I did. It consumed my mind. All I can think about was, holy shit, one day I'll be dead. But eventually, you get over that.
Like your thing on your vanity thing. I always took that verse as with the verse that you mentioned with the Ecclesiastes, eat, drink, be merry, and always associated as Jesus was like the same way. Is like the same. Is sorry, the wording's weird talking like this right now. But is the a party guy, chill dude? Because what was one of his first miracles he did was turn the water into wine.
Baby.
I always associate as that as also the same thing. Like, you can drink a little bit, be merry type of thing. Just don't overboard it. Is how I was taught.
Right.
Gluttony and all that. And so that's always how I've been. And so it's still the same. Just I don't know. It's weird. Sorry.
It's okay. Well, listen, Matthew, it sounds like you're on the journey, and we all are. We're all on the journey, so we're here with you. You're not alone. You don't have to do this alone. Call back again in a little while. Let us know how you're doing. Join the Discord. Let us keep tabs on you. And if you have any questions or you need any resources, let me know. If there's something that I don't know, I can at least get you hooked in with the right person that does know.
I do have one last question for you that
Sure.
I just wanted to ask, and I was one of the first I was going to ask to get the conversation starting and calm down to figure out how to debunk you. I guess that would be or rebunk, whatever. But what is your favorite book in the Bible when you were a Christian?
So when I was a Christian, I think my favorite book was maybe that's a tough one. Either Genesis or Matthew. And the reason why I like Genesis was because I love historical narrative. And that's why I love reading the ancient Near Eastern literature. The reason why I liked Matthew was because I felt like it was the one gospel that included the most stuff. Like, if you could get a good handle on the outline of Matthew and the outline of the events and the teachings and whatnot, then when you go to the other gospels, most of it's in there. But that's just a super pragmatic utilitarian approach to the Gospel of Matthew. Other than that, there's like nothing about the gospel that I thought was particularly important. And it actually now it's my favorite gospel because it contains most of the messianic prophecies, which I think are the most convincing reason why Christianity fails.
Oh, well, one last question. What Bible do you recommend? You said to read the Old
Hmm.
Testament, which I'm going to.
Yeah,
Um,
I would read one of these two. I would read the New Oxford Annotated Bible with the Apocrypha, or the Catholic Study Bible, third edition. Both of them amazing. The New Oxford Annotated has more study notes. These have really good
it's
study
okay if you
notes.
hold that up real quick just so I can see it again. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. All right. I wrote them down real quick.
Um, so both of them are really well accepted within the field of biblical studies. In fact, when I was in Bible college and when I was in seminary, both of them recommended for the Bible to utilize at home. Recommended using the New Oxford Annotated Bible. It's just the most scholarly, rigorous study Bible on the market. And most of what you'll find in there, while it might disagree with what your pastor told you, you'll find that it's widely accepted within the body of scholarly literature. You won't find much in the New Oxford Annotated Bible that isn't the consensus view among biblical scholars.
Yeah, I had the NRSV updated
Mm-hmm.
edition is what
It's a
I
good
always
one.
read.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, but
And
I
in
will get the
fact,
other one because I want to study and actually
so
read it all the way through.
if you have the Catholic Study Bible, there's one edition of it that you might be interested in. It's called the Catholic Note Taking Bible. It's a little bit cheaper. It doesn't come in hardback, but the pages are thicker. So when you write on it, it doesn't write through the pages, and there's a margin for writing notes on the side. So that's my favorite Bible overall because I write like crazy in my Bibles. So that's certainly something you might want to look into if you're a Bible writer.
Yeah, that I'll get that one actually because I always my Bible is I can barely open it. I've read it all the time. There's notes everywhere on it, so I've always been that way. So yeah, I'm gonna need that one. But
Definitely.
forgive me for rambling, but yes, I'll join the Discord, get those books, and I I don't know what to say. Being honest with you.
Well, hey, thanks for coming up and being honest, and best luck to you. We're here for you.
Thank you.
Cheers, bud.
Good luck.
W deconstruction.
Yeah, huge W to that guy. I mean, the what it takes to be so
Chutzpah?
vulnerable and so truthful. Yeah, I was going to say chutzpah, but that's not the appropriate term here.
No.
It's not audacity. It's like the courage it takes to do such a thing. Fantastic.
Yeah, the Weibos. Yeah, it took some Weibos. Yeah. Or frijoles. Isn't that for beans? Beans is frijoles, Weibos for balls.
Yeah, I'll go with huevos. He's got some super huevos.
All right, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We've got a special treat waiting in the queue. Mac, thank you for the super chat, says Jesus wants to come into your heart, whether you want it or not. Santa lets you approach his lap of your choice. Santa understands consent. Yes, that is the case. Yeah. Santa understands consent and also boundaries, I would imagine. Boundaries. Good question. Thank you for the super chat. Says the Transfiguration is the pilot episode for Armageddon, the second coming, where the hero promises I'll be back, and the movie is canceled for lack of funds. Actually, that might work out. I wonder, what we need a second coming of? We need a follow-up of the life of Brian. That's what I want. Melanitis says just started.
Man.
Wouldn't that be
That
great?
would be so good.
It'd be the Life of Brian Disciples edition, and then we can see like the post-death disciple nonsense. Melanitis says, just started reading 2nd Isaiah before Christmas, and I stumbled on chapter 43, verse 10. Isn't God implying that he didn't exist at some point in time? I don't believe that to be the case in 43. I guess I'd be curious to know what version you're reading it in that would word it that particular way. But let me pull it up and then see if I can find one of the versions that would make it sound like that. This would be a new one for me. I've never heard this claim. So right now I've got the NRSV open, and it says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I've chosen, so that you may know and believe in me and understand that I am he. Before me no God was formed, nor shall there be any after me." So this is kind of the word I'm looking for. Isaiah employs a handful of merisms within Second Isaiah, like, we think of like light and dark, peace and evil, beginning and end. So it says in Second Isaiah as well, "I declare the end from the very beginning." I'm looking at this as being another merism. I don't think he's literally saying that there was a before, like there was a before me. And also, the other problem here, I bet if we go to this, what we're going to find is the word lifnei, and then after me is probably achari, which would sometimes be referred to not necessarily temporal notions, but I would say more or less physical notions. And I'm reading this, and he's just saying, "Listen, I'm the only fucking one. It's me. I'm the only God,"
Yeah, this is it's kind of typical for like these kind of deities. Like there's works from Isis, and we knew that the Isis cult believed in other deities, but yet she'll say things like, Isis alone is the goddess, that she is, number one. Basically, it's like saying that your sports team is the only sports team, and there are no other sports teams.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly how I'm reading it. And also, it does read what I said. Before me, lifnei, typically means like in my presence or in front of my face, more characteristically of a wooden translation. And so I'm not reading this as a temporal clause, although I'm sure you could make a case for it. And then after me is va'achari, which is and after me. Achari would be after with the first person pronoun. So the thing of it is, I personally am reading this as not a temporal clause, but I can see why you would if you're reading this in English. Because in English, it kind of does sound like that, doesn't it? Like it reads like a before and after. But that's the problem with Deutero-Isaiah. Deutero-Isaiah uses a lot of merisms, and he's actually quite poetic. And so I try not to read too terribly much into Deutero-Isaiah because he uses a lot of like idiomatic phrases, if that makes sense. But I mean, it's really good that you noticed that when you were reading it, because that's the type of like precise reading that we want from our followers. We want our followers to read and find things that stand out, that make you question, hey, what the fuck is actually being said here? How could there be something before a God if God has always existed? That's a good thing to recognize in the text. Dale, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Can you put in the cheat sheet when they say, well, that's the Old Testament, it's not the same? I mostly say God said he never changes." I'm not sure where to put that in the cheat sheet, but I do have a list of verses I need to add there still yet that I've done on a Google Doc for how the Old Testament repeatedly states that the law is forever and eternal. I've got like 40 or 50 different references that point you in that direction, so that when people give the nonsense, like the law was just the Old Testament, we don't have to worry about that anymore. This would be a new tab that would basically combat that silly notion. So we're going to get there. Lance, thank you for the super chat. It says, "Santa isn't the son of a genocidal rapey." See you next Tuesday. You can say cunt here. It's okay. How did the Red Baron come to like Snoopy if not for the power of Christmas spirit? Exactly. Think of all the stuff Christmas spirit has given you. Even maybe fictitious, but not fictitious stories about wars being possibly paused. The pause of, was it in World War II? There was a Christmas holiday at some point that was either real or legendary. Former Adventist here says, "Been watching your back catalog. Heard you say you have SDA family." I do. One brother. I'm sorry, it's hard to get out. I would goggle the plagiarism issue with EGW. Merry Christmas. I will actually. Let me put a note on here Yeah. I do need to look into that. That's a good point. I appreciate the reminder. And also, the Seventh-day Adventists, no denomination has single-handedly produced more cult offshoots of Christianity, like doomsday cult offshoots, than Seventh-day Adventism. They hold the crown for that. But I'm not terribly surprised. All right. Now listen, Dalton, I've got a special guest that's waiting to get in. I think this might be his third or fourth appearance. And you may or may not recognize this individual, but I know avid followers of the channel will recognize this individual. Things might get a little bit out of pocket. We'll have to wait and see. But I would say maybe the champion, the king of all apologists, is in my queue. Welcome in, Praise I Am. This is maybe your third or fourth time. I'm glad that you can grace us with your presence.
Are you going to give me presents, Justin?
I might. What kind of presents do you want?
Give me some eggnog.
I'm sure. What kind do you want? Do you want fresh eggnog, Jack Daniels, no Jack Daniels?
I'll take Jack Daniels with it a little bit.
Yeah, I bet you would. So, my claim here tonight is pretty easy, which is that I think Jesus and Santa Claus are roughly analogous. Would you like to hear my 13 reasons why that's true?
Sure, then I'll give my refutations of why. Go ahead.
Can't wait. Number one, both promise to come back. Santa, obviously, every year. Number two, both promise to give you things that you ask for, although I think Santa has a better track record. Number three, both can fly and defy the laws of physics. Number four, both have a kingdom far away that's completely invisible and untestable. Neither can be verified through empirical means. You just have to believe it on faith. Number six, both promise to reward people for their good behavior. Number seven, both have magical helpers. Number eight, both sit on a throne and take petitions and judge people. Number nine, both are used to coerce populations of people into obedience. Number 10, Santa promises to turn you into coal, but Santa promises to give you coal. Jesus will turn you into coal. Number 11, both have a strange preference for sacred flat discs lacking yeast. And number 12, both were originally people of color that were appropriated into white culture and now are predominantly pictured as being white. And both, number 13, both of their movements are proven, but only spiritually.
Okay, yeah, I can respond to this. Give me a little bit of time here, just a couple seconds. So, firstly, Santa does not have the criterion of authenticity, and I'm sure you should know those, unless you're not a New Testament scholar. You're not a New Testament scholar, are you, Justin?
No, are you?
No. So I'm
cool.
quoting New Testament scholarship. So
yeah, which one? Which New Testament
Gary
scholar?
Habermas. We can go.
Oh, he's a real scholar. I mean, he's a joke, but he's at least a real scholar.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He also came in my show and he said he did a survey or a poll on the historical attest or the historical reliability.
Yeah, I watched
of
it, by the way.
resurrection.
I watched your
you watched
interview. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So I would say that the three criterions demonstrate that Santa Claus does not
Well, you didn't list them yet.
have those. Okay, so the criterion on dissimilarity, criterion of embarrassment, and multiple attestation. Santa Claus does not have those.
The criterion of embarrassment. Have you not seen any of the Santa Claus movies?
I've seen them all. I've seen, yeah, there's no embarrassment there for
Have
Santa
you
at
not
all.
seen the Tim Allen one?
He fell off a roof and he died. That's pretty embarrassing.
Bro can't even, he lives in the North Pole, can't even find boots to keep him on a roof.
Nah, that's
It's
a
a criterion of
parody of
embarrassment.
Santa Claus.
It's not a parody.
None of the other elves seem to really care that he died either. How embarrassing.
Yeah, they didn't even like him.
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends what Santa Claus you're going from. You're going from folklore, or you're going from modern time Santa Claus that Hollywood makes up. I would say that I'm going with folklore, and I think
Yeah, you go with the Jesus folklore, and I go with the Santa Claus folklore.
well, Well, demonstrate that Santa Claus has those criterions, and then we can compare.
Demonstrate that Jesus has any criteria, and all you have are secondhand, at best, witnesses to events that don't even agree as to what happened. And we have just that for all kinds of other historical stuff. We have just that much for any of the miracles performed by the miracle workers in the Jewish faith. Same thing, the Asclepii, they did hundreds of miracles. We've got miracle accounts recorded by the Jews in their Talmud. So, like, listen, I understand that ancient people believed in miracles and resurrections and all kinds of shit. What I fail to understand is why would I treat Jesus's miracles and resurrections as different than anybody else?
Well, I would say that I'm going to give one example that will blow this open. So Jesus had someone that was adversarial to him that opposed him in his own group,
Who's
a guy
that?
named James. So James
His
confirms
brother?
the resurrection, and we
Or
even
the
have
son of
James'
Zebedee?
tomb. It's his brother.
So it's his brother. Okay. Don't tell the Catholics.
Well, I mean, so let's just even grant the Catholics. How would that change what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Well, how would that change? Like, what
Well,
would
you didn't say anything yet.
what that
You just
that
said that James opposed Jesus.
right? Yeah, he was adversarial to Jesus.
According to who?
And didn't according to scripture and
I'm saying,
scholarship.
did James write you that?
It's in scripture.
Well, I don't believe scripture is true. It's mythology, just like the other mythologies.
Well, there's an issue because they've confirmed James actually existed in his tomb. So he's a real historical character.
Listen, I believe James is a real historical character. James didn't leave us anything. Also, the ossuary of James, we have no idea who it belongs to.
Oh, I would. That's mumbo jumbo. You're just hand waving that away. There's good evidence that is James.
No, I don't think so. That's why scholars aren't actually in agreement on this. I love it when scholars are in agreement, and I'm more than happy to grant when something is in agreement with scholars, because as it turned out, the James ossuary does nothing for your claim. I already believe there's a historical James. What I don't believe is the mythology written about Jesus and his followers in the Gospels.
Well, right now, I'm only responding to your claim that Santa and Jesus are akin together. They're not akin. So I've already busted
They're
that
analogous.
Bullshit.
You certainly didn't.
They're not.
They're analogous because they're both mythological.
Show me someone hostile to Santa Claus.
Prove that Jesus is alive right now.
Well, what do you mean prove? What does that even mean? Define what you mean by prove.
Give evidence. Make a case for why I would believe that Jesus rose from the dead and is alive currently.
You mean empirical? Like empirical justification? Is that what you're asking?
No, I said any evidence. Whatever you think evidence is, that's what you should present.
Okay, then Jesus, I'm going to say this. I'm probably going to mock it, but I don't care because, again, I'm going to use something called phenomenological conservatism with what I'm about to say.
Buddy, $5 words aren't going to help you here. Just use normal people words, and you'll embarrass yourself less.
Just don't hand wave things away. Like, it makes you look better if you don't hand wave things away. So
I didn't hand wave anything away. What I told you is that don't use $5 words here thinking it's going to help your argument, because every time you come into my live stream using words that you barely understand, it just looks worse for you when it's not a good argument.
It's just denialism by you, Justin. It makes you look pathetic.
We used to call this the baffle them with bullshit tactic.
You're just
there's another name for it that uses the word dazzle. What's the word I'm thinking of? Oh, well. Anyways, give me the argument. I'll love to hear it.
Yeah, Jesus revealed himself to me spiritually, and I know it was real. And you can't.
Santa Claus revealed himself to me.
Well, maybe
you can't falsify that. No, your Jesus is a demon.
No, he's not, because he showed in scripture that he was revealing something in scripture that
Well, scripture's not
was
true. Santa told me.
well, you need something to show that Santa. Where's the documentation that Santa says he'll reveal himself to you?
I'm the witness. Santa didn't say he will reveal himself. I'm just telling you that he did reveal himself to me.
Well,
Personal
scripture says
revelation.
that he will reveal himself to
Well,
those
scripture's
who
not
believe.
true.
If I write down what Justin just said, does it make him more true now that it's written down?
Yeah, let's do
Yeah,
that.
it does.
Holy shit.
It does,
Dalton,
because
you're the first gospel.
Because
Yeah,
it's
let me get on
testable.
it.
We can test that.
I love it. Well, Jesus
And it-
appeared to you, but it can't be tested. Santa appeared to me. Now you want to test it?
No, I said Jesus. I didn't say he appeared in front of me. I said he revealed himself to me.
Oh, that's adorable. No, Santa literally appeared before me. I watched him eat the cookies. You should have
Well,
seen what he
I
did
would
to Mom
say-
after that.
I think you were drunk that night. I think it was just delusions.
I think you're
you
drunk
had.
right now.
Yeah, that's the tale you told everyone that slandered me that one night, without
Yeah.
even you couldn't even
As
prove
you're
that I was drunk.
as you're
You
slurring
claimed I
your
was drunk.
words, as you're slurring
I'm
your
not
words,
slurring anything.
we all hear
It
it
is written
happening.
down.
It's written.
okay,
It's
I'll take-
scripture.
I'll take per-
It's sacred
You know what,
scripture.
Justin?
Santa appeared to Justin and revealed that Jesus was a demon. So it's true.
You know what?
Scripture says so.
Justin? I'll take it on the chin though, because persecution shall come, and that's
Yeah.
the Bible
Oh,
proves
you're
itself
so
again.
persecuted. Oh my goodness. Let's get some.
Yeah,
let's
you
get
had-
some
you-
tears for persecuted. Praise I am. Oh no.
You had your cronies come over.
Oh,
and
these
had
bad little
over
atheists.
Thousands of atheists call me
Oh
drunk.
no. Oh no. Thousands of atheists commented on my page. When I got on the internet, I didn't know people would comment on my page.
But why do you think slanderous is virtuous, Justin? Do you have any type of moral ethics? Wait, you don't,
Why are
because
they
you're
always so
amoral.
ready to be persecuted? It's crazy.
I know. They really do have
Is
a
that-
persecution complex.
Is that Tom Rabbit? Is that you, Tom Rabbit?
That's certainly not Tom Rabbit,
No,
but you're
but
not
this
the
is-
first
this is the
person who
third
accused
time.
him of being Tom Rabbit.
Oh,
It's
my
okay.
God.
I
I'm
know-
gonna make a video now about this.
I know all you bad Philbro apologists are terrified of Tom Rabbit, though.
No, I love Tom. We've talked a lot about Darth, and what did you do when Darth wiped the floor with you, Justin? Was that hard to get past?
Are
What
you
happened? Did
confused? He ran away from my live stream after 45 seconds.
Darth ran away from you?
Yeah, you want to watch it?
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
I'll show you the only time Darth ever interacted with me at all, and then I want you to show me the video. In fact, where he interacted with me another time, this supposed fictitious event.
Darth ran. Oh my gosh. That is so crazy. Wow.
He ran like a little coward. Darth. All right, I'm going to put it on the screen.
Yeah,
We're
if you're
going to put
going to
it
be
on
rude,
Shocker.
vertical and
be a
horizontal.
horse's ass,
Give me
I'll
1
leave.
second.
Don't cry
to
yet. We haven't
rewind it. And then turn the audio on. Make sure everyone can hear. All right, I'm going to play the video. Everyone, let me know if you can hear the audio or if you can't hear the audio. I think I've got the audio set properly though.
I'll tell you one more time. I'll be glad to
Oh.
talk with.
Gotta rewind it.
I can't,
Welcome in,
I can't
Darth.
hear it.
Yeah, if you're going to be rude and be a horse's ass, I'll leave.
Don't cry yet. We haven't even started.
Okay, I'll tell you one more time. I'll be glad to talk with.
I don't know if you know how this works, but this is not a space where you just get to cry.
Yeah, mute, be rude
Can
to
anyone
me
else
again.
hear
Mute me
that?
again,
Because I'm
and I'll
not
leave.
sure if the
Well,
audience
that's
hears.
on
I
you.
can't
If you
hear
can't
it.
handle the
No,
heat,
yeah,
if you just came to
no.
cry, you're welcome to come
But,
cry.
I can
Look, if
find
I'll
it later.
tell you
though,
one
Justin,
more
so it don't
time.
matter.
Yeah, no one can hear you because they're watching the video. But if you can't hear the audio, give me 1 second. And let me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you can't hear the audio because I've got it turned off. All right, now I'll rewind it and you'll be able to hear the audio. Sorry,
All right,
the mixer
thank
was
you.
turned off. Welcome in, Darth.
Yeah, if you're going to be
I still
rude
can't hear it.
and be a
But just let it
horse's
play,
ass,
though,
I'll
that's
leave.
cool.
Don't cry yet. We haven't even started.
Okay, I'll tell you one more time. I'll be glad to talk with.
I don't know if you know how this works, but this is not a. I don't know why you can't hear it.
I'll
that's
translate for
weird.
you. Gear Bear came in acting like a little wimp, and then he ran away. There you go. Which is his typical tactic: is to complain, about people being mean to him, and then he leaves and pretends he wanted a conversation.
Oh, okay.
So that's the only time I've ever interacted with Darth Dawkins. It lasted less than a minute. Where's the video where he cooked me? I'd love to watch it.
Well, it was purported by Darth, so I assumed that he was telling the truth, but it looks like he's not. So
No, he's not. But that's big of you for admitting that. I'm a little bit impressed.
well, I'm going to say Merry Christmas to you, Justin. You know, I think the Santa Claus thing's foolish. I think if you just come at a normal angle, not trying to add all this other bullshit.
Yeah, no one cares. Okay. Well, he really cooked me that time, friends, but at least he wasn't belligerent this time. Usually he's belligerent when he comes in here.
That was
Well,
Major Weak Sauce. I didn't learn anything from that conversation.
I know, right? I think he was a little bit tired. It's 8:30 actually. It's early for him. Oh well. He'll come back, don't worry. Swearwolves, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, funnily enough, when I was a kid, I found out Santa wasn't real. I immediately asked my parents if that meant Jesus wasn't real either. Thankfully, I now realize the only truth is Doug. Mary Dougmas. Oh, I love
The space where you
I
just
love
get
it.
to
Thank you
cry.
for
Yeah,
that. And you know, that's interesting because like when I was young, I had deduced at like age 4 or 5 that Santa couldn't be real for a couple reasons, but I never, not for 1 minute, had the foresight to apply it to Jesus. I wasn't that smart at that age. So kudos to you, Swearwolves, for being able to kind of put that together. For me, it didn't click. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say I was lost in the sauce. I was too young to really think that critically. But you were, I think, a lot brighter than I was. Okay, I got to put a note for Praise I Am. It says Jesus revealed himself personally. Parentheses, probably drunk. And Darth lied. Okay, cool. Well, Gretchen back up with another 666 super chat, says True MP's Life of Brian sequel. There is a sequel, but with cameos from characters Yellowbeard and Cheech and Chong. No fucking way. Now I gotta look this up. It's called MP's Life of Brian. Monty Python. Guys, I don't, abbreviations are fucking up my life. Okay, I'm just going to type in Monty Python sequel, and I'm sure it'll come up. Thank you for that, Gretchen. I had no idea that there was a sequel. So I'll definitely give that a look. I appreciate that. And Jesus, Titty F and Christ says, I was never able to get married because no woman ever believed me that when I disappeared for 3 days, for a 3-day weekend with my 12 buddies, that I was actually dead. Rip Sam Kinison. I love Sam Kinison. He was a voice like no other. Nobody else can be Sam Kinison. You know, they say, be yourself because nobody else can. I think he's one of those individuals that is like super unique. I love his comedy. And Mostly Gizzard says, my favorite eggnog is homemade and a mix of half Kraken and half Makers is perfection. Monkey Shoulder is an alternate rum. Monkey Shoulder's good. And I do agree. When I make homemade eggnog, I do like to put a little bit of Kraken in it. I learned to make eggnog at a young age only because one of my family members who went to school to be a chef showed me how to do it. And I liked it so much better than the off-the-shelf eggnog that I was like, holy shit, I got to make this myself for basically ever. It's so much better. It's like when the first time you have fresh basil and you're like, oh, what the fuck was this powdery stuff in the shaking can? They're not even related. They're whole different levels of quality. That's what I felt about homemade eggnog. Homemade eggnog was that much better than the store-bought shit. Genji, I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says the fact that people still take Habermas seriously after his role in the first century Mark debacle from a few years ago shows how many people want to be duped by conmen. Agreed. And I love, few things make me more happy than watching someone like Paulogia just roast Gary Habermas, this supposed scholar of scholars. Nobody knows more about the resurrection than Jesus, other than Jesus, than Gary Habermas had said. And then he's just getting roasted by people who don't even have a PhD. It's embarrassing because Gary Habermas is not a critical thinker. He's not intelligent. He just happened to have the wherewithal to make it through his PhD. Not everybody with a PhD is smart, friends. Design, thank you for the super chat, says lying for religion. I think these callers might be more afraid of Santa than Jesus. I wouldn't blame them. I would not blame them. And Thomas says, I have seen way more Santas than Jesus is. Show me on the doll where Jesus revealed himself to you. I don't think those two sayings usually go together, but I agree. I've seen Santa with my own 2 eyes. And last super chat for now from Coffee Town Atheist. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says praise sounds mostly sober this time. I think more sober than last time. I'm certainly not. Well, I don't blame you. You shouldn't be. If you're watching this live stream, do some imbibing, friend. Love my margaritas on the rocks. Rock hard for Justin and Dalton. Appreciate you both. Keep the barbecue hot. Well, thank you, Coffee Town. I really appreciate that. And we're going to get our next guest in here. It looks like Electric Being came back. So we'll get Electric Being, and then we're going to switch to the TikTok queue and get random inquiries. I believe they were in here first. So maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, Electric Being can have a better connection.
Hi.
Or not.
Can you hear me this time?
It can, but it's got a crazy bad echo.
Let's see if it gets fixed. 1, 2, 3 testing. Change your mic. Should I change my mic source? It says.
Yeah, I sent you a request to change your mic.
Okay, let me see now.
All right, let's see if this is better.
Testing.
Nope.
1, 2, 3.
Something's wrong with your phone, buddy. I don't know what to tell you.
Damn it. I've talked to you like 5 or 10 times. I've been in your live, but just give me one more try and then just kick me out. Let me
Just
try.
log in on TikTok, man.
Okay, just making sure that it doesn't really work. Is it echoing or buffering?
It's echoing. I can hear me talking back to me.
Okay, let's talk and then just continue to the next guest if it doesn't work.
Yeah. Also, your connection's really bad. You've got red bars. That's part of the problem.
The service is low, but the Wi-Fi is good. That's why I'm like, what?
So I gotta cut you out so I can talk. My software is showing that your connection to the internet is bad. So even though you're on Wi-Fi right now, it might just be your home internet. Your home internet might be shitty. So my software is testing your connection from point to point. So if our connection from my point to your point isn't good, it's going to tell me no matter what's happening with your phone, whether you're on Wi-Fi or not. So, all right, let's get. Oh, he's back on TikTok. Let's see if he's got enough connection to connect this time. We know he's got a slow connection, but it looks like he's connected this time. Welcome back, Electric.
I think it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, finally.
You persevered. So, Electric, are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, I'm 21 and I was raised Orthodox Christian, basically.
Awesome. And do you believe that Jesus is a mythological figure or a real figure?
Kind of both. He was a real figure and he was like a concept of like human development, human conscious evolution. So he was like a principle as well as a actual being.
Oh, we agree then.
We agree?
Yeah, so my claim is that Jesus and Santa Claus are roughly analogous because both of them are real historical figures that became mythologized after their death, and what we know about both of them is mostly mythology.
Well, I disagree totally.
Okay.
And
all right, so where do we
because
disagree?
I see you have the Christmas decorations, so to some extent you actually celebrate Christmas, do you?
Oh, every year. Why wouldn't I? It's fun.
Yeah, just not that kind of Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas is a secular holiday now.
Yeah, like I've got Santa back here, not Jesus.
Yep. So I think that's like Satan worship, to be honest. Like celebrating Christmas, the Christmas tree. honestly.
Why should I believe that Satan exists?
So, no, I'm not saying that Satan exists. I'm saying that Santa is a representation of Satan. And
Oh,
there's
is
a
that
lot of
so?
matching.
Did Santa murder
Mhm.
anybody?
No, if you just let me make a quick point. So Santa
Wait, I thought this
rearranged
guy was
makes Satan.
Orthodox.
Satan is 5 words. Santa is also 5 words. Santa Claus is
5
wearing the
letters.
red, just like the devil, and Satan is always red.
You know
Wait,
that
wait.
Santa means holy, right? That's literally what it means. It means saint.
I'm not saying what it means. I'm saying rearranged what it actually means when you rearrange it.
Well, I do have a question because first of all, I like what you're doing here. I love a good crossover. But where can I find Satan being associated with red?
Oh, the burning hell, and everything about it, the fiery pit, everything
That's
is like
orange.
the color red.
Orange.
Oh, if you type
Like-
in devil in Google, it's always the red devil. So it's kind of a devil
So?
worship / Satan.
Well, that's a mythologized Satan.
Mm-hmm. So Saint Nick actually is used the name of devil and the Lucifer. So when you say Saint Nick, actually refers to the devil.
No, that's not
Another
true.
point.
Nick is short for Nicholas, which is the name of a saint in
If you
the
look it up on
Orthodox
the
and Catholic
dictionary,
Church.
it actually is used for the devil.
It's
Just
not.
look it up. Mm-hmm. Second
It's
thing
not.
is we offer food and drinks to Santa, just like we offer food and drink to Satan as a worship, as a
Wait,
ritual.
who's offering food and drinks to Satan? What is happening? Where are you getting this from?
That's just like the crossovers between the two persons.
But
It's
not
from the
true.
big fat book of shit I made up about Satan.
That's the listen. Like,
gods have been served sacrifices and stuff, food and drinks. Same thing for Santa.
well, fuck yeah, I love it.
Isn't that what Orthodox do to Jesus? They offer him the bread and wine of the Eucharist.
I'm not sure about that. I have to look it
I
up.
thought, are you not Orthodox actually? You said you were Orthodox at the beginning of this.
I said raised Orthodox, yeah.
Oh, you just don't remember any of it. All right.
Okay, so why would
So-
I believe that Jesus is not a mythology? Because it seems like that's your position, is that Jesus is not mythology; he's real.
I said both, that he was actually a real figure and also a representation of the perfect principle that we should follow.
Well, it
essentially.
sounds like we agree then.
Yeah, but I wanted to finish about the Santa because I see you how all the decorations you support Christmas. You don't know the actual origins. Jack Black made a movie, Santa Claus, and it actually there's a bunch of Satan stuff. They even rearrange the letters. They make jokes.
I'm
They
sorry,
have the
does
evil
Jack
horns.
Black have some kind of like divine knowledge? Did Satan
wouldn't make
reveal
the
this to
movie.
him?
It's the directors and producers. It's not him.
Okay, so do the directors of these movies have divine sacred knowledge?
Yes, to that.
Oh, where'd they get it from?
From thousands of years of origins of Santa, Christmas, Old Nick, Saint Nick,
Okay.
Krampus.
Do you think that Krampus is real?
Yeah, it was used to scare little children, just to indoctrinate them basically, and that's what Satan does as well. People are scared. You either believe in Jesus or you go to hell. So it's like
No,
they put
Satan
you in a
didn't do
state of
that.
fear.
Satan's not sending anyone
Yeah,
to
they
hell.
do.
Jesus is.
Jesus is sending people to hell.
Yeah. If Jesus is
Interesting.
God, that means he designed the parameters for who goes to hell, not Satan. Satan's only doing his job.
Well, you were asserting that Jesus is God, but I never said Jesus is actually God. There's
Well,
big
are you a
distinction.
Christian?
Yes,
So do you believe that Jesus is God?
Jesus is the divine principle that God has sent down to earth. God and
That's
Jesus are two
meaningless. Do you
different-
believe he's God? Yes or no?
Not the Old Testament God, the New Testament God, I would say.
Great. So you're polytheist. That's fine. So you believe Jesus is one. He's a God, which is fine. Okay. So does he agree with the Father?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And did the Father design who goes to heaven and who goes to hell?
Heaven and hell are not actually physical places. They're more like states of being.
Well,
So
don't
if
tell
you could
Jesus.
say- Yeah.
Jesus says that it is a physical place with fire and agony and wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Which verse says
I
a
would
physical place?
I would point towards like Matthew 12:40, and I would point towards all the other places in the Bible where it talks about it being a real place. Like Luke 16 says in Hades that there's torment. That's when we get the story of Lazarus and the rich man. Matthew 11:23, maybe one of my favorites. Let me pull Matthew 23 up. He keeps talking about going down. He says, "You, Capernaum, you will you be exalted to heaven? No, you will be brought down to Hades." Hades, the realm of the dead, is always below the feet. What's that, Dalton?
Matthew 10:28, and do not fear those who kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear him who can destroy both body and soul in hell.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say it's actual place that you can go to and visit on Earth.
I didn't say it's in earth. It's under the earth. It's in the heart of the earth, which is why when Jesus descended into hell, he went down into the heart of the earth. Matthew 12:40, if I remember correctly. Yeah. For just as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the sea monster, so for 3 days and 3 nights the Son of Man will be in the heart of the earth. That's where they thought Sheol and hell was.
Yeah, I've heard about Sheol. Yeah, that's another name for hell, isn't it?
Yeah, basically. I mean, for the New Testament, it is, yeah. So the
But
reality is
it's
the,
like
the New Testament names hell like a dozen times as being a place where people go. Like to think that it's just like a, I don't know, a state of existence doesn't agree with what the Bible says.
But the Bible uses like metaphors and
So?
Symbolism to actually symbolize not actually a real place. It would be kind of
No, I disagree.
stupid to think.
I disagree.
I would say hell is like a profound being, a state of separation from God. So if you're separated from God in Christ, you're basically living in the present moment in hell. So if you're a non-believer, you're basically living in hell right now, not after or before you die.
I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong. Matthew 5:29, Jesus says, "If your right eye causes you to sin, tear it out and throw it away. It's better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to be thrown into hell." It's a place where your body is thrown into.
Into hell.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. It was Matthew 10, 5:29.
Yeah.
It's like a hyperbole. It's not actually.
It's not a hyperbole, no. Words just have meanings, bud. In fact, Mark 9, I think, gives us an even clearer picture that it's a place. And I would say Matthew 25 too. If you go to Mark 9, Jesus says, if this is the parallel to what Jesus said in Matthew, it says, "If your hand causes you to sin, cut it off. It is better for you to enter life maimed than to have 2 hands and go to hell." Go to hell, to the unquenchable fire. If your foot causes you to sin, cut it off. It's better for you to enter life lame than to have 2 feet and to be thrown into hell. If your eye causes you to sin, tear it out. It is better for you to enter the kingdom of God with 1 eye than to have 2 eyes and to be thrown into hell. It's clearly a place where you get cast into.
Do you know what it means, 1 eye rather than 2 eyes? Do you know why they say that?
Yeah, it means you have 1 eye.
Yeah, the number 1 means 1, and the number 2 means 2, and the word eye refers to the things inside your on the front of your face. Not that difficult.
No, the eye is a metaphor for the perception of a human being. The
certainly
hand,
not.
It means action, and the foot
Certainly
is like
not.
the direction in life. So when they say
Certainly
the foot,
not.
they mean like the direction where you're
Certainly
going.
not.
What's your
All this is cope for you don't like words.
cope?
Yeah, this is cope. These words mean exactly what they mean. Jesus says, "It is better for you to maim your own body than to sin and go to hell." Because being in heaven, going to heaven, having maimed your body, is superior to going to hell in any form. The meaning of this passage is not difficult. You don't have to make this a metaphor.
But if you make it like it's so real, it doesn't make sense. It's like a child's story.
It does make sense.
It's just ridiculous.
I know it's ridiculous. That's the problem, Electric. Biblical cosmology is foolish. It says that the earth is a flat disk with a dome over top of it, and that Sheol is under the earth or in the belly of the flat earth. Biblical cosmology is something that people believed in the ancient world, and we know today that it's foolish. When the Bible was written, they didn't know that it was foolish. So rather than looking at the verses and saying, listen, if they mean what they're saying, then it's foolish. You should stop there. What you don't do is then go into the book and say, well, this is foolish, therefore I have to change the meaning of all the words so that it's not foolish. That's even more foolish.
But I'm not changing them based on my choice. I'm looking at old ancient texts that actually suggest
No,
that
no, you're
everything
not.
is spiritual, not like physical. That's all
Mm-mm.
the biggest argument I would think. And if there's
Nope.
anybody that
What
actually
did Jesus
can
physically
debate
die
you,
or spiritually die?
What do you mean physically or spiritually?
Did Jesus physically get crucified or was he spiritually crucified?
He was physically crucified and then spiritually it's like a representation
Yeah.
of the soul's
Yeah,
resurrection.
exactly.
So,
The parts of the Bible that you like are always going to be literal. The parts that you don't like, you have to spiritualize.
no, everything is spiritualized. And
No, it's
some of
not.
it is physical.
Nah. None of it is.
So I believe in the past they had much more knowledge than we do because science materializes everything, evolution,
You think
biological
they had
evolution.
more knowledge in the past?
They did.
These
That's
people were drinking
asinine.
shit water. Literally, they did not have better understanding of the natural world than we do. The Israelites didn't even know that the earth was round for the longest time.
Well, that's different, I would say.
Well, it's just it's true. They didn't know.
I think they were more sophisticated. They had more technology, not like the technology you assume.
They had
like
more
the technology you
technology?
not like the technology you believes, but I'm saying in a different way. They had electricity, not in the way that you think, light bulbs, no. Harnessing the
What way?
ether.
Please inform me of ancient electricity.
This is some
So
ancient aliens bullshit here.
All the cathedrals actually mean cathode and anode, which is minus and plus, positive,
You
negative.
mean
No,
cathode and anode?
Cathedral comes from the Greek word
Jesus fucking
cathedra,
Christ.
which means like throne or seat, because that's the throne and seat of the bishop, which you would know if you would have stayed in, if you would have learned more about your Orthodox upbringing. But no, that's not what this is just a false etymological origin.
This is wild.
Yeah, you didn't even let me finish my point. In the atmosphere, there's
Sorry, I
electricity.
got a little bit offended as an electrical engineer when you started saying nonsense about electricity.
Well, ether was removed from the periodical table.
Oh,
the
for
fifth
fuck's
element.
sake.
You probably hate the argument, I know, but
Why do you make shit up, dude? The word
It's not me.
cathedral comes from the Greek word cathedra. That is a known etymology. Stop just making shit up. It's embarrassing.
I'm not saying cathedral comes from cathode. I'm saying cathode comes from cathedral.
It
why
doesn't.
would they name
Ether
it
doesn't
cathode?
exist. It's not an element.
Anymore.
Never. Ether was a hypothetical substance in outer space that we proved to not exist.
But that doesn't mean that we cannot harness electricity from the atmosphere.
Is cathode, is it spelled CATHODE? Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
CATHODE. Yeah.
So that comes from the Greek kata odos, meaning down way. It doesn't come from the word cathedral, which in turn comes from the Greek word cathedra. Nice
Yeah.
try, bud.
But
Well, of
listen,
course they wouldn't say it.
Electric, I'm getting some heavy vibes right now that you're a troll. I refuse to believe that somebody is this ridiculous.
I've talked to you 7 or 8
Yeah,
times
saying
already.
that cathedral and cathode are somehow linguistically the same is too preposterous for me to believe is real. In fact, let's take a vote in the chat. Put a troll in the chat if you think this guy's trolling or if you think he's really this crazy.
So I've made studies of how cathode and anode relate to cathedral. If you want to see my cam right now, I can actually flip. Because if you see how they build the cathedrals, if you look how the cathode and anode actually function.
That's not
the
how that
batteries.
works.
You can see the cathedrals built in the same way, with the two towers always left and right.
No,
which is
they're
minus
not.
plus.
Most cathedrals
just-
don't
that's
have
just
two
symmetry.
towers. This is embarrassing.
Is that a troll what I'm showing? Or no?
No, I think you're a troll.
Well, I've got all the studies to prove that though.
You don't. You don't have any studies.
People just
Why-
like building shit that are really tall and pointy.
You know how much
How
this costs to build?
How do you think?
Well, I never built it.
How do you think electricity works?
What do you mean how it works?
How does electricity work? I want you to explain to me how ions are being transferred between two spiral cathedral points or whatever. Some are not all spirals.
Mhm.
What's the mechanism that's causing them to transfer?
Yeah, the atmosphere above is charged with positive energy. The Earth is charged with negative energy. So when they build those
That's not how
cathedrals-
that works.
What do you mean? You can Google that.
You do know that Justin is an electrical engineer, right?
So he can help me with that. Yeah.
I think he could definitely help you understand the nonsense that you're pushing out isn't true. He's not going to confirm your bullshit, though.
You can see how they actually build the cathedrals based on the actual grids. You can see the magnetar is built like
Grids of what?
like the what I'm showing. I
Do you know how magnetrons even work? This guy can't be real.
The same shape.
I refuse
resolves
to
the
believe someone's
windows.
this dumb.
And look, cathedrals comes from Greek.
Do you know
which
what?
means
Do you know what
cathedra.
magnetrons do?
No, please tell me.
Okay.
What's his claim? Cathedral comes from Greek, which means what?
Which means cathedra, which actually means down, hedge, or like a seat.
No, it means throne. It means seat. It's found. The word is actually found in Matthew chapter 23, where Jesus says that the scribes and Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses. It's cathedra. You're just making shit up, or you're getting stuff from stupid conspiracy theory websites. Why don't you actually like open up a Greek dictionary?
I have. I studied etymology.
He's not real. He's giggling.
Not
You're
real.
such-
I've
so
talked to
full
him
of
10
shit.
times,
Nah, this
different times.
motherfucker's a troll. Get out of here. No
the
one's
one
that
who
dumb. Nobody can be that dumb. I refuse to believe it. Okay. Well, I might even mark him down for clipping. I don't. No one needs to listen to that conversation ever. Oh well. We'll move on to the
Etymology
next one.
stuff pisses me off more than anything in the world. I don't know why. That and
I don't blame
conspiracy
you.
theories, and that was a mixture.
I don't blame you at all. At all. In fact, even the other Christians in chat were upset that this guy was here. Also, he waited like 2.5 hours to do that. I
Well,
mean,
that's just sad.
crazy. Oh well. Friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Gen X Christian, good to see you, says, isn't it amazing how Christians can tell their kids Santa isn't real, but God is? That is some solid mental gymnastics. It really is. But to be fair, like if you're a Christian in the modern age, like the reality is you typically do believe it, at least some form of it, right? So like that's why they have to indoctrinate the children, because you have to get them while they're young. Gaius Husky, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says Lucario's iron rod is out, as are his massive, sweaty, heavy stones full of sacred milk. He is steel hard for Doug. Well, shit, I don't even know who this person is, but I have to look him up just for you, Gaius Husky. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the super chat. And Ian2 says, Doug is a rock for my salvation. Doug is the stone that the builders rejected. I run to the mountain and the mountain. I run to the mountain and the mountain. He stands by me. Rock hard for Doug. Gay for Justin. Simply what for sharing. Well, thank you, Ian2. I really appreciate that. We do need to do another Doug versus Jesus live stream. That needs to happen. Hank, thank you for the super chat. It says Anzac cookies. Wait, Anzac cookies. What's that? And I'll never. Let's see. It's a type of biscuit. They're sweet golden brown biscuits from Australia and New Zealand, traditionally made with rolled oats, flour, sugar, butter, golden syrup, and baking soda. Oh, fuck. I can get down with this. I'm shocked that I've never learned of the Anzac cookies. They look delicious. Thank you for the recommendation, Hank. I really appreciate that. Maybe I'll try some Anzac cookies soon. Reverend Nate says, wait, which disciple equals which reindeer? Oh, that's a good question. You know what? I haven't received personal prophecy about this yet, but we do need a comparison. And JK or J Klein says, I was going to make a PLC joke, but as it turns out, PLCs aren't even funny, but they are logical in a ladder sort of way. Oh, well done. And if you don't know about ladder logic, that's okay. PLCs are amazing. I spent most of my life working with PLCs. I love a good PLC joke. So a big W, I did not have a PLC joke on my bingo card for tonight. I appreciate that. And Dig Doug says, I always thought Santa would be the patron saint of skepticism, perfectly shows children the way to think critically and that parents can't be trusted. That's a very good point, actually. I might concur. And Demonzel, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says Santa equals Satan is so SNL's church lady. Literally the same argument. Oh, I forgot about the SNL church lady. SNL church lady is one of the best characters in all of SNL. That's a good reference. Maybe it's time to go back and check some of the SNL church ladies out. Thank you for that. And Lockfree says Santa's Sleigh is a favorite holiday movie of mine. So bad, so good. Yes. Santa's Sleigh, and also gotta watch Krampus, the horror movie. And then there's, although I think there's another Santa horror movie now. I can't think of the name of it. Or you can do, there was the old, I think they called it The Night Before Christmas by Weird Al Yankovic. It might be what he calls it. That's a good one if you like some classic Weird Al. Imposter says, I need the soundbite of M saying Baba Booey on the soundboard. It's a true blessing from Doug and should never be lost to time. You know, that's a fair idea. Let me, do you know what date that was? Let's see. I'm going to write a note. Add M's Baba Booey to soundboard. I forget what live stream that was, but if you guys catch it, find the live stream where M's said Baba Booey. It's towards the end of a live stream. Oh, Silent Night, that's the one. Then you're right. Yes, we got to add that to the soundboard. Design says, being stuck here with the religious and their poor bouts of logic, who needs hell? I agree. This is hell. We're in it. We're already in it. And Hammond says, damn, the crazy Orthodox boy kind of reminds me of some brain-rotted Russian Orthodox guys. They can be insanely crazy with etymology. I believe he is crazy. So this is a fair point. I actually went to seminary with a guy who was from Russia, and he believed in all these crazy conspiracy theories, like bad word etymologies and all kinds of shit. And he tried to bring it up in class one day, and one of our instructors, she was an ethics professor, so I'm not sure why he brought that class, brought it to that class, but she was so nice. She basically tried to play it off like there must be some barrier in language and I can't understand what you're saying, and kind of put it away that way. But I knew, and we all knew, that she knew that he was going on conspiracy mode and just needed to be removed. Lockfree says Megatron's fight Optimus Prime. Yeah, what's that, buddy?
Carrie said the Baba Booey thing was on December 8th.
Oh, December 8th. Perfect. Thank you. December 8th. Perfect. We'll get it clipped. We'll get it added to the soundboard just for your friends. Thank you for that. And last one for now from our friend Cameron. Cameron, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It's huge. He says, hey, Justin, out of topic, could you please demonstrate the big whale evolution presentation? I would like to record it from a few months back. Hey, Dalton. Actually, this is a good idea. Let me put a note in here, and I'll actually write it down too. I'm going to write do whale Evo video. So what I'll do, Cameron, I'll do a formal presentation on whale evolution. And I'll put it up on my main channel, and when I get it up, I'll let you know, because we've got a lot of data for whale evolution, way more than people even realize. One of my favorite pieces of proof of whale evolution, it goes for dolphins too, is that we can tell that they have a bunch of what we would call like pseudogenes, or not necessarily, well, we'll call them pseudogenes. They have lots of I'm thinking, what's the name for the sensing part of your nose? The olfactory cells. So they've got a lot of olfactory cells in the nose that we know, based on the genetic structure, only work on land. They do not work in water. And they've got a huge number of these that are no longer functioning in the water, but they're still there because it's basically now dead DNA. Their body is still producing these air-only olfactory cells, even though they're not using them in the water. So it's just, it's just one of those crazy things. We got lots of evidence that mammals came out of the water and then went right the back fuck in the water. So good question. I'll make sure we'll do a video on that. In fact, I might I'll see if I can pull in like a biologist that can help out on the video. I think it'd be a really fun one to watch. All right, let me grab.
I'm gonna go eat some dinner, and then I'm gonna finish editing up on another video for you. I'll talk to you later, bud.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Guys, make sure you're following Dalton if you're not following Dalton, and it's good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too.
Cheers, friend. W. Dalton. Fuck yeah. Okay. All right, let's grab our next guest is going to be Breezy and then Oxander. Let's grab Breezy up in here. Breezy, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for accepting me. Respect your platform. How large you're going to. Is it okay and possible I can just ask a few questions? I believe you said you were a former Christian, a preacher, teacher.
Yeah. Are they on topic, or what's happening right now?
It's consistent. It's consistent, because I was just going to ask your worldview. I just was wondering if we can start there and then kind of branch off from that, like, where your deconstruction started with the Christian church, and what your belief was in the Christian church. It's just, I think it's important. Just if we could.
I was a Christian just like you, and now I'm not. Case closed. Okay, you want to talk about the topic?
Well, yeah. If just a couple more questions on that. Do you mind just expanding a little on that? It's very important just to.
Actually, it's not important at all. The topic doesn't hang on this at all.
Well, I'm just curious. You said you were Christian.
Asystole, thank you so much for the Mary Sponge Miss. I appreciate that. I'm sorry, Breezy, are you a Christian?
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. What started your deconstruction?
Yeah, the Bible turned out wasn't true.
Okay, the Bible. So you taught the Bible for years, and what was it that really, what you just thought the Bible was BS after 10 years or something of teaching?
Are you confused about what's happening right here? We have a topic, and that's what we're talking about, right?
Yes, I understand. It's important because it goes into the question of what your word.
It's actually not important at all. What's important is whether or not you're willing to engage in this topic.
No, I'll engage. Okay, we'll move past that. Do you believe in objective truths, right versus wrong?
That's not the same thing. Objective truths and objective morals aren't the same. You conflated two things just now.
Okay, objective morals.
No, do you believe in objective morals?
Yes, I believe God is objectively true, objectively good.
What?
Our morals, ultimately, He is.
Again, you've conflated two things. God being objectively true is different than morals being objective. Like, what do you think the word objective does in your sentence?
Well, with subjective, what you believe, subjective.
Nope. I asked you, what does the word objective do in your sentence?
Well, objective, it can't be false. It can't be any other way. It's objectively true. So
that's not what objective means.
Okay, so you don't believe in
objective. I think that's why we're having trouble here, is you don't know how objective works. So when we talk about objective morals, it means that they exist independent of a mind. They're mind independent. If they're subjective, that means they are dependent on a mind, right? So morals that we
Right.
make in society are inherently mind dependent. We're making them up, right? For morals to exist independent of all minds, we would need some sort of metaphysical argument for their existence.
Okay, so when you say, let's say this incident was wrong, whether it be, I don't want to use the certain language, that's against TikTok, but like we say this point in history, this was wrong. Like are you saying that's just we're all, because society agrees it's subjectively wrong? It can't be objectively wrong? That's just
Yeah,
my question for you.
I don't make objective moral claims because I don't think objective morals exist. But then again, you could prove me wrong. Can you demonstrate or give me an argument for why morals would be objective? Because even if your God is real, they're still not objective. They're subjective. It just happens to be that they come from a God's mind.
Well, no, what God proves is that it is objectively wrong. It's not
Nope.
just someone's
Nope.
our
Wrong again.
subjective opinion or just our
Wrong
belief
again.
that
It's
wrong.
it's
God
God's
proves that
opinion.
no, there are things that are objectively wrong.
It's
And I'm
God's
curious
opinion, which means it's
why you don't
subjective.
subscribe to that belief that things can be
All right, so
objectively wrong.
we'll try to keep this linear, and I'll put a notepad out so you can track your own failures. Premise number 1 in the argument is that anything that comes from a mind is subjective. Yes or no?
Anything that comes from you never answered any of my questions though.
I am. So anything that we'll say depends on a mind is subjective, right?
Yeah, we can say that.
Okay. So premise number 2 is that morals come from God's mind. Yes or no?
Okay, if the existence of God was true, would you still subscribe to that belief that morals have to
We're
be
not done
independent
yet.
of God?
Premise number 2 is
Bro,
morals
no, I'm
come
curious
from
because
God's
if
mind. Yes
God
or
were
no?
if God were objectively real
He's
and
gonna
true,
crash
are
out
you
pretty hard.
saying
Premise number
are
2
you
is
saying,
morals come from God's mind. Do you agree or disagree?
dude, you're just dodging
I'm not dodging. I'm trying to get you to
my
finish the
question? No, I'm
syllogism
trying to first you
to
didn't
help
answer
you
the question,
understand,
and now you're dodging
to
off
help you to
this, trying
understand
to
that you don't have
put it
objective
into your
morals. I know that this is difficult for you
your own
because like you're
world,
used
your own
in real life to
words.
talking over people, and now you're
This is
realizing
how
that you
you
can't
debate,
do it
bro.
here. You
No, this
can't
is how you
pivot or
debate. You
talk over
literally
me in
just
my
dodge,
live
bro.
stream, so you're just gonna come in here and crash out
You're not
and think
emotional.
that it makes you look good. So I'm still waiting for an
No, I'm
answer to
trying to.
premise
You
number
didn't.
2. Morals come
All right,
from
bro.
God's mind. Is that true or false?
You go answer my question.
No one even heard your question. I'm waiting for you to engage in the premise so we can finish this. Do morals come from God's mind, yes or no?
Are you suggesting we can have our own morals outside of God?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm asking you to agree or disagree with premise number 2, which is that morals come from God's mind, yes or no?
I'm saying if God existed, is it true we can have our own morals, but
I'm sorry, do you think
God's
that
morals are
answers my
objectively true?
question?
No, I'm just curious.
I know you're curious. You're also a coward. Answer my question. Do morals come from
Okay,
God's
not
mind?
personal insults, because bro, you can't.
It's
All right,
true.
bro.
That's why you won't
got it.
answer it.
You got it. You got it, dog.
I'm waiting for you to got it. Do morals come from God's mind?
You got it, bro.
Okay, well. He wanted so bad to engage in the moral argument, except he didn't want to actually engage in the moral argument. For anyone who thinks the moral argument somehow is in your favor because you believe in the sky carcass, you don't have objective morals. You don't have them. You only want them to exist. All right, I'm going to just put some notes in here. Breezy from TikTok opens with objective morals and runs. Very good. Not even sure if that's worth clipping, but all right. I said we're going to get Oxander in here next. So that's going to be the next in line. After that, I think is going to be BB, and then Vesius, maybe is how I pronounce that. Swearwolves, thank you for the super chat, says Santa equals Satan. is basically just him from Powerpuff Girls. Oh, maybe. It's been a minute since I've seen the Powerpuff Girls. So unfortunately, I don't remember the ins and outs of the characters, to be honest. But I trust that your comparison is accurate. And Simple Programmer, thank you for the $10 super chat. I learned a holy mudra that explains the cathedrals. Here's the church, here's the steeple, open the doors and see all the people. It's been a minute. I don't even, how would that done? Is that, I think it's like, let's see. Here's the church, here's the steeple, open up and see all something like that. Is that how it goes, friends? I'm trying to remember that thing when we were kids, how we used to do that. I think that's how it went, something like that. A Sistel, thank you for the $10 super chat, says I'm eating a burger, King Krabby Patty right now. Hell yeah. Also, I'm super in love with Justin. YOLO. Hey, that's what's up. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. You can be in love with Justin or gay for Dalton. We love it. We love it around here. Or straight for Justin. Helping Mega says, I have been to some of the great cathedrals and can confirm they are used for charging up Autobots. Saw Doug and Optimus at Majorca Cathedral. That sounds dirty. Majorca? Holy shit. I don't know why that sounds dirty, but that sounds dirty as fuck. Okay. And the Zener Thran, thank you for the super chat, says, in the actual myth, why did God lie about the fruit to Adam and Eve? Was it just a throwaway, empty threat, or did it actually mean something? I don't. So, personally, me, I'm reading Genesis as God giving the threat, and God is not all-knowing, right? So, this all-knowing nonsense about God comes many hundreds of years later. So, I'm reading this as God giving them the threat, and then when they do the thing that he didn't want, he was merciful and didn't kill them. Rather than killing them, he let them live, hundreds of years. So that's how I've always read it. Like God basically changed his mind because he's merciful. So that's that's what I'm reading it as. I could be wrong. Cedar says on Xmas Eve, if you listen carefully to the skies, you'll hear ho ho ho, whores are the true ones. As the ever-widening schism between Verts grows. There's no schism. I thought we got rid of it. I thought we were done with the schism, and yet here we are. But there's no schism, friends. Mark my words. And Keiko, thank you for the super chat, says Saint Nick evolved into Santa. Vlad the Impaler evolved into Dracula, just as Jesus evolved into God. This isn't a leap, Christians. It's really not. And it just seems to be where the evidence points towards. And Spirit Animal says the plate was rolled away and the cookies are risen. Praise Jesus Crisco, the wheat, the sweet tooth, and the lard. Open up and make room for him. Indeed. Indeed, that is the case. Oily Josh, stand aside. And Zach says, why is Jesus better than Santa? Because he was hung like this. Hold your arms is why he was hung like this. Maybe. Santa is so massive, I don't think you can crucify him. And Zenerthran says, when will they release Bible 2? Electric Boogaloo with the inclusions of Paradise Lost and Dante's? They may as well people think they are ready. There's a lot happening there, friend, that I don't know if I made out. When will they release Bible 2? I mean, Bible 2.0, I thought was the Book of Mormon. But Electric Boogaloo, I know that means something. I don't know what it means. And I'm hoping that they never include Dante's Inferno. But then again, it does make for a decent fictional reading. Shay Shot says, Justin, my hairdresser asked today of my take on the Book of Enoch. I haven't read it. Do you think it's worth a read? I do. I think it's worth a read. I would get a critical edition of Enoch, maybe the one that was put together by James Vanderkam, and give it a read. It's worthwhile. It was important to the early church. Jude chapter 114 quotes directly from 1 Enoch chapter 9. It's super important. It played a big role in the early Christian movement. And last super chat for now, from Jay Bendersnatch, says, I recently read about the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon, and now it seems as if everyone's talking about it. Well, I've never heard of it. Now I have to Google it. Bader Meinhof. I have no idea what this means. Says debater Meinhof or the frequency illusion is a cognitive bias where you'll notice something new or recently learned far more often, making it seem like it's suddenly everywhere, even though it's actually frequently its actual frequency hasn't changed. So this is true. We talk about this quite a bit, actually, but you're right. This is a phenomenon we see a lot of. I've never known the name of it, but I do bring it up actually quite often. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think maybe if I remember the name of it, which I almost certainly won't, we'll be able to bring it up later. Also, before I get our next guest in here, I want to say one more time, we're almost, friends. We are almost at 1,000 followers for Evidence First YT. We're at 800 followers. We need 200 more to get them over 1,000. Let's give them an early Christmas present. Let's everyone go over to Evidence First YT, drop him a follow. He's a new creator in this circle, and we support new creators here. So drop him a follow, and tell him that Justin/Deconstruction Zone sent you. And with that, let's get our next guest in here. I don't know if our next guest is fully connected. We'll find out. Welcome in, Oxender. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. How you doing, Justin?
Yeah, I can't complain. How about you?
Man, yeah. I do. I do believe. I'm not gonna say I'm a Christian at this point,
Oh,
and
okay.
I think that it's because of what I've been hearing from your channel. And if I talk too much, man, just tell me to be quiet. And I'm prior military, so I do respect
Oh, thanks for serving.
platforms and decorum. So yeah, I'm a combat vet, so I definitely will respect your space, brother.
Yeah, so it sounds like you've
So yeah, I'm
deconstructed
50.
a bit.
I'm 50 years old. Well, I don't know, man. I haven't gotten there yet, Justin. I haven't gotten there yet. I think I'm still scratching to hold on to what I've been indoctrinated with. Let's put it like that. 47 years of indoctrination, and so now I'm wanting to fight you respectfully on your topic. I'm going to do the very best that I can to be adversarial, respectfully, and I'm going to be the honest person that claims to be a somewhat air quote, and I want to puke to say Christian, but I will be honest. And if what you're saying does not match with reality, for me, then I will have to concede. I'm not going to sit here and flounder and lie and say that things don't mean what they say, because that is disappointing for me, Justin, especially for being a 50-year-old believer, to have people come up here and represent so-called Christianity, and they're creating more atheists than the devil will. And it's disgusting and it's disturbing. So I'm going to do my best, because I'm in a position right now. I'm 50 years old, like I said, and I'm in a I'm kind of in a dark space, bro,
I
because
get it.
I feel like my whole life has been a lie. And I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to believe, man. And it's really frustrating, because I've got grandchildren, I've got a wife, I got kids. I've been teaching them about God. I've been teaching them about the word of God. I've been teaching them to be honest, transparent human beings
Yeah.
because of what I read in the book. But then somehow this guy named Justin comes across my feed,
Yeah, this
and
motherfucker.
I wasn't prepared for what he was talking about. I'm thinking, this is just another one of these guys on here talking. So when I hear you talk, and then I hear the things that you're saying, I'm embarrassed to even think that I know anything about the book. Hats off to you, man, because your knowledge is absolutely friggin' incredible. I've never heard anybody be able to recite and recall the information that you have been able to recall from books. And so, bro, hats off to you, man, because Jesus have mercy. I am just like, I'm thoroughly embarrassed. So I'm going to try my best to be a formidable opponent to you on this Jesus is Santa Claus for adults.
Mhm.
I'm going to try.
That's fine. We appreciate that. Let me run through my points, and then I'll give you a kind of where I'm coming at. Right. So,
Okay.
my claim is basically that Jesus and Santa Claus are roughly analogous because both of them are mythologies that were rooted in a real, actual historical person. So, number one, some of the crossovers, some of them are funny, some of them are not. Number one, both of them promise to come back. One of them every year. One of them only come back once, but it never happened. Number two, both promise to give you things that you ask for. Number three, both can fly and defy the laws of physics. Number four, both have a kingdom that is far away and spiritual and invisible that nobody can test for. Number five, neither can be verified. You just have to believe it on faith. Number six, both promise to reward people for their good behavior. Number seven, both have magical helpers. Number eight, both sit on a throne and judge people. Number nine, both are used to coerce people into obedience. Number 10, Santa promises to bring you coal if you're bad. Jesus will turn you into coal if you're bad. 11, both have a strange preference for sacred little discs that are made without yeast. And 12, both were originally people of color that were appropriated by white culture and now almost predominantly universally are pictured as being white. And last, both of them have spiritual movements that can only be proven spiritually.
See, this is why I said, man, this dude named Justin, he breaks my word. Dude.
So let me start with an easy question. If I asked you to fill in the blank, if I said, Jesus is real and Santa is mythology because of X, what would you fill in the X?
My X would be that Jesus was that Jesus was a human, like a real human person, even though there were a lot of Jesuses, I guess, during his time, but he was a real historical human person.
Sure.
But then
So
you
was
will
Santa.
come back and say, Chris Kringle was, I lived in Germany for 13 years, right?
Oh, you know.
So,
yeah, you know then.
So I know about Chris Kringle. Dude, I don't know what to say about this, man. And I will. This is what wrecks me, and I'm trying not to be emotional, bro. I don't know how old you are, man, but I just turned 51. I'm trying to hold on to my years, right?
I get
And
it.
this is really bothering me because when you say this, and there's this thing that raises up in me, that's welling up in me, it's like, bro, if you agree that these two are analogous and that's right, think about blasphemy and the level of disrespect that you're like giving toward Jesus if you actually agree with this.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that comes from the indoctrination because I'm trying hard not to let go, but I don't know what else to do, man.
Oxender, you can't really help what you believe, right? You're either convinced by something or you're not convinced by it. And your desire to believe a thing often isn't what determines what you believe. So like when I started disbelieving Christianity, my favorite quote was by Bart Ehrman. In one of his writings, he says that he was drug away from Christianity, kicking and screaming. And I think the only other quote that comes close to describing what I experienced, somebody on TikTok like a year or two ago said, in regards to her deconstruction, she said, everything I left behind has claw marks in it. And I think that describes my experience and a lot of people's experiences. We want this to be true. We really want this mythological Jesus guy that loves people and has these good teachings and is going to give us this afterlife of bliss forever. We want this to be true. But the reality is we can't make it true because we want it true. We either believe it's true or we don't. But to me, that's one reason why it can't be true. Because no good God would send you to suffer for eternity in hell because you couldn't convince yourself of something. Like, that's not something to be tortured for.
You're 100% correct. Can you hear me? Yeah, you're correct. But I guess this is so frustrating, dude. I swear this is frustrating. And I'm probably not going to be a formidable opponent because I don't have an argument for this. I cannot say yes that that you're wrong and 100% that I'm correct. I don't have anything. I've prayed for years and I've left with this feeling like, yes, something's going to happen, and nothing happens unless I do something about it. I watched my father die right in front of me,
I'm sorry, man. It's hard.
And I literally took my Bible, Justin, put it on the floor, and I stood on
Oxender friend, we didn't hear that because your phone is breaking up a little bit.
Off this bed, and you're gonna bring it back to life. Like, that's what I said, and it never happened. And so I guess I was angry. I was angry at God for a long time, and I can't make sense of any of this. I want it to be real. I want all of it to be real, but I can't make sense of it. I can't make sense of any of it.
Yeah.
So I guess that's where I'm struggling. I want this to be real, and then I'm finding your channel, and this is kind of like pushing me over the edge because I don't know what else to do, bro. So I guess I'm gonna have to concede until I can get better evidence.
One thing I would definitely do,
if that
as
makes
well.
sense. I don't even know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. It's a little bit broken up, but one thing I would definitely do is join our Discord. There's a bunch of people deconstructing in there. Also, I've watched a lot of people. Oh, we lost him. I watched a lot of people go. If you're watching this later, here's some help. I've watched a lot of people go out of Christianity and then enter like nihilism and depression. You don't have to do that. Join the community, reach out to people who is in the same phase as you, who are in the same phase, and contact a therapist. We've got a good therapist in our community, and her name's Dr. Joe. She's on our TikTok, in our Discord, and you can find her on YouTube. Her YouTube channel is, let me grab it real quick. This Dr. Joe, and let me grab it. She's got an email and a webpage too. Dr. Joanne Ketch, sober coach for professionals. She works with a lot of people that are in the process of deconstructing from religion, but also people that are recovering from addiction. A good friend of mine, I would highly recommend talking to a professional, because when you get to those points where you're experiencing existential dread and trying to figure out what to do with your life, it's helpful to talk to somebody who can work through that with you. I think that's the most difficult part of the deconstruction process. So with that, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Hammond says, if you want to know, Justin, in Eastern Europe, folk etymology is really popular. I didn't know that. So you'll probably hear it more when you talk to Eastern Europeans. I didn't know that. I wonder why that's the case. Is it because they have more history than we have here in America? Because here in America, our history, only goes back a couple hundred years, and our language we've robbed it from everywhere else. You know what I mean? Thea Johnson, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, this dude named Justin shows up on feeds and truly wrecks motherfuckers. That might be the case. Rock hard for Doug. Keep wrecking horrible beliefs for the sake of progress. I'm trying, my friend. I am trying. It's funny. I never thought I would be spending my time doing this, but I love what I'm doing because I love the truth. And Reverend, thank you for the super chat, says, how much do we need to donate to get an Xmas card where Justin is Santa, Forrest is Mrs. Claus, and Jesse Jerdak is Rudolph? I don't know, but we have been talking about putting together a calendar for the deconstruction as a fundraiser. I will get back to you on that. Maybe postcards are in order as well. And Cyber Deconstruction, great to see you, says, we also know that Matthew didn't write in Hebrew because of all the times he quotes from Mark word for word. Agreed. Word for word quotes in the Greek and even following the same word order is unheard of unless you're copying. Because in Greek, you don't really have a standard word order like what you would see in other languages. So when you see something copied in Greek and it's got the same word order, it's a huge indicator that somebody's copying. Reverend Nate also, thank you for the super chat, says, Craig, Christ turns water into cold Coors Light and grows hydroponic shit with Judas. He's objectively better than Christ of the two brothers. I don't know who Craig Christ is, but I mean, I'm down for hydroponics. Jennifer, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, for the Cybertruck diss. Thank you. This is the Cybertruck of gods. Wait, I'm sorry. Jesus is the Cybertruck of gods. I'm sorry. So this is actually true. Of all the gods and messiahs, Jesus would be the Cybertruck of all of them. Just a trash can on wheels. Which pains me because the Cybertruck could have been cool, but it's actually just a piece of rolling trash. Expensive too. Musical Monkey says, proof Doug is better than Jesus. Jesus had to rise again, but with Doug, we're always rock hard. Whores for life indeed. Jesus only rose once and that was it. And then the power wore off. Rock hard for Doug all the time, no ED. Dale says, how many Christmas sweaters do you actually own? I wear one every day for a whole month. I have a lot, but I would say no more than 15 if I had to guess. But I got a lot of them. Especially because if you go to the department stores after the holidays, after Christmas, they're all half off, 3/4 off. It's just why not? It's $5. Do it, Sir Game says, does Jesus quote from the Apocrypha? If so, then where? I specifically, Sir Game, have a tab on my cheat sheet that shows you where Jesus is pulling from the Apocrypha. And there's another link on that tab that goes to a Word document on Google Docs that shows literally every reference to the Apocrypha for the first 400 years of the church. But one of my favorite quotes, I think, from the Apocrypha is when Jesus says, store up for yourselves treasures in heaven where neither moth nor rust consumes and where thieves do not break in and steal, which seems to be a rephrase of Sirach 29, where he says, lose your silver for the sake of a brother or friend. Do not let it rust under a stone and be lost. Lay up your treasure according to the commandments of the Most High, and it will profit you more than gold. But there's a bunch of quotes as well that seem to be alluding to references in the Apocrypha. Anyways, but that being said, we don't want to waste a ton of time on that. Sir Game Lot, if you have access to the cheat sheet, there's a whole tab on it. You can go hog wild. I do have a video somewhere on it. I know I have a video on my channel, my main channel somewhere, where I cover some of these quotes. So hopefully that will help you. And last super chat for now from 777 says, you should take some of the great 80s Christian songs some of the great Christian songs from the 80s and make them secular. A lot of them had great melodies. That's not a terrible idea. You know who does that is LG Gray, a comedian. She's going to be on my show soon, actually. LG Gray is going to be on. So hopefully we can get you some of those. She does gospel song remakes, and they're amazing. So hopefully we can get that going soon. All right, now I was going to get the next guest, but our prior guest, Breezy, who we thought cut and ran, came back. So because I'm a good sport, we'll bring Breezy back and see if he can actually answer a question. We left off on this question, premise number 2. Do morals come from God's mind? Let's find out. Welcome back, Breezy.
Thank you. I just had a
Did
few
you
questions.
Did
if
you
that's
find
all right.
the answer to premise number 2 yet?
Is it okay if I just ask a few questions really quick before
Nah.
answering yours? And I'll answer.
Nah.
I promise to answer your questions.
Nope.
So I'm only answering premise 1 and 2, and then you can answer my question.
You got to get through
Is that
premise
fair?
1, 2, and then the conclusion. Then we can move on.
And then the conclusion. So you're not even being reasonable. I'm saying, okay, I can answer your first 2.
That's how syllogisms work. You need
that's how
premises
a
and a
debate-
conclusion.
Thought a fair debate. I can answer a couple questions. You can answer a couple of mine.
You can, but you can't do it in the
and I'm
middle
saying
of
I'm
a
willing to.
syllogism.
And you're saying we got to get to your conclusion. Why can't it
No,
be-
the conclusion of the syllogism.
Yes, I'm saying I'll answer your premises 1 and
Buddy,
2.
we could have been done already if you weren't crying.
All right, bro. Anything that depends on anything that depends on mine is subjective. It could be true. Premise one could be true.
We know it's true. It's definitionally true. Premise number two,
Well,
morals
you're not
come from
considering-
God's mind.
You're not considering the mind of God. Are you just talking about people?
We're talking about
Because the mind of
minds.
God is objective.
That's not what objective means.
Well, no. If God is objective truth,
Oh,
then
for
yes, that
fuck's
is.
sake. That's not what the word objective means. The definition
Premise
of
one
objective
says
in the way
anything
that
that
it's used
depends
in
on
the
a mind is
sentence
subjective.
is
I'm saying
something
the
that is
mind of
not
God is not
dependent
just
upon a
subjective.
mind, which means if there's
So I
something
said
like
could be true.
morals
That's what I'm
and they're
saying.
dependent on a
When
mind, that means
dude,
they are
what?
subjective.
Hold on.
Something that
Wait a
is
second.
mind
What?
dependent is subjective. And Breezy, I don't know why you're talking while I'm talking. No one can hear you. My mic is at least 20% louder than yours. If you want people to hear your words, you can wait 5 seconds for me to finish.
Dude, I'm listening.
Okay. The definition of something that is subjective is something that is mind dependent. If it's not dependent on a mind, that makes it objective. The word objective is not equivalent to true. Do you get it?
Okay. Yes, no, I can agree with that.
Gotcha. Okay, so if morals come from a mind, that means they are subjective, yes or no?
Okay, we're gonna follow that definition. Yes.
Okay. And premise number two, in your world, morals come from God's mind, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
Can I
that
ask some
means
questions?
the conclusion which logically follows is that morals are subjective because they come from God's mind.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask you this just for your conclusion? Morals are subjective. If God were true, right? You would not consider God's truths, his morals, objectively true based off your definition. What would you consider if there was a truth that can't otherwise be untrue?
I think you're confusing truth and morals, and I still don't know why.
The truth. Okay, let's say the truth. What would you consider that?
What's true?
I'm saying if the existence of God, do you believe the existence of God is objectively untrue, not real?
I have no reason to believe that a God exists until one can be demonstrated to exist.
Okay, do you believe he's objectively not real?
Again, you're using objectively wrong. Do I believe that there's a God? No.
Yes. Do you believe that to be objectively true? I mean, there's other debaters who have no issue with saying, no, yes, it's objectively.
Again, you're using objective wrong, and I don't believe in any God.
I'm saying you're the only debater I've come across who's saying who can't.
Well, you haven't been in the field long enough. I do not believe in any God.
Your buddy Ian literally had it as his prompt. God is objective.
Buddy, if you talk to Ian and you thought you're going to get an easier time talking to me, I think you're confused.
No,
He's
I'm
way
saying
nicer
how
than I am.
You're saying because I've dealt with other whoever. I'm saying this was literally you were literally on his live, and now you can't answer that question about objective truths. And I'm saying he was able to.
You didn't ask me about objective truths. Are you concussed? Why do you keep conflating things? You keep conflating multiple ideas.
Why can't you answer that simple question? Do you believe
I didn't even hear your question. Give me the question for the third time, and I'll tell you why it's a dumb question.
If the Bible were true,
it's clearly
would
not.
You believe and follow it?
I would believe it. I wouldn't follow it, but it's not true.
You'll believe it but not follow it. So it's an internal heart issue then. Okay.
No,
so
it's not.
An internal issue.
It's not an internal issue.
It clearly is based off.
It's a logical issue.
Heart. You said if the Bible were true.
I'm sorry. Do you think that it's logically coherent to believe?
Dude, here you go.
Do you think it's logically coherent to believe that it's okay to rape women for crimes they never committed?
I never said that.
Okay, because the Bible says that it's okay.
And what's the context of where you claim?
The context is that David's wives got raped for his crime.
Okay.
And God caused it. God said he's causing it. Yeah, 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 11. Want me to pull it up on the board?
And can you read the verses prior to that, please?
But I'll read all of it. You haven't even read it once, have you?
I'm waiting.
You haven't. Okay. Making sure. I'm used to Christians not reading the book. Nathan said to David, "You are this man, or you are the man. Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel. I anointed you king over Israel, and I rescued you from the hands of Saul. I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your bosom, and gave you the house of Israel and of Judah. And if that had been too little, I would have added much more. Why have you despised the word of the Lord to do this evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife, and killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now therefore, the sword shall never depart from your house, for you have despised me, and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it in secret, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." And David said to Nathan, "I have sinned against the Lord." So this is a punishment that God is giving for what David did. So no, I don't think it's
I don't
logical.
see anywhere where that says the Lord is commanding his neighbor to grape his wife. So again, you took it way out of context.
Oh no,
Where
I
in the
didn't.
verse
It
does
just
it
said I
say?
actually know where it happened. So the more you
Okay, yeah.
accuse me of being
Where in
bad
those
faith, the
verses
worse
did
this
it
is going to
say?
look for you. So
Dude,
let's first talk about
you just talk over
causation.
your guest.
Let's first talk about
I was like,
causation.
okay, let him quote it. I'm
Let's first
listening.
talk about
Now you're talking over me.
causation.
Where does God say he's allowed this neighbor to grape his wife?
Yeah,
Where?
I'm going to show you if you stop
What are you
crying.
talking about?
I'm going to show you.
No, it's because you continue to
I'll
take, you
show
just take
you,
things out of
Breezy.
context, bro.
I'm going to show
And you
you.
don't know what that means. Could
I'm
they be
going to
like
show you, Breezy.
taking better care of that of
Breezy,
his wife?
I'm going
He's
to
able
show
accept this
you.
punishment.
He can't quit crying. I'm going to show
No, he's
you.
gonna
First
his
things
wife will
first, let's talk
keep
about
going and
causation.
rape.
God says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within in your own house." So is God taking credit for the trouble?
Yes.
Okay. And then he says, "I will take your wives
It's
before your
consistent, but
eyes
again,
and give them to
you're
your
not gonna
neighbor,
show
and he
me
shall
where
lie
it
with your
says that
wives in broad daylight."
he's
Is God
saying
taking credit
specifically
for
for his
causing
neighbor to grape him. So I'm
Breezy? I don't want to yell at you for the rest of the live stream. I don't want to yell over you, and I don't want to yell at you. So what I'm going to need for you is to actually follow the dialogue and stop talking while I'm talking. It's not hard. You can do it. I believe in
nowhere
you.
in that dialogue.
So we're not done with the passage. I told you, I promised you, I'll show you where the rape occurs. What I need for you to do first is address the causation part. So the question we have to ask ourselves is God causing anything to happen? Yes or no? And so far, he said he's causing trouble to be raised up from within his own house. And then he says, "I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight." So the plain reading of the text so far is that there's going to be somebody from the house of David, and God is going to cause that person to sleep with some of David's wives in broad daylight before all the Israelites, right?
You're being intellectually dishonest, and that's not logically
But I'm
consistent.
reading the text. Do you
Because
want to follow along or
every
not?
context where you can say, God, okay, allow this trouble. What happens, however someone uses that
Breezy, are
free
you going to
will,
address
or
the
like he
passage or
said with
not?
his neighbor, is not totally up to God. You're
Breezy, I
saying,
know reading
it's like you're saying
comprehension
we
is
don't
hard
we
for
don't
you,
have
but I'm
free
going to
will.
need you to stick to what the
And
text says.
I'm
So
acknowledging
I
that,
want you
yes,
to
God is
address the
accepting
words on the
that trouble,
page.
that
The
punishment.
words on the
But
page
what
says
happens
that
after
God
that?
is going
God
to
is
do
not commanding
something. What
grape.
does God say he's going to
Not,
do?
he did not command that. He was
What
his neighbor
did
to grape
God
his
say
wife.
he's going to do,
That's what I'm
Breezy?
telling you. He
Breezy, what
never
did he say he's
commanded that.
doing?
Dude,
Dude, it's on the screen. I know you have two eyes. Try to
no,
read it. What does
no.
God
That's
say he's
I'm
doing?
saying this is the biggest reach.
I'm
You are
waiting for you to read the
totally
passage and
out
tell
of
me what
line with
God is
this, bro.
doing.
This is such a
He's
reach.
terrified. He's a
No,
coward.
he never.
His anal
God
cavity is
never
so
said he
puckered
commanded his neighbor to rape his
that he
wife.
can't
What are
even
you
get a
talking
fart
about?
out right now. He's so terrified. Breezy, again, we're
What do you
asking you to
mean,
tell me,
dude?
we're asking you, what is God doing?
Oh my goodness. No, I already acknowledged. You
Give
said
me
that
the Holy
he's taking
Spirit
credit for that
interpretation.
trouble.
What's
I
he
agree with
doing?
that, but you're not showing
What's he
anywhere
doing, Breezy?
God can. Dude, before
Breezy,
you
what's the
brought up
text
the
say he's
verses,
doing?
No, before you brought up the verses,
He's
you said
crying
you're gonna
so
show
hard. Breezy,
where God
tell me what
commanded
God
his
is doing
neighbor
in the verse.
to grape his wife.
Tell me what
You
he's
have yet
doing,
to show
Breezy.
that verse. You've yet to show that verse.
Breezy, tell me what you think he's doing here.
You've yet to. Are you going to show me that verse?
I'm waiting for you to tell me what you think God is causing here.
Dude, I already acknowledged.
Nobody heard you acknowledge it because you were busy crying. Again,
And before
what
you
did
brought up
God
the verse,
say
you
he
said
was
you're gonna
doing
show
here?
proof where God commanded his neighbor to grape his wife. You've yet to show me
Try
that
this
verse.
again. I'm
waiting on
still
you.
waiting for an answer to the question. What did God say he's
It
doing
says,
in
I
this
will raise
passage?
up trouble against you from within your own house.
To
You'll
do
take
what?
your wives before your eyes.
And what's that
You'll
mean?
give them. Where does it say grape?
And what's it mean to take a wife?
What, a neighbor who
What's
can
it
take
mean
better
to
care of his
take
wife?
what's it mean to take someone's wife?
Wait, he can't take care. What do you mean? That's not saying.
What's it mean
Suggesting
to
he's
take a
raping
wife?
his wife. If he's being punished, and he's saying, okay, your neighbor who's going to take better care of your wife.
Did he
I'm gonna
say
allow
better
that.
care?
That's not God saying, oh, I'm gonna let.
I'm sorry. Do you
command
think
your
do you
neighbor
think
to
that
rape your
sleeping with
wife.
a
What are you
woman in
talking
broad
about?
daylight is taking
What
better
do
care
you
of them?
mean? What?
Breezy, I know this. I know reading comprehension is hard for
No,
you,
it's
but we're
not
gonna need you to
reading
pay
comprehension.
attention
Where
because
are
what
you
God
reading?
said He's going to do is He's going to
astronomical
give the wives
It's
of
very
David to
absurd,
somebody
bro.
so that they will lie with him in broad daylight. Let
Absurd.
me ask you a question. What does it mean to lie with a woman in broad daylight?
Dude, you've yet to show me that verse
What
where
does it
God
mean to
commanded
lie
his
with a woman
neighbor
in broad daylight?
to rape his wife.
I'm still
I'm waiting
waiting.
for that. Oh,
You're going to be
You're
waiting a long
asking me.
time because we're
You've
not
yet
moving on to the rape
to show
until
me
you
the
answer
verse
what's
where
happening
God
here.
commanded his neighbor
So
to rape his wife.
again,
Because you know God
so
never
again,
commanded his
he
neighbor to
does
rape.
on multiple occasions, on 4 different
Where? Show me
occasions.
the verse.
I'm showing it to
Where's
you
the
right
verse?
now. I'm showing it to you right now, and you're acting like a child. So again, we're almost there. What
No,
I need
dude.
for
It's because
you to
this is
tell
how you
me
interpret
is
the text.
what does it mean to lie with a
That's how
woman in
you
broad
interpret
daylight?
it, Justin.
What
That's
does
the
it mean,
answer. That's how
Breezy?
you interpret the
What does it
text.
mean?
That's how you interpret it.
What does it mean, Breezy?
The neighbor couldn't take care of the wife, is what you're saying.
No. What does it mean to sleep
If
with
he's
them in
being
broad
punished,
daylight?
this is a woman of God,
What does
right?
it mean to
Who's
sleep
with this
with
man.
them
God
in
is
broad
judging that
daylight?
man and his neighbor who's going to take care of this wife as a punishment of Nathan. That is not anywhere suggesting God commanded his neighbor to grape his wife. I already answered.
I'm
your
sorry. Do you
question
think
like
this
that.
answers my question? Do you know what my question is, Breezy?
Yeah, because there's no
What's my
verse
question,
saying
Breezy?
otherwise where God's
What's my
saying, okay,
question,
your
Breezy?
neighbor's gonna grape your wife.
What
are
is
you
my
talking
question,
about?
Breezy?
What are you talking about?
What was my
I already
question? Because
answered
you
your
didn't
question.
answer
You said,
it.
what does this suggest?
You
What is
didn't
this? How
answer
do
it. So
you,
we'll
what
try
does
this
this
again.
mean?
My
And I already
question
answered.
was, what does it mean to lie with
That's
somebody in broad daylight?
That's how you're interpreting it.
What I read it
You
word
have
for
not done
word.
any further
I didn't
research
interpret it. I read it
saying
word for word.
any
What does it mean
verses,
to
bro.
lie with a woman in broad daylight, Breezy?
Dude, I already answered your question.
All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you to answer my question, and every time something comes out of your mouth that's not an answer to my question, I'm going to mute you and re-ask you because I'm tired of yelling. What does it mean to lie with somebody in broad daylight? What's that phrase mean, Breezy? You're muted. No one can hear you yakking.
Yeah, bro. Again, you haven't researched.
What's it mean? What does it mean?
Doing a huge disservice, man.
What does it mean, Breezy?
I already answered you, bro.
No, you didn't. What does it mean to lie with somebody in broad daylight? What's that mean? I'm waiting.
Bro, that's how you're interpreting it. You're
Waiting for the
wrong.
answer. What does it mean to lie with a woman in broad daylight?
Wrong.
He's terrified. He is terrified. He cannot answer anything. Oh no, words are so scary. Don't make me read words. What does it mean? What's it mean to lie with a woman in broad daylight? I know you can do it. I believe in you. Still waiting, Breezy. By the way, I didn't mute you. You muted yourself. Still waiting. Still waiting.
Yeah,
Do you have an
man.
answer yet?
I already gave my answer.
No one heard it because you didn't answer it. So I know this is difficult for you, but the question was, what does it mean to lie with a woman in broad daylight?
Dude, when you're taking a specific verse
That doesn't answer the question. My question is, what do you think it means to lie with a woman in broad daylight? What does that mean?
No, the base of your question.
He'll never answer it because he's too much of a
The
coward.
basis of
He
your
has no
question is already
backbone.
flawed, that's
He has
why.
no idea how
The
words
basis of your
work.
question
He's
is
so
already flawed.
terrified because the
Brother,
Holy
I'm
Spirit
looking
didn't
to
imbue
God,
him with any amount of
God in the Bible.
intelligence,
It's
and
already
he certainly
flawed.
didn't
So
imbue
no,
him with any amount of
I'm not gonna
courage
answer
to
that.
answer
Period to answer
easy
that.
questions. So the
Period to
answer to
answer
the
that.
question
That's
that I'm
why.
still waiting for is, what does it mean to lie with someone in broad daylight?
Did already answer the basis of your question, describing
Still
I'm looking to
waiting.
God
Still waiting.
to paint him as okay, he's no.
Still
Basis of your
waiting.
question is already flawed. Already answered.
Still waiting.
Your question.
If you already answered it, then you should have no problem saying it again. We didn't hear you because you keep talking while I'm talking. So again, what does it mean to lie with a woman in broad daylight?
I'm not going to answer.
You're not going to answer it.
The basis of your question, yeah, it's already.
You're going to refuse to answer it.
The nature of
So
God.
so your argument is wah and boo hoo. Conclusion: you're a baby.
Hey, I never threw any personal insults at you, man.
I did because you're acting like a baby right now,
No,
Breezy.
that's why I said that too.
So again, you can't tell me what it means to sleep with somebody in broad daylight, can you?
Did I already answer your question? The basis.
No one heard it. Answer it. Nobody heard it. Answer the question.
That this is what
Nobody heard it. Answer the question.
No.
Nobody heard it. Answer the question.
I already answered.
No one heard it. Do it again. I'm not letting you off the hook. You can be a coward all you want, but you're not off the hook. You're going to answer the question.
Dude, I'll wait.
Well, I got all fucking night. It's only 10 o'clock. I'll be here until 2 in the morning waiting for you.
All day too, man.
Good. Let me know when you got the answer. Because because as it turns out, my Bible commentary agrees with me. Why is it that why is it that the scholars agree with me and not you?
I never disagree with the scholars.
Okay, then tell me what it means.
I never said anything to imply.
Okay, so let's just work through this since you're too much of a coward. I'll spell it out for you. I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. There's two things happening here. One is that there are wives of David that are going to be taken either consensually or non-consensually, and they're going to be slept with on top of the palace in broad daylight for everyone to see. You understand that when you sleep with somebody in broad daylight, everybody sees it, right?
The answer to your question, when you sleep with someone in broad daylight, everyone can see it. Sure, I can see that.
There you go. Okay, so the crime here is that there are wives of David, and somebody's going to sleep with them in broad daylight, aren't they? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Your question is already flawed.
Use your words, yes or no?
Again, the basis.
You haven't heard the entire argument. I need a yes or no.
The basis of your question.
You have no idea what's happening right now. He's so concussed right now.
To answer such a silly question.
He's so concussed. So the answer is yes. What it means to sleep with somebody in broad daylight means that you're going to do something publicly. You're going to publicly take women and you're going to sleep with them, which means one of two things is going to happen. Somebody within David's household or somebody that is his kin is going to take the women and is in fact going to sleep with them in a visible act. Is that correct?
Can you repeat your question?
Somebody, according to this punishment, that is a member of David's near kin or household is going to take 10 of David's wives or some of David's wives and sleep with them publicly. Yes or no?
Yes.
And that is something God is causing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at a minimum, you must admit that God is causing adultery. Yes or no?
Can you define adultery?
Adultery is when you're married to somebody and you sleep with somebody else.
Yes.
There you go. So at a minimum, God is violating the law of adultery. Now, it wasn't adultery, it was rape. Because the person who did it was Absalom. Do you know why Absalom did this?
No, can you go over that?
Absalom did it because he was in a coup against his father. He led a rebellion against his own father. And then, when he finally took over the palace, he asked his advisor, what can I do to unify the people around me? And he said, take the wives left behind by David up to the top of the palace and sleep with them in broad daylight so that you'll become odious to your father. It says, now Absalom and all the Israelites came to Jerusalem, and Ahithophel was with them. Ahithophel is the advisor. So they take over the palace, and it says, Ahithophel, give us your counsel. What should we do? Ahithophel said to Absalom, go into your father's concubines, the ones he has left to look after the house. All of Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. So the goal here was to declare that your father is no longer in charge and that you're in charge. So what he did was he took 10 of David's wives and slept with them in front of all of Israel, in front of all the onlookers, as a display of force over his father. Do you think the women consented to that? Do you think they wanted to do that?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Justin, because I did well aware of those verses, that scripture. That's a hard one. That's a tough one. But no,
It is a
to
tough
answer your
one.
question, to those women consented, I know God is just. He's sovereign. He was punishing, different characters in the Bible. In that context, the laws at that time period, again, it's difficult to grasp fully, but it doesn't, when you look at the whole Bible, it does not make God, a condoner of adulterous activities or
Sure it does.
fornication or whatever you'd call it.
Sure
I
it
don't think
does.
so.
He says so again in Zechariah
Because that's
14. See, the
more
day is coming for the Lord when the plunder will be taken from you and will be divided in your midst. For I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to
again
do
at that
battle,
time
and
period.
the
That's
city shall be
hard.
taken, and the houses
Hard.
plundered, and the women raped.
I can certainly see that it's hard to grasp all the
Not,
verses.
it's not
during-
hard to
at the
grasp.
time, the history. It's hard to grasp
It's not hard, not for me, because I'm honest.
because I know as a human, in my mind, I cannot fully grasp God and his mind, his
Rapey
punishment,
mind.
all of his ways, and I'm not meant to understand it fully. So when you take certain verses, look at the history of these verses, okay, it's hard to, I'm not that researched on it to defend it, but it does not paint God in this image that it debunks the Bible or his side.
I'm not debunking the
something
Bible
like
right
that.
now. That's easy. I'm not doing that right now. I'm showing you that the God of the
Yeah,
Bible
no,
is
we
okay with
cannot
women
fully
being raped.
grasp, and I'm not responding you to the comment. Yeah, we cannot fully grasp God. And I never claimed to.
No, you
be able
can't
to
fully grasp God because you think he's real. I think
No,
he's
none of us
fictional.
can fully grasp God.
Well, then
That's
you
what
can't tell
it
me that you
says,
think
though.
God is good, then, can you?
No, God is good. God
Now, how
is
do you know
good,
that you
not
can't
just
grasp
the source
God?
of good.
You already admitted that you can't grasp God. You can't tell me that you know he's good.
I said fully grasp God.
I don't think you can
Fully
even do
grasp
it
God.
partially. So the reality is God allows for
Can't
women to
fully
be
grasp
raped
God.
on
There's
many
only a full and
occasions,
entire
and he
fully
also
people
allows
grasp
for
God.
slavery on multiple occasions. So when I'm reading the book and I hear that there's a God
At
out
that
there
time
that
period,
has
at that
subjective
time period,
morals, that
it's hard
thinks
to
I
grasp.
should follow
Fully
its
grasp.
subjective morals, I don't have any reason to follow that God.
The God of the Old Testament
Why would
has
I
some
be
of those
compelled to
lessons
think
hard to
that the
grasp.
God of the Bible is
Fully grasp.
good?
Say what?
Why would I be compelled to think that the God of the Bible is good?
Well, he's more than good. He's just. And
Prove it.
just in our minds may not always look good and what we believe or prefer to be good. God
That
is
certainly
all
is a
those things.
claim.
Just, good,
Can you prove it?
sovereign.
Demonstrate it.
Yeah, and there's plenty of examples in the Bible and my personal experience where I've seen God and his goodness. Anything that is
But what about
easy-
his badness?
It's not badness. He is just.
So it's not bad to have women raped.
Whatever we look at as bad or him having to have done in that time period, it's
So you're
difficult to
saying
fully grasp. I can agree
unless
with that,
all your
yes.
actions are bad, you're not bad?
He cannot be bad. It goes against his nature. He's not.
Prove that. That's a claim.
bad.
Prove that God
You
can't do bad things.
disprove it. You can't disprove it though.
I don't have to disprove it. It's your claim. You said that God can't do bad things. I want the evidence for that claim.
Yeah, he hasn't given me any reason to suggest that or believe
He hasn't
that.
given you anything because he doesn't exist.
Okay, can you prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that he doesn't exist?
I can certainly make a good case for this God not existing because the
now you
Trinity
can
is
make a good
logically
case, but look,
incoherent.
Justin, you
The
just
idea
said
that
cannot-
Jesus is
you
100% God, yet he lacks the properties of God, demonstrates
you
that he
cannot
can't
prove
be
beyond a reasonable
100%
doubt
God. He
that
can
he
only
is
be
not
part
good.
God. And the fact
And
that
I'm here
Jesus didn't
agreeing with
fulfill
you
a single messianic prophecy makes him a liar and a
you talk
fraud,
over
which
your
means
guts.
that Christianity is dead on arrival.
Talk over your guts. And I'm over here saying, yes, there's some
You were
verses
talking
during
over
that
me.
time period.
I responded to the thing that
No,
you
I
said,
was
and then
listening.
you started talking.
I was listening. Most of the time, I was
You
listening.
certainly
You
weren't
wasn't talking
listening.
over you. I certainly was listening. And I'm saying,
You
yes,
certainly
some of those
weren't.
verses, how he judged different characters, David, Nathan, yeah, it's hard to fully grasp, but we're not meant
It's
to
not
as
it's
humans
not hard to
be able
grasp at
fully
all.
grasp
It's easy
God.
for me. So again, you
Only
have
if
no
you're in
way
his
to
heart the way you
demonstrate
say
that
to
God is
fully
good.
grasp
To
God,
be
bro. You
clear.
can't fully grasp God's
No,
ways,
you
his
can't fully grasp
promises,
God.
his sovereignty.
That's an adorable cope.
No,
Hey,
I'm
quick
saying
question:
anyone
was
who truly
slavery morally perfect?
believes in God would understand that you cannot fully grasp God and his
No,
ways
you
and
can't
his
fully
sovereignty.
grasp God. Was slavery morally perfect?
Was slavery morally perfect? No.
No,
I
no,
don't think
no.
so.
Was it morally perfect when God said you can do it?
During that time, are you talking about child slavery where people were paying off debts?
I didn't say anything about paying off dets. I said
Well,
slavery.
when you say slavery, are you there's an
It's not going to
umbrella?
go well
Are
for you if you don't know
are
what
you
slavery
going into
is.
chattel slavery? I'm saying, are you covering chattel slavery under when you that umbrella where you say slavery? Are you
That is
what do you-
slavery. Slavery is when somebody owns you as property.
Okay.
So was it morally perfect when God said that you can own people as property?
Again, I can say it's morally perfect. I'm not God. I can't say it was objectively perfect.
Gotcha. So God did something that wasn't objectively moral.
No, we did something when we had sin enter into his perfect
No, we're talking about slavery.
realm, which affected
Nope.
pretty much everything else.
I'm sorry. Was God
So,
required to allow them to do slavery?
I can't speak for God like that.
Okay, so then what would be the reason why God said you can do the slavery? Because he
You're
doesn't
saying
want
what
his
would-
own people to
again,
be
you're-
slaves in Egypt, which means he clearly knows
asking
that
for
slavery
me
is not
to-
good.
You're asking for me to answer why God. What? I can't do that. Again, I don't cannot fully grasp God.
Yeah, so just to be
can't.
sure, slavery was morally perfect then.
Never said that.
Oh, so it either is or it isn't.
In my opinion, in my view, no, it wasn't. I would say how it was handled. Sure, no, that of course that wasn't perfect.
Of course not. Do you think that that women should have autonomy over their bodies?
Can you define autonomy?
Yeah, the ability to choose what you do with your body and your reproductive rights.
Well, when it comes to unaliving an innocent
Nope, not talking about
child,
abortion.
okay,
I'm
that
talking
I'll
about
disagree. But
I'm talking about choosing who you decide to mate with. Thank you, Bertram.
yeah, and we see it today in
I know we
societies
do.
that at its foundation, at its core, like the United States, you know, and the Bill of Rights, Constitution, have God. I mean, it's still a
But we're
godless society, but God at the center
focus.
of it.
Focus. Autonomy.
You
Should
see those
women have
examples
autonomy?
playing
Yes or
out
no?
where we have that they have that autonomy to choose. And then you have,
Should
you know, other
women
societies
have
where they have
autonomy?
choice.
Yes or no, Breezy?
No, I'm saying yes. I'm just speaking of the many
There we go.
examples
Okay.
across the
Do you
world.
think
You see
women
they
should have
don't.
always had autonomy? Yes or
And those
no?
are societies that don't believe in God.
It's crazy that you can't answer.
God of the
Yes
Bible.
or no? Should women have always
No,
had
I
autonomy?
was saying yes, I agree with that. But there's plenty of societies where you do not see the God of the Bible, and those countries
I'm not
and those
asking you about
cultures
societies.
where they don't practice that at all.
I'm not asking you about societies. I asked you a should question. A should is your opinion. Should women, in your opinion, have
My
autonomy
answer is
over their own
if there's
bodies? Yes or
none, I
no?
would say yes. But if there's
Okay,
none,
fantastic.
yeah.
Now, if in fact God disagrees with you, who's wrong?
Well, I'm wrong. If God disagrees with me at anything, I'm wrong.
Okay. Because in Deuteronomy 25, God says otherwise. It says, when brothers reside together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her, taking her in marriage and performing the duty of a husband's brother to her. And the firstborn who she bears shall succeed the name of the deceased brother, so that his name may not be blotted out of Israel. So God says, listen, if your husband dies, sorry for you, but you got to marry one of the brothers now and make sure you have a son still. Do you think that's a just punishment or a just
Yeah, in
law?
the context of that time period, that was consistent.
So morals are relative then.
Do you know all the laws
So
from that
are
time
morals
period?
relative, Breezy?
No, I'm asking you, do you know all of the
I'm
laws from
asking
that time
you.
period?
I already asked you. Do you think
that
morals are
verse, do
relative?
you
Yes or
know all the
no?
laws of that period?
Do
Marrying
you
outside
think
of
that laws
marrying
are
outside of your
relative, that
birth
morals
parents
are
without marriage?
relative? I already asked
How
you a
that went
question,
against
Breezy. I'll
that
never let
very
you
law?
pivot.
And
You're in
that's
the
what I'm
wrong
saying.
place if you ever
Today's
think
age, we do
you're going to
not
come here
see
and pivot and evade questions and
those
talk over
laws
me.
of
It'll never work.
Leviticus
I'm going to keep talking as
relevant.
long as you keep
No,
talking
because
until you
dude, you're
shut your
talking
yap. I'm going
about
to talk over
again
you
the Old
and nobody can
Testament.
hear you. There's not a single person right now that can hear you because my microphone's louder than you. All they're doing right now is watching you cry and whine in the background of me talking.
Dude, and all you have are these laws from Leviticus and the Old Testament. I'm saying today, do you see those examples?
Don't
No,
care. I'm talking about what the
because it
Bible
was not
says.
perfect
So the
during that
Bible
time
says
period.
the law's not
And the
perfect.
laws, no, I'm saying the laws, no
Psalm
one could
19
have
says the law of
fulfilled,
the
no
Lord is
human could
perfect.
fulfill the law.
That's not true. Zechariah and Elizabeth said so in the New Testament. It says Zechariah and
Jesus
Elizabeth are
fulfilled the law.
righteous according to all the commandments of the law.
No,
This is
I
what
might have
happens,
misspoke.
Breezy,
What
when
I
you
was
haven't read
saying
your
was
book,
during
buddy.
that time period, if you're trying to fully, where do you see that example today?
It doesn't matter today. We're not talking about the day. We're talking about what the Bible says.
Okay, and I've already acknowledged that in the Old Testament and the laws at that time,
So
that
then
was a big
what
deal.
that
Being
means
outside of
is
the
you
culture.
believe morals are
And
relative.
that's something you gotta go to God about.
You have moral relativity, Breezy. Do you understand this? Do you know what moral relativity is?
Bro, I already answered your question, man.
You didn't.
I did.
Do you know? Still waiting.
No.
Gotcha. Moral relativity is the idea that morals can change depending on the culture and the time period. This is explicitly what Christians say doesn't exist, that morals aren't relative, that they're absolute. But you keep telling me now that I'm reading the morals of your God that no, they're actually relative, which means you came in here wanting to run the moral argument, and we've demonstrated two things, both
Not the
that
second
morals
time I
are
come up.
subjective, and two, that they're relative. That's true in your worldview, and it's true in my worldview.
Not the second time I came up. No, that was not my argument.
No, this is still referring to the very first argument you came up with. The
very
reason
first
why
thing-
you're up here a
okay,
second time
I'm
and we're
trying to
still
be
talking about
consistent.
morals is
Listen,
because
you're
that was
not-
your
you're
original
logically
argument. Your
inconsistent.
original argument
Not
was the
logically
moral
consistent.
claim. In
You're
fact, I
logically
wrote
consistent.
notes on it in my spreadsheet. I wrote that you opened your argument with objective morals. So I'm still
Yeah, that was the
addressing your
very
first
time.
argument, which was about objective morals, which you clearly
did
don't
not
have.
base
And then
my
I
argument
went into the Bible and I demonstrated that you don't have
off of the
objective
moral
morals. You have
argument
relative
the second
morals
time.
that are quite
That was the
subjective.
first
And now it turns out we finally did come to a conclusion and figure out that you do
You're putting
have
words in my
the
mouth.
same morals that I have. The only difference is that your morals are subject to
you're
the
totally
mind of
putting words
God,
in my
and
mouth,
my
bro.
morals are subject to the mind of human beings, which, to be fair,
Your
I think is
morals are
better since
subject
I
to
think human beings
interpretation.
actually exist, and I don't
Okay.
believe that God exists. So with that, I think
So
we can kind of
so
put a bow on the moral argument.
morals are
Did
just
you
a
have
taste
another
of
argument that
preference.
you wanted to run by us?
So it's just a taste of preference with how you feel today, right?
It is for you too.
No, man.
It is. It's God's preference.
There's a set of beliefs, set of morals where there's an objective right versus wrong. Not
Nope.
just
We have already
because
determined that's not the
I
case.
believe this is right or I believe one day this
We
is
already
wrong.
determined
And
that's not the
God
case and you
is
don't
that
believe that. And
objective.
now this is the end of the
What's
discussion.
that?
We've already circled around. We're not doing it a second time. We already demonstrated an hour ago that you don't have objective morals. You only think you have objective morals, and you're going to cry and mumble about having objective morals while knowing full well that we already debated that and it turned out you don't. Okay, let me grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Game, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says Craig Christ is a song by Stephen Lynch. I have no idea why you guys think I know all these pop culture references. I love you. I really do. I don't know any of these people. Guys, remember, I went to school and became a nerd and studied electricity and Bible. That is the extent of my knowledge. I don't know jack shit about pop culture. I don't know who Craig Christ is or Stephen Lynch or any of these people. I love learning about them, but I need you to understand that I don't know anything. Right? Like my cultural knowledge ended in like 1995. So like I just you gotta be more forthcoming and not, assume I know these things. Look at Breezy crying, he kicked me. Yeah, I kicked you because you're a useless waste. You're like herding fucking a bag of cats with you. Anyways, I'm straight, but I'd cross the street with Justin. Oh, whoop, 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 whoop. Hell yeah, Game Master. I appreciate that. And thank you for the $10 super chat. Singer Soul said, I just got promoted in the military and enjoyed a strong brewski at Yard House. Praise Doug and the foundation at my feet that allows me to survive and thrive in today's world. Well, hell yeah. I love that for you, Singer. Congratulations. And thank you for serving. You're a stronger man than I. I don't know if I could do that. That sounds like a really difficult task. And Queasel says, I get Play Store money by answering questions on an app called Google Opinions Research. Free money for me, but real money for you. Is this a cheat code? No, but it does sound like you're sending a super chat to get clout or to advertise for an app, to be fair. That's what it sounds like. Now listen, I've been around long enough to know that there are all kinds of apps and websites that will pay you just for using them because they're getting advertising revenue, but the payout is so little, it's kind of a waste of your time. So there probably is something that does all that. I don't think it matters. Adele, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Hope you're doing well. It says, just finished The Lost Mary by Dr. Tabor. Oh, I haven't bought it yet. Curious if you've read it. And if so, your thoughts on his theory about her erasure from history. So I haven't read it yet. Last time I talked to him, he was previewing the book, and I didn't know when it was going to come out. But now that it's out, let me go to the Amazon and put it in my reading list. There we go. It's on my reading list now, and we'll get it taken care of. Thank you, Adele. I appreciate that. But before I read that, I am reading Jesus the Magician. It should be a really good one. I can't wait. But thank you for the reference, and I agree. She probably was a little bit erased out of embarrassment, to be fair. And Design says, in my mind anymore, I need a God for my morals is equal parts danger, alarm, and cry for help. It is. Because as an atheist, I could be truly moral. I can do something just because I think it's the right thing to do. But most Christians only do it. Like their moral thinking goes back to, well, I have to do it because God told me, and I don't want to get punished. Imposter Joe says, damn, Breezy, sounds like you got the spirit of fear, and that's for sure not from God. If only he had the spirit, he probably wouldn't end up so concussed. I know. Not just concussed, dude was lost and wandering around in the fucking woods like 1998 Scary Movie walking around in the woods. What the fuck was that movie again? I forget what the name of that movie was. It was a good movie, though. Good question. Thank you for the super chat. It says, do you define subjective as brain dependent or mind dependent? I would say mind dependent because I think mind gets closer to the idea that it's something your brain is doing abstractly rather than Blair Witch Project. There you go, Blair Witch Project. Rather than something that's just like physical, physically dependent on like a generic mechanism. But you certainly could make the case that they're synonymous. I think they are different because the mind is only one of the processes of the brain along with perception and memory. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Good question. That's why that's a fair point. I use a lot of these words kind of colloquially, and it's difficult to sometimes use the phraseology that best gets to the point. Lockfree says, Justin, David's wives weren't raped. They weren't wives. They were concubines, and they were only aggressively alley cuddled. I mean, to be fair, that's basically what Christians will tell you. That's how delusional these people are. And Atlas, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, easy breezy, beautifully incompetent Christian. Hee hee, wink wink. That is a good twist on the easy breezy commercial jingle. I appreciate that. And Gaius Husky says, legal here, grape statutes don't always say grape. Oh, that's a fair point. The exact word fallacy is strong here. Yeah, you don't have to use the word grape for it to be grape. Instead, they define elements of SA, which include penetration, I think you mean penetration, aggressive or aggravating factors such as captivity. Also, hitman is guilty as the one who hired them. Oh, yeah, you're right. The hitman would be as guilty as the one who actually did the deed. That's a fair point. But you're right. In a lot of the legal jargon, you don't have to say the exact word. You just have to describe the thing. And Flux says, Breezy really spent that much time stalling just for his tepid defense. Weak shit, my guy. I know. He spent all that time stalling just to end up with, well, you can't understand God's ways. What a coward. Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat. It says, owning people as property equals slavery. An ancient view of girls equals property to swap. Yep. So does that mean all or most ancient Near Eastern women were slaves by default? Culturally, did they draw a distinction? So that's the difficult part is they were a step above slavery, but I wouldn't say much. And so when we talk about like being a wife in the ancient world, it's hard to distinguish sometimes the difference. But wives did have more rights legally. So like if you went to court in the ancient world and you were a wife, you definitely had rights. Way more than your slave. Way more rights than your slave. So there was some difference of status. I just don't know how much. And Gretchen, thank you for the 1311. Says only 105 more subs till Evidence First YouTube can get my 311 supers. Thank you so much, chat, for helping out. You're all awesome. Like the fam I wasn't born into, but definitely chose to be a part of. And thank you so much, Justin. Hey, I love it. I love this, that we can support other people in the community. In fact, before we forget, let me go back to the channel and I will get it back up and we can make sure we drop some more follows. We need just like a little over 100 more followers on Evidence First YT. We'll get some more after the fact too, after the stream ends. We need to get Evidence First over 1,000 followers. Let's go. Let's get him monetized. He's a new creator. He's only been out here a couple months. Let's show him some support. Go to watch his videos. Tell him Justin sent you. And let's get him over the hurdle. We're at 887 followers. Let's bump him up over 100. Let's jumpstart his YouTube career. Let's go. And nailed it like the Roman. Says Breezy out here acting like the Black Knight in the Holy Grail. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Meanwhile, Justin is still trying to explain the coconuts. Yes, that is the case. That's why he was so concussed. He got the coconuts in the wrong location. I got 3 more super chats, friends. We're gonna get Vesius in here. Genji, thank you for the $15. Says Justin, Dr. Tabor has an excellent video discussing with Dr. Justin Sledge talking about the erasure of Mary and James from later Christianity. I didn't know that. Let me see that. Tabor, Sledge, Mary. I bet he does. I love both of them. Yeah, and he's got an interview with Megan Lewis on it. Okay, interesting. I'll have to give it a look. I really do love Dr. Justin Sledge. He's amazing. I'll definitely have to get into the Mary erasure lore because I bet it's good and I bet it's deep. Atheist Punk, thank you for the super chat. Says my 12-year-old daughter and I watch you religiously. She whipped out the cheat sheet at school recently. Oh my god. Oh, I love this. Very long but fun parent-teacher conference followed. I love it. I love it. This is exactly what I always hope for, that young people are going to get access to the cheat sheet, and even people that are not young, and use it to their advantage and defeat these awful, toxic religions. Get rid of them. Get them out of here. We don't need them. And Iskander, thank you for the super chat. This will be our last one for now. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says Breezy and other religious people are too terrified of their God. They're too afraid to say something bad about him, even when they know what they're defending is wrong. I think that's the case. I think it is fear. It really is fear. They see it. They know the problem. It's staring them in the face, and they can't bring themselves to admit the obvious because they're afraid of the possible ramifications. That's the truth of the matter. Okay, let's get Vesius in here. 1 second. And I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Is it Vesius?
Yep.
Awesome. Vesius, give me 1 second. You're a little bit quiet, but I can turn your microphone up. All right.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's still a little bit quiet.
Is it? Let me see if I can switch this up real quick.
There we go. It's better right now.
Better now? Okay.
I think we're good. Okay.
Okay, great. So if you don't mind, I'd like to continue that interesting conversation you were having. I think as Christians, we don't really answer your questions properly. And I think it's pretty clear that it's debated as to whether or not, for example, concubines had consent. Would you agree with that it's debated?
Oh, yeah.
With scholarship?
Yep.
Okay. So if we're going to debate, or if it's debatable that concubines had consent,
I'm not debating that tonight.
I think it's more important to look at whether or not other parts of scripture denounce rape. So for example, I think the thing that, I don't know why he didn't bring this up. Maybe he's not aware, but I mean, in Judges 19 through 21, there's a clear example of a rape by a Levite. And what happened is it caused a war. Literally, God is so against rape that it caused a war. So I don't understand why we don't look at the context of scripture. When we look at one particular piece of scripture in isolation, you can argue that until the day is blue. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. You have to look at it in context. But even in that scenario,
I agree. You want to know the context of the passage that you just took out of context?
Sure.
Yeah. In Judges 21, what happens after the Levite's concubine is raped, dismembered, and sent out to all the Israelites?
Well, how did they react? They were outraged. It caused a war.
Of course they were. And then what happened?
They nearly wiped out the tribe.
And keep going.
They left like only 600 men alive.
And then
Oh, you're talking about the capture of the maidens?
Yeah. And then they decided they went before God because they realized that one of their tribes might die out. It says, now the Israelites had sworn at Mizpah, no one of us shall give his daughter in marriage to Benjamin. And the people came to Bethel and sat there until morning before God, and they lifted up their voices and wept bitterly. They said, O Lord, the God of Israel, why has it come to pass that today there should be no one tribe lacking in Israel? On the next day, the people got up early and built an altar there and offered burnt offerings and sacrifices of well-being. Then the Israelites said, who out of all the tribes of Israel did not come up against the assembly of the Lord? For a solemn oath had been taken concerning whoever did not come up to the Lord to Mizpah, saying that one shall be put to death. But the Israelites had compassion for Benjamin, their kin, and said, one tribe is cut off from Israel today. What shall we do for wives for those left, since we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them any of our daughters? So they're saying that we got this big problem. We promised not to give any of our daughters in marriage to this tribe that didn't go up with us. And we actually have this huge issue now that the tribe might die out. We need to get wives for them. So they devise a plan. And that plan, as you already know, is to go and kidnap the little girls that are dancing at the festival. This is what you should do. Every male and every woman who is, I'm sorry, this is before that. This is when they take wives from the tribe that didn't go up, and then they kidnap later the women at the festival. This is what you should do. Every male and every woman who is lain with a male, you shall devote to destruction. And then the ones left over became wives.
But this is an abomination to God. I think this is very important because in Scripture,
does it say
it's
that?
Well, it's very clear in the context of Scripture. What I mean is that, for example, Jephthah, right, in a rash vow, sacrifices his own daughter, right? And this part, if you take that just in isolation, it seems to mean because God literally enters. It's in the part of Scripture, it mentions that the Lord was with Jephthah. But what it shows in other parts of Scripture, like in Jeremiah, where he says, he clearly says this is an abomination. So what I'm trying to say is this is very nuanced.
He clearly says what is an abomination?
That child sacrifice is an abomination.
We're not talking about child sacrifice.
I know, but I'm just giving another example.
Talk about rape.
Is that so? What I'm saying is that in this particular context,
maybe you're confused.
Bringing up of rape, this would be considered an abomination because we can take it into context.
Where does God say that rape
34.
is an abomination?
In Genesis 34, when Dinah is or Dinah, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Did God say that, or did Jacob say that?
Well, Jacob is following God's law. So what we can't say is what I'm trying to say.
We can say that God's law allows for rape.
No, we cannot say that because in other contexts
explicitly
of Scripture,
it does.
Shows
Deuteronomy 21. Do you want to read it?
They're outraged.
You want to read
every
it?
Example of rape.
You want to read it?
Every example of rape.
You want to read it?
In Genesis 34?
Deuteronomy 21, God says you can kidnap women and make them your war brides.
No, he doesn't say. What I'm trying to say is
he does. When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your home, to your house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house for a full month, mourning her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. Do you think that women that are captured in moral? Do you think that women that are captured in war?
To God.
Do you think that? No, God says you can do it. Oh, try this again. Try to focus for 5 seconds. Do you think that women captured in war have consent?
No, this is why it's an abomination to God. What I'm trying to say
does he say this is an abomination?
Yes, because this is all throughout Scripture.
Because this is an allowance. I know reading comprehension is difficult for some Christians, but this is an allowance. He says, when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your house and clip her nails and shave her head, discard her captive's garb, remain in your house a full month, mourning her father and mother. After that, you may go into her. God is saying this is behavior that you can do.
Explain is that this part of Scripture is an example of, for example, all of Judges and all of Kings is an example of kings who were an abomination to God. They did these type of acts, and they wrote these laws that were in direct No, it's the truth. If you were to Google it right now, what's the
Nope,
context of
I don't
Kings?
need Google. I can
It's
tell you the book
well,
of
I know. I'm
Kings
just saying, just a
lists
simple
kings that are
Google
both
search will
favored
show
and
you.
unfavored.
It just shows that it's a
I don't know
misinterpretation.
why you're relying on Google. You can just read the text.
No, I do read the text. What I'm trying to say is that in Genesis 49, right, where
We're not in
it's
Genesis
clearly
49.
I know what I'm trying to say is that in context, we have to look at the whole scripture in
But
context to
I know the
understand what
context.
God's perspective is on rape. And what we clearly see is that he considers it an abomination.
No,
and that
he
what
doesn't.
tends to happen is that those who even call themselves Israelites, they began to worship a golden calf. They began to adopt a pagan beliefs.
Buddy, you're
and
having
they
a hard
began
time tracking. The
So
golden
what
calf is not
I'm just
rape.
saying that the
So
vast
show me one thing in the Bible that says from God that raping is abomination, because God explicitly says in Deuteronomy 21 that you can kidnap women and make them your
No, God
war
doesn't
bride.
say that. What I'm saying is
Is
that that's
that
a man.
God
that's
does
that's
say
an
that?
God's allowing
Who
that to
spoke
you in
this?
Scripture.
Who spoke it?
God, it says that God spoke
Who's
this.
okay?
But what
So
I'm
did
saying
God
is that
speak
there's
it?
many times in Scripture
Did
where
God
God
speak it?
allows one of the prophets
Did
to
God
lay
speak it?
down
Did God
incorrect
speak it?
information
I'll
for the
never let you
purpose.
dodge a question. Did God speak this? Yes or no?
No, he didn't know. What I'm trying to tell you is that this is not
So
a law of God. This is
so
why I'm
so
trying to explain
the
this. You're not
Deuteronomy's
allowing me to explain
lying.
it. It's not lying. It's showing you that
No,
human
is
nature, that God
Deuteronomy
is
lying
allowing.
when it says that God said stuff?
No, it's not that it's lying. What I'm trying to explain
But
is
is
that
it
it's
true
that somebody
when
that
Deuteronomy
in that
says that God
we
spoke
tend.
something? Is it true?
It's not that God spoke it. It's that you have to
It's
understand God
crazy
didn't
that you can't
directly
say yes or
speak
no.
this.
This is why I'm talking over
I
you,
said no.
because you
God
won't
did
answer the
not directly
question.
speak that. A
Okay, so
person
then
wrote that
what that
down.
means is that the Deuteronomy passages are all bullshit, because it says, "Now Israel, give heed to the statutes and ordinances that I'm teaching you to observe, so that you may live in the land and occupy the land that the Lord God of your ancestors have given you." And those words come specifically from God through Moses. This is the commandment, the statutes and ordinances that the Lord your God charged me to teach you to observe in the land. So what you're telling me is that God didn't speak in the Bible when it says that God spoke.
No, I'm saying the first commandment is to not take the Lord God's name in vain. And I'm saying that God
But he can't
allows
focus at all.
very often
This guy's literally concussed. He's quite lost.
what's written down are
Okay.
misinterpretation of God's law.
So
what I'm
we're
trying
just
to say
gonna-
is that
so
it's
we're just
intended that
gonna
way so that we
try
can
to keep
understand
this as linear as
that.
possible, since you're so
So
concussed right now.
no,
So
it's a very
premise number
nuanced
one
discussion.
is
It's
that
very nuanced. I
the
know it's hard to follow.
Bible
It's hard to
says
follow, but I
that
need you to understand that what
God
God is saying, God is
spoke
saying is that I allow
words.
the rain to fall upon the evil and the good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
no one
therefore,
cares.
many
Just focus up
many
for
evil
1
people
second.
lay down their.
All right, we're just gonna, while I get the syllogism put together, I'm just gonna put you on mute, since I'm getting tired of yelling over top of you. So the syllogism is actually quite simple. I don't think it's going to give you too much trouble, but we're going to need you to find a little bit of focus. I don't know if you have any focus lying around, but here it goes. Premise number one is the Bible says that God spoke, and we'll say words. Okay, so what I need from you is a yes or no. Does this premise sound true or false, that the Bible says God spoke words?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Premise number two is that I assume that the Bible is true when it records God's words. Yes or no?
No, false.
Okay, if that's false, then the conclusion doesn't follow. So what that means is that God spoke words, and we don't know what those words are, which means telling me what God said in the Bible is useless, because you just told me we don't trust the Bible.
No, not at all. What I'm trying to say is a very nuanced discussion. What it is
sound nuanced to me.
an example of Jephthah, right? He is an example of one of these really. He recorded in Hebrews.
I'm asking about words.
He's recording as a hero of the faith. Yet he sacrificed his daughter.
No,
right.
Those words
those
words aren't true. Nope. I have a nuanced view, and those words aren't true. It never even happened. See, when you just wash away the passages you don't like with "it's not true," it's easy to get to a very nuanced apologetic. I don't think that the Jephthah story is part of the Bible. I have a nuanced opinion that story shouldn't be in the Bible. They misrecorded
No, I'm saying
it.
it is a part of the Bible. No, what I'm saying
No,
is that part of the scripture,
no,
that
it's
part of
not.
scripture,
Nope, it's
is
not.
part of
They
scripture. It's
they wrote
clearly
it down
there.
wrong. They wrote it down wrong.
No, it's just an example. No, what I'm
No,
saying
they
is
wrote
that
it. They wrote it down wrong.
No,
That's
they
not
wrote
how
it
it
down
happened.
exactly how it's supposed. It's
Well,
an
prove
example
it.
of
Prove
what
it.
of the.
Okay, so
It's
so when God spoke, they
Justin,
couldn't
you have
figure
to
out
let
how
me
to write
speak,
it
brother.
down. They couldn't do it. So when God spoke, they couldn't write it down properly. But they got the story of Jephthah dead nuts on. That's the one they got right.
No. I'm trying to explain to you that they got it right. What I'm trying to explain is that the meaning
How?
behind it
How?
is that a
How do you
rash
know they got it
vow-
right?
The reason we know is from
How
context of
do
scripture.
Vess? Okay,
All context of scripture
stop talking.
illuminates.
Okay, stop talking. We're not doing this anymore. I'm not yelling at you for the next hour. Here's what's going to happen. The reason why I keep talking over you is because you say things, and then I respond to the things that you say with a question because I need you to follow some fucking dialogue. You are incapable of being linear. So when I ask you about the words that leave your mouth, we can't move forward until you answer my question. Do you understand?
Are you okay? Are you angry?
You know I'm fucking angry. That's why I muted you and had to give you instructions because you're acting like a toddler right now. So when you say things and I ask you clarifying questions, what you need to do is stop rambling on and just answer the question. Because we can't move forward. That's why we talk past each other.
Okay.
So how do you know that the Jephthah story was written down accurately and that Deuteronomy 21 wasn't?
So my argument for this is that the entire context of scripture, when you take into Genesis 34, you take into context Jeremiah, where God is clearly outlining, right? When I say God, I'm saying that the prophets you are able to create a linear connection between the prophets from thousands and thousands of years between each other. Some of them were hundreds, but my point is that the total argument that God is making is that it's pretty simple. It's that the evil, those that I called that to be followers of my law, turned away. This is a huge aspect of scripture that is not taken into context, because if it's not, we don't understand why certain things are recorded. My point is that if the individuals that are recording these things are not a part of God's law, but they are taking God's name in vain, it explains why the first commandment is do not take my name in vain. Do not say and do things in my name that I did not instruct you to do. So what I'm trying to say is I get it, nuance. I'm calling it nuance, but it may not be. But what I'm saying is that when we take scripture in its totality and we look at the behaviors of those who follow scripture, and an example of this would be like somebody like William Wilberforce. I don't even know if anybody in this chat knows who William Wilberforce is, but individuals like this Justin, really quickly stop. Do you know who William Wilberforce is? Are you still there? I can't hear you.
Still waiting for an answer to my question. What you said did absolutely nothing to getting you closer to answering my question. How do you know that the story of Jephthah was recorded accurately, but the words of God in Deuteronomy 21 were not recorded accurately?
I explain it. And when
you
you take
didn't.
into context
Not
all
a
of scripture.
single word that you mentioned. You can't take into the context of scripture because you don't know what scripture is yet. So we'll try this again. How do you know that the story of Jephthah was recorded accurately, but Deuteronomy 21 was not?
Okay, because in Deuteronomy 22 through 25 through 25 explicitly states that if a man rapes a woman, it's wrong. Like,
Only
why
if
are you
she's
taking
married.
21 and oh my goodness, brother, you can't just take one thing out of context and say, oh well, God,
I didn't take it out of
you're
context.
married. You did. You just are mentioning Deuteronomy 21, but without mentioning Deuteronomy 22.
Okay, well, I
So it's
mentioned
like,
Deuteronomy 22, the verse you forgot. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young man's father, and she shall become his wife because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Oops.
yeah. And now take that into context of 2 Samuel 13.
Yeah,
Where
take it in the
Ammon rapes
context.
his half sister. He rapes his half sister.
They're siblings.
And it's presented as a heinous act of violence.
Because they're siblings.
Right? Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna
Leviticus
interpolate.
says that you can't approach the nakedness of your near kin.
You're going to interpolate
and no one's
the
saying,
reason.
no one's saying,
You're going to interpolate the reason.
no one's saying,
that's all you're doing.
No one's saying that what Ammon did was good. What we're saying is that the law that God gave explicitly allows for people to be raped. Deuteronomy 22 is one of those instances. Deuteronomy 21 is another instance of it.
Justin,
we can go
how does
to Numbers
Tamar,
31.
who was raped.
So Numbers 31.
Does Scripture
Numbers
portray her as a righteous victim?
Which
Be
Tamar, when she was raped by Amnon?
Yeah, was she portrayed as a victim, or was she portrayed as somebody allowed to be raped?
We agree that she was a victim, which is why Amnon was eventually.
But why?
Which is why Amnon was eventually murdered for his crime. But we're talking about God's.
It's a crime. So
We're
what
talking.
I'm saying is,
It wasn't
a totality of context.
Okay, so we'll try this again. You're muted now. No one can hear you. So the reality is, I'm not asking you about what people in the time period did. I'm not asking you about their behavior, what they thought was right or wrong. I'm reading you what God says is right or wrong. I'm not asking you what ancient Israelites believed. The ancient Israelites were doing idolatry. What their behavior is entirely irrelevant to what God says you can and cannot do. I don't give a single flying fuck about what ancient Israelites did because they're not the arbiters of morality. The God of the Bible is. I'm concerned with what the God of the book says you can do, not what people in the story did. And the God of the book says that you can kidnap women in war and you can make them your war brides, even if they're children, according to Numbers 31.
I'm going to say that's a dishonest reading of Scripture.
It's not dishonest.
And the reason, yes, it is. It's very dishonest.
No.
Because in Genesis 19, right, in the Sodom and Gomorrah,
they had no laws.
When they tried to rape,
they had no laws.
When they tried to rape,
they had
sexual
law. There's no law code. What law code were they following in Genesis?
I'm explaining.
What law code were they? This is why I keep yelling at you. What law code were they following in Genesis? Answer the question.
My point is that the law is described.
What law code were they following?
There is no law.
There you go. I don't know why you couldn't say that before. Okay, so the law code that God gave isn't being applied to the people in Genesis because it didn't exist yet. So you can't apply the law code to the people in Genesis as though they're doing this horrible thing that God commanded them not to. And it's also quite clear that according to the Bible, if you read Ezekiel, that the crime that they committed was inhospitality and trying to rape angels. Had they just raped a woman, it would have been a different crime altogether.
No, it's highlighting sexual perversion as a sign of profound wickedness.
We agree that sexual perversion is part of that.
Yeah, but it's also described in the Scriptures that way in the context of all of it.
So when God allows
for it, in the context of itself, you're going to also have the opinions and the writing downs of those
God allows for it.
Well, this is that's a great way to frame it. He doesn't command it. He allows it.
No, he does command it.
No, he does not.
Want me to show you?
You just said it yourself, Justin. Now you're back.
He commands it.
No, he allows it.
He does. Do you want me to show you where he does?
No, he does not ever command it.
What I'm trying to explain to you, when you take it into the context of all of Scripture, both Deuteronomy 21 and Numbers 31 clearly depict God commanding you to do a thing. We already read this once.
Okay, in Deuteronomy 25 through 27, he prescribes death for rape.
Not if you're a war bride.
Yeah.
This is the part that you're forgetting. This is the part that you're forgetting right now, is that you're conflating that women that are captured in war somehow have the same rights of native-born Israel women. They
No,
don't.
I'm not a presentist.
They
You
don't
are.
have
You
the
are
same
the
level
presentist
of
here.
rights. I'm certainly not, and I didn't
I'm-
accuse you of that. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth and stop fucking panicking for 5 seconds. What I'm saying is that God has exceptions to his rules. He doesn't want you to rape a woman who's already married, although there are occasions where if you do rape a woman who is not betrothed, there's a way to rectify it. It's not murder, it's a different punishment. That means he doesn't like it, but he will allow it to happen
now we're being
without...
honest. Now we're being honest. So my point is this,
So
that God is...
You don't have a point because you're supposed to stop talking and listen to my point and respond to my point. So we'll try this again. No one can fucking hear you. Cry all you want on mute. So my point is this. In Deuteronomy, God says, if you rape a woman who is already married or betrothed, you get murdered. If you rape a woman who is not betrothed, you don't get murdered, which means God is okay with this happening as long as it's with a betrothed woman or an unbetrothed woman. And it's also okay if it's a woman who was captured in war. These are called exceptions to the rule. Does God like rape? No. Does he carve out exceptions to it and allow you to do it in circumstances? Yes. That's why in Deuteronomy 21, he says when you go out and you capture these women in war, you can make them your war brides. He says it again in Numbers 31. In Numbers 31, he chimes in after Moses has all the little girls tested for virginity and has them almost about to be divided among all the warriors. God chimes in and seconds it. It says, the Lord spoke to Moses saying, you and Eleazar the priests and the heads of the ancestral houses of the congregation make an inventory of the plunder captured, both human and animal. Divide the plunder in 2 parts between the warriors who went out to battle and the congregation, which means all those little children, virgin girls were divided according to God's command among the warriors and others, and they became slaves and war brides. So this is demonstrating that there are occasions where God is okay having his people to do rape. And there are occasions where God is okay with his own people being raped, as he said so in Zechariah 14, when he says, I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle against the city, and the city will be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. This is something that he is okay with happening in occasions, on occasions. I'm not saying that God wants people to be raping people all the time. What I'm saying is that there are occasions where God both commands and allows rape. I'm not being honest.
Does not command it.
You're
He does not
accusing
command
me
it.
of making a claim that I never... No, Deuteronomy 21, he commands it.
No, he does not, and it's very dishonest.
We just read it, so we'll do it for the fourth or the third time. You certainly won't educate me on what scholars believe.
Yeah.
Name a single scholar name a single biblical scholar that specializes in the law. Name one.
Now let
Name
me
one.
explain.
You didn't let me have anything. You're on my live stream and you're never going to talk over me. I'm way louder than you and I have the mute button. So if you want to be heard on this live stream, you can stop being a douche right now.
Okay. So for example, in Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29.
We're in 21.
Most
21. Address 21.
This law
Address 21. Address 21. We're in Deuteronomy 21 and no, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. We're in Deuteronomy 21 and I'm not going to let you pivot. We're on Deuteronomy 21. You tell me if this is a command from God. If Deuteronomy 22 is a command from God, then so is Deuteronomy 21, correct?
I'm not saying it's a command from God.
If Deuteronomy 22 is a command from God, then does that mean that Deuteronomy 21 is a command from God? Yes or no?
No, I'm understanding it from the context.
Nope, I'm asking you a yes or no fucking question, and you're going to answer it. This is why no one likes talking to you. I can already tell in your real life, no one likes talking to you. I asked you a yes or no question. I need you to say yes or no, and we'll never move forward until you do. So yes or no, if Deuteronomy 22 is a command from God, does that also mean that Deuteronomy 21 is a command from God?
So what do you want me to say here? I'm not arguing.
Yes or no. Is Deuteronomy 22 a command from God?
Deuteronomy 22, from the from scholarship's point of view,
I didn't ask you
is
about
that
scholars. I didn't ask
so?
you about scholars. I
That's
said,
what I'm interested in. If
according
you are
to
interested in some
you,
idea that
according
God
to
is commanding these
you, is
things,
Deuteronomy 22 from God?
no, I don't believe. Like I've been claiming
Okay,
this
then
entire
using
time, that
Deuteronomy
God
22
isn't
as saying that
directly
God is
speaking
not okay with rape,
through
then I don't give a shit.
God's
You
not
can't
writing
tell me
things
God's
down.
opinion if every time God says something, you're just going to say that God didn't say it.
No,
That's
it's
the
not. God
problem.
didn't write
So
it
this is
down.
about
It's
epistemology right now.
inspired.
This is why this is important. So if
Scripture is
God didn't
inspired,
say
brother.
any of the
It's not
stuff
written
in the
down by God.
Bible that they
You
said
think God
that
wrote
was
the Bible?
said, so
Wait. Just
so now you're muted again. Vesius, again, this is why you get treated like an infant, is because you're not capable of stopping for 5 seconds and paying attention to the conversation. What I'm saying, I've tried to say 20 minutes ago, and you weren't adult enough to catch it. So we'll try this again. When the Bible says that God spoke, if God didn't speak, then we don't know God's fucking opinion on anything. Which means when you say claims about God, that's a meaningless statement. The only thing you could ever say is what the people who wrote this book think. I'm not concerned with the clowns who wrote this book. I'm concerned with God's opinion. So if I can't find out God's opinion by reading this book, if I can't find out what he spoke by reading this book, then you and I are talking about the wrong thing. I want to know from a Christian standpoint what God said and what he thinks. Can I find that in the book?
yes. So the only time in
Where?
Scripture, So the only time in Scripture where God is
Where?
directly speaking is in the new covenant through Christ.
Gotcha. So then none of it's true.
If you,
Okay, we're done. Yeah, we're done. That's all there is to it. So nothing in the Old Testament was spoken by God. None of his words are in the Hebrew Bible, which means Jesus is a liar. Jesus says that you have to rely on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God, which obviously was everything that he spoke in the Hebrew Bible, which means Jesus lied about the mouth of God and the word of God in the Hebrew Bible, which means Jesus is a liar too, which means he's not God, which means you're deeply confused and you need to take your nuanced position and go somewhere else to somebody dumb enough to let you pontificate on their live stream. Jacob, Jacob, request up, coward. We haven't talked in 2 years, Jacob, and last time we talked, you got your ass roasted. Love to have it again. How you doing, Mezzo?
I'm good. I wanted to let people take it easy because a lot of people were worried that conversation wasn't on topic, but it was because really, if you think about it, this is the exact same thing that happens with Santa Claus. I was in an argument with my brother just for like we almost threw fists because I was saying Santa doesn't give coal to bad kids based off of my interpretation of the entire story of Santa. If you watch Guardians, of course, it says he gives gifts to all the kids, but then of course the coal thing from the 1800s came up, and so it's really the exact same topic, just further proving your point that it is Santa Claus for adults, although adults is a strong word in your background statement. That's the only contention I would have.
That, you know what? That's a fair point. That's a fair point because like most of the people that believe this stuff, like how do we come up with the classification of adult for those people? I don't know if adults, we can call them that if they believe in fairy tales.
Yeah, that's the only hard line. I mean, I guess it's just is Santa Claus Jesus is Santa Claus full stop maybe next time. That's my only note for your background. Other than that,
Well,
yep, good.
I did look up the definition just now, and it says an adult is a person that is fully grown and fully developed. I don't think people who believe in these fairy tales are fully developed.
Debatable.
I think you're right.
Although I do believe in Santa Claus, so I might not be old enough to be up here. I just realized. Sorry about that.
W Mezzo. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats, and you'll never guess who actually got in the queue. William, thank you for the 666. Says perhaps the Bible is the fourth undocumented member of the Trinity. I can hear Christians cry, "That's illogical." Now they want to use logic. Oh, William, you nailed it. The minute you talk about Islam or Mormonism or the Hindu religion, all of a sudden they care a whole lot about whether or not something's logical. The minute you talk about how the Bible is illogical or the Christian God is illogical, all of a sudden, well, God doesn't have to follow your logic. God's beyond your logic. Okay, fair enough. Then all the other gods are true. Jake, thank you so much for the 666. Good to see you, friend. Since I just bought some sneakers from the local drug dealer, I don't know what he laced them with, but I've been tripping all day. That's a good, solid triple pun. You got a triple pun in there. I love that, Jake. Thank you so much, my friend. And let's see. Adam says, does Deuteronomy 23:2 damn a child of David's and Bathsheba? Kind of. So Deuteronomy 23 says that children born of an illicit union will not be allowed into the assembly of the Lord. Now, the assembly of the Lord is basically like the religious gathering. So I don't know if it damns them, but it does inhibit them from getting the from participating in the atonement rituals and things like that, right? Will God allow somebody into the so-called afterlife if they're not part of the assembly? Maybe, but it does seem like an awfully harsh punishment. But you're right. If Deuteronomy 23 is true, then what that means is that David and Bathsheba's son, if it lived and it didn't, wouldn't be allowed into the assembly of the Lord. It's also why Jesus was so upset, because he was a bastard child, and he was just mad that they wouldn't let him into the assembly. Seek Truth, Delve Deep says, Vesius was perfectly clear. All the shit I like is true. All the shit I don't like is nuanced, whatever the fuck that means. And you nailed it. When you don't like the commands of God, they did not come from God. Every time the Old Testament says that God spoke, it never happened. It didn't happen. But the Jesus stuff, I love the Jesus stuff, even though Jesus said that God did speak. Rock Hard for Doug says, now I get it. The Holy Spirit is a nuanced translator for Vesius and the other Christians. Thank goodness Doug and Sharon speak plainly all the time. You don't have to go into Doug and Sharon's word and do words don't mean words. You don't need a Holy Spirit decoder ring. You don't need any of that. Carissa, thank you so much for the $10, for the 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W, Carissa, and good to see you tonight. All right, let's bring in Jacob, and then we'll do Raquel. Welcome back, Jake. It's been almost 2 years.
Has it really been that long?
You're one of the first people I ever talked to on TikTok.
Yeah, I'm surprised you remember that.
I only remember because I think you were one of the first people I talked to that had actually read the Bible as an apologist.
Oh, yeah. I think we did talk about that.
Mm-hmm. Most apologists don't read the book. Okay, so the prompt is that Jesus is Santa Claus for adults. My claim is based on the idea that Jesus and Santa are both, at one point, historical figures that became mythologized. So I don't believe any of the Santa Claus mythology. I don't believe any of the Jesus mythology. Can you prove me wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main difference is that the, Saint Nicholas type figure never claimed to be able to do anything that he's been mythologized to do. Christ seems to be recorded as having claimed to do the things that he was mythologized to do, and even in your view,
in the mythology.
Disagree. Yeah, but you think that like the true Jesus you're saying he is a historical figure?
Well, I'm saying in the mythology he claimed to do and be things.
Yeah, but you think we don't know, or you think?
Oh yeah, listen. I don't think the words of Jesus were recorded. I think they were made up. That's why we have like long prayers in private and long discussions in private that were written down by people that weren't there.
Made up, though?
I'd say probably if I was gonna guess, I would wager somewhere between 65 and 75%, which might be a little bit more than the Jesus seminar. I forget. But when you go to the findings or the results rather of the Jesus seminar, they had a pretty low number quotations from the Gospels that they think actually go back to
Yeah.
Jesus.
Do you think Jesus was crucified?
I think so.
Okay, why do you think he was crucified, or do you think we don't know?
No, I think Jesus was crucified because he broke Roman law and Jewish law. I think he committed blasphemy, and I think he probably was teaching people that he was going to be the king, the Messiah, because that's what the Messiah would be. It would have to be a king. And I
Right.
think that was the problem because the Romans don't want another king. There's only one king. And obviously the Jews, they're going to be killing the blasphemers. So it
So
was
you
in
think
the,
he claimed to be? You don't think he claimed to have any kind of divine power?
no, I think he claimed to be the Messiah. I don't think he claimed to be God. If I had to guess, I would say he
Well,
probably thought
I don't have
himself
to
as
even say
being.
God. I just mean divine, just some kind of divine. You could put it another way, but
So I think of Jesus, the historical Jesus, as most likely seeing himself as being elevated to a semi-divine status, just like David is in Psalm 2. In Psalm 2, it says that David today has been begotten as a child of God, right? I think Jesus probably saw himself as another King David.
right. I just think I think even if I were to take your view, I don't think I can compare him to Santa Claus. I think
Why not?
what's because if you're what you just said was that in the same way that people have mythologized Santa, we've done that with Jesus.
Mhm.
I think what people have done is mostly, it seems, taken him at his word. And you could say they're wrong, but I don't. That's not what happened with Santa. Like what happened with Santa is we took a guy who like dropped off gifts and like added magical stuff for fun, not to trick people. Like, do you think the disciples were trying to trick people?
No, but that misses the point. So I had to do this earlier with somebody. My claim is not that Jesus and Santa Claus are identical. My claim is that they're analogous, meaning they're both historical figures that have been heavily mythologized. That's it.
Right,
I'm not saying that everything about their two movements are the same.
I guess what does it mean to be mythologized?
It means that what we know about you is invented.
Yeah, but it like okay, so I guess what's the difference between somebody who makes something up for fun or for like, a societal purpose of gifts and all that stuff, and there's more to it, but versus a group of people who at least were somewhat convinced by a person, and so they just, I mean, if anything, they couldn't help it because they believed it. So they just did what a person who believed a person said something would do.
It doesn't matter. It's still mythology.
Yeah.
So, and to be sure, I don't think that the people who were there, who were convinced by it, wrote this. I think people later who were convinced by it wrote about it. The same way we find writings about like Serapis. There are people who believed that Serapis was a deity and wrote about appearances of Serapis.
Right. I guess what I'm wondering is if that you're saying that falls under the category of mythology.
Mm-hmm.
So people who believe something happened and so they write about it, but because they were wrong, it becomes mythology.
No. Because it's just not true. Somebody made it up.
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
So
They were wrong.
The fact that the person who wrote down something untrue is irrelevant to whether or not it's mythology. The people who wrote about Serapis believed that Serapis was real, but Serapis was not real, which means
I'm just trying to find
it's
out who
mythology.
knew they were lying. So, like, if Jesus didn't know he was lying, and the people who
Jesus didn't write anything.
No, I'm just saying. First we said there's a historical Jesus. He didn't know he was lying. He thought he was semi-divine, or some kind of king. The people who followed him thought he was a king. The people who later followed those people thought they were telling the truth, so they wrote it down.
But those people
Like, none of them
didn't
are lying.
write anything. The
Right,
people
but none of them are
later,
lying.
the people later who heard the stories, who heard the fiction, wrote it down.
Right, I'm
This
just
is where
wondering who
you're
lied.
confused. Lying has nothing to do with mythology.
Okay.
The mythology isn't the idea that somebody wrote down a lie. Mythology is the idea that something untrue was written. You can have an untrue story without
Well,
somebody
yeah,
lying.
sure. Then of
So just
course
like I said, the
anything.
people who wrote about Serapis thought that
Right.
Serapis was real. Do you think that Serapis is real or mythology?
I actually don't know who he is. So
Do you think that the Greco-Roman gods were real or mythology?
mythology.
And do you know that Roman historians and Greek historians wrote about them who fully believed in them?
Right. So yeah, then I guess that's fine. I guess I just don't like when I think of saying that Jesus and Santa Claus are mythology, to me it sounds like we're saying people are playing make believe. But what you're saying
I didn't say that.
is okay. That's fine. Then I think I mean all you're saying is Jesus doesn't like Jesus wasn't who he said he was.
Yeah,
Or
that's
the
it.
people who wrote about him. I mean, yeah, I just to say he's Santa Claus is not what people
I didn't say he's Santa
think about him.
Claus.
Okay, to
I
say he's
said
Santa Claus for adults though.
Jesus is analogous to Santa Claus.
Do you think
because
anyone
people believe that there's a magical being that is still alive that can defy physics and logic, and Santa Claus does all those things? But when we're children, we stop believing in Santa Claus. When we're
Right.
adults, we don't
I
stop
guess
believing in
to me,
Jesus.
the difference is that the adults who are telling their kids about Santa Claus know Santa Claus doesn't exist. But
So what?
I'm just saying, to me, that's what makes that's the biggest difference in
But
that claim. But if
Jacob,
you're not making that
the
claim, it doesn't matter.
differences don't matter. I didn't
then what-
claim
yeah,
that Jesus and Santa
Yeah,
are
I just don't
identical. The
I just
claim
think
is that they are
I know.
analogous, and I
I get it.
told you why they're
I
analogous.
know the prompt. I'm just saying
So,
the way that
in
the
order
prompt is,
to make my prompt incorrect, you would have to demonstrate that they're not analogous. And the only way to do that is to demonstrate that Jesus isn't a myth, because that's the point of the claim. That's what makes my claim, Jesus analogous to Santa, true, is that Jesus and Santa are both mythologies, which means the only thing you can do to prove me wrong is to prove that he's not a myth. That's it.
yeah, I definitely am not up for that task tonight. But I just, anyways.
There you go.
But I will say before I head out, our conversation 2 years ago is so different compared to today and the way you talk to people. It really surprises me. Like, you throw so many insults out nowadays. It's
Mhm.
very like that last
Yeah.
guy. Why do you do that?
Because he's a prick.
Yeah, I guess it's just so surprising to me.
It shouldn't be surprising.
It's
You get up here and
is
watch
that
Christians
not
act like assholes day in and day out. When you spend 25 plus hours a week talking to Christians who won't engage honestly, won't answer questions, refuse to stop talking over you, eventually you start treating them the way that they deserve to be treated. Now, I'm not yelling at you. I'm not calling you names. I'm not talking over you, because you're engaging like an honest interlocutor. And when people do that, I treat them the way they deserve. When people come in here and they act like clowns, I treat them like clowns. I'm not a Christian. I don't have to love my enemies.
I mean, that's fair. People are saying I'm tone policing you in the comments.
I mean, a little bit. I don't really care. I'm used to it.
Anyways, they were saying that I just said earlier you're throwing insults at him, but you admitted you
Yeah.
were. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm not denying
well,
it.
I am not. Yeah, I don't want to have. I think last time we talked, we probably did talk a little bit about whether Jesus was real or not, but I am not up for that tonight. So
fair enough. All right. Thanks for coming by, man.
Yep. Have a good night.
I will say this. Jacob was a lot more calm the second time we talked. The first time we talked, I know we exchanged some jabs. I'm sure of it. Let me grab 2 super chats. We're going to get our next guest, Joy, in here. Juju, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, today was the first genuinely awful day I've had since becoming an atheist. I am sorry to hear that. You know what's not making it worse? Praying to a myth that doesn't respond. Thanks for adding a sprinkle of joy to the awful. Well, I don't know what happened to you, Juju, but I'm sorry. That's terrible. I hate it when you, especially out of nowhere, just have a terrible, terrible, no good, awful day. But there are people here that love and care about you. I know that much. Flux Chandler, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, A is to B as C is to D is very standard form of SAT question. It says a lot, in my opinion, that Christians can't seem to figure this one out with respect to Jesus and Santa. I know, it's crazy. It's kind of like all men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Conclusion, Socrates is mortal. But Christians out here will be like, nope, no, that's not the conclusion. Shit, look who's here.
Hello.
Hey, Sarah.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Are you wrapping up?
No, not quite yet. I was gonna go for a little while because I think I slept in today, so now I got some extra energy. But we had a guest in the guest box just a minute ago, and when they saw you getting into the guest queue, they ran.
What?
They're terrified.
I don't think anyone is terrified of me.
They're terrified of your intellectual prowess.
Well, thank you.
I don't think they're terrified of you in like a I'm scared my dad's gonna come beat me with the belt type of scare situation. They're just scared of getting cooked.
Well, I suppose so.
But friends, now's your time to get into the queue. We've had a full queue all night, and just kind of randomly, our queue kind of started to dwindle here in the last hour or so. So if you want to come up and tell me why Jesus is real rather than a myth, now's the time to do it. And also, Sarah's the good cop and I'm the bad cop. So you're going to get... like if you don't want to talk to me, you can get a little bit of traction possibly with Sarah, unless you say something out of pocket, then I'm going to have to beat you down. But we do have one guest.
Nice.
Although I think I know who it is. Let me check. Marilyn, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Hey, Justin. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep, I'm 18. You know me.
This is the Marilyn. Okay.
This is the Marilyn.
Well,
Yes.
Marilyn, I already know you're
Hi.
not a Christian.
You already know I'm not a Christian, but I came to cleanse the palate. I want to talk about magnets. Seriously. Okay, so Justin, listen. Everything is made of magnets.
Oh no.
Like atoms are magnets. There's no such thing as electrons. They're magnets because, okay, hold on. Hear me out. Okay, so negative energy cannot exist by itself. It's impossible. There's no force bonding it together. And magnets are the only natural particle that we have, a natural property that we have that actually like bonds together, like will come together and like create matter and like, add on to itself. So like negative can't exist on its own. Like electrons aren't even real. It's all magnets.
So, Marilyn, this hurts me to my soul as a person who went to school to learn specifically about electrons.
I know, but I've been listening to this like guy that works for NASA, and he totally told all his colleagues, and his colleagues were like, he got like 90 some odd % of them to agree, like everything's magnets. You've got to think negative charge cannot exist by itself. You can't break apart a negative from a positive. It's impossible to do, even down to the smallest molecule. You can't do it because it's got to carry a charge. There has to be a medium in between, creating the bonding, creating the electricity, creating the light energy. There has to be negative cannot create any force by itself. Like if you cut a magnet in half, you're not going to have a half of a negative or half of a positive, because that doesn't exist. You would have a whole positive and a whole negative, but even that, like they cannot be separated, because you break that even in smaller pieces, you're still going to have a north and south pole. And it's
Marilyn,
the only natural particle that's going to be that way.
the
Everything else is
negatively
going to just shatter into pieces.
Marilyn, the negatively charged particles are the electrons.
No, they're not negative. They can't be
They
negative
are.
because
They
negative does
are.
not bond to anything. It's not going to create a force in order to magnetize to that
But they
orbit, that electromagnetic
do.
field.
But they do.
You're not even like, what about how they manipulate, how they make electricity and manipulate the magnets through induction, and they run it through a coil back and forth
What
to
about
be
it?
able to direct the negative and positive sides, but it's still the same magnet that cannot be separated. It goes through one side and it's negative, and when it comes out the other side, it's going to be positive. And when it goes back through, it does the same thing.
That is a
There's not a
flow.
separatism. You can't
That's a
separate them.
flow of negatively and positively charged ions.
Say that again.
If you're talking about an AC induction, you've got a flow of negative and positively charged ions. Negatively charged ions are called electrons. An ion is a subatomic particle that has a charge. So a charged particle
These
is
subatomic
ionized.
particles, they're magnets. These subatomic particles are magnets. That's what I'm
hold
telling
on,
you.
Marilyn, hold on. I promise we're going to get somewhere, okay? Magnets are not what the subatomic particles are. The subatomic particles make up the magnet. The reason why magnets have the force is because of the collection of atoms that have a particular arrangement of these negative and positive subatomic particles. That's why magnets do magnet.
Okay, they magnet, but negative and positive cannot be separated. You can't just have negatives floating out there and positives floating out there. That is not a thing.
But unfortunately, you kind of can, and that's okay. We don't have to worry about that.
They can't be separated.
We'll get you
connected
on
to a
with Dr.
positive.
Blitz sometimes, and
Okay.
he can explain
Well,
it for
this
you,
was
okay?
fun. I just wanted to clear the
Alright.
palate. We're all God.
Thanks,
You're God.
Marilyn.
I'm God. Everyone's God. I love you, Justin.
Hope you're well, Marilyn. Cheers, friend.
Okay.
Oh boy, I gotta be honest, I didn't have a electron truther on my bingo card tonight. I didn't know that was gonna be a thing.
I don't yeah, I don't understand the motivation. Like I don't really get, but okay, have fun, I guess.
Oh boy. I gotta write down the Marilyn appearance, so I have it for my records, but we're not gonna clip Marilyn and put her on YouTube. She's a nice member of the community. We just sometimes, sometimes we
Don't
disagree on
see
things.
eye to eye.
Yeah. Oh boy. Why is Breezy back in my box?
Oh,
Breezy,
geez.
are you out of your mind?
I
Oh, it's
popped
because you're
in very
here.
briefly when he was here, and it didn't sound pleasant.
He can't follow a line of
Yeah.
conversation whatsoever. It's like talking to a toddler. Okay. We'll get Thiago in here. Welcome in, Thiago. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Hi, Justin. I am older than 18. Thank goodness. I'm 44, actually. and I actually I know the show is about Christians, and you do a great job. I watch you every day. You actually help me quite a bit. I used to be a kind of fundamentalist Christian. Grew up as a missionary kid, actually, as a Baptist. From Brazil, and so I lost my faith about 4 years ago, and have been trying to figure it out. And I wanted to ask you a question. I know you have a Discord, and I love that. I just joined it today. In particular, about um, meaning. In particular, so I think that sometimes when I speak to my friends who are still Christians, or even my parents who struggle with me, that I'm not a Christian anymore. I'm just still struggling to figure out, like, how do you find that meaning? Like, I feel like we are essentially always looking for meaning. We're made for meaning. We're like meaning seeking mammals, right? And not necessarily truth seeking. It's hard for us to find truth. And so I'm trying to rationalize, like, why do these people still hold on to their beliefs? Like evolution, for example, they're just so opposed to it. Is it because they really don't care about, they really don't believe that it's true? Or do you think, is it because they're holding on to meaning more than truth?
Mm, I think there are multiple answers. So, like, I think first of all, most people do believe that Christianity is true. The ones that are in it, maybe certainly not all of them. But why are they so reluctant to challenge the belief? I think it's because the risk versus reward for them isn't working out. Because if they find out that it's not true, their entire life changes. They lose like their hope. They lose this like purpose. So, for example, when I was young, maybe in my younger 20s, somebody was talking about how they're struggling with their purpose. And as a young Christian, I was like, what a stupid thing to be worried about. Your purpose is what God tells you to. You fucking wake up in the day and you do what God tells you. That's your purpose. But as a non-Christian now, I can see why somebody would be like, well, I don't know what my purpose is, and why that would be a struggle for them, right? So the reality is, you don't have to have a purpose, but I understand how uncomfortable it is to not have one, because you feel like you're going through life aimlessly. So I personally, I'm a big fan of setting goals. I'm a big fan of trying to find ways to improve. And so, like, or just like set a goal to achieve one of your dreams, right? You don't have to have a purpose from a God to enjoy your life.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I think what I'm starting to empathize a little bit, maybe now that I'm coming to grips with my deconstruction, as far, I'm a psychologist, I have a doctorate, and so, like, I'm curious, like, I went to church the other day with my family, just because they really wanted to go for the Christmas stuff. And so I'm like, okay, let's go. And now I'm observing it as an observant, right? Like, I'm just watching when I was participating, right? And I'm just like, well, they're genuine, they're genuine, and they're enjoying it, and they're getting some benefits out of going to church, right? Like, quite a bit of benefits, probably, if quantifiable benefits. And so then when you're out of it, then you're wondering, where do I get these benefits from? Right? Like, where am I going to get this community from? Where am I going to get this just it's almost like ready to go meaning, right? Like, it's, if you feel lonely, well, just plug into a church, and immediately you have a community. I'm not saying you can't find these things outside of Christianity. You can. It's just a lot more. It's a lot more work, right? You have to be very conscious and volitional about it. You have to go out and find a community, and you have to go and find and put together a purpose, and all these things, where, like, church just almost gave it to you. Like, where are
Yeah.
you gonna go and sing songs? I know that some people don't enjoy singing, but, like, where are you gonna go and listen to music every week, like it is at church, right? Like, there's all these things that are almost fabricated and ready to go, where it's really, really difficult to find that outside of a religion, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Community is tough. I think a lot of us struggled with finding community after we left. That's one of the reasons why we do have like Discords, but Discord's not true community. I mean, it doesn't replace what you get with a church. It's not equivalent, right? like you're not really gonna have like potlucks with your Discord community typically, but you can go to conferences and meetups and things like that happen throughout the year that are typically regional in nature, and that give you a little bit of community. And the reality is, there are some benefits to church that right now it can be hard to replace. A lot of cities now have humanist groups that
Yeah.
function a little bit like churches. Some of them are pretty big, some of them not so much. Look for a local humanist group, or if you're really feeling dangerous, join one of if you have a local chapter of the Satanic Church of Satan. They don't believe in Satan.
The
They're
Satanic
basically
Temple.
yeah. There you go. Thank you, Sarah. The Satanic Temple. Yeah, join the Satanic Temple. It's basically just another humanist group.
Yeah, I mean,
Or a
yeah,
choir. You can
a
join a
choir. Yeah.
choir.
Do you have a choir over there? You sing? Are you a singer?
Yeah,
Me.
I missed the singing similarly, but there's lots of adult choirs that you can join. Some of them are religious, but many of them aren't. So yeah, join a choir.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I also love, yeah, just the chicken blood everywhere and a satanic church. I mean, something like that would be awesome to build community around that. But like one of the things that, and I'll let you go, but because I know it's a lot more fun to listen to you just break down Christians, in particular fundamentalist Christians. It's the best part of my day usually when I'm driving to work and listening to this. But so I do appreciate you quite a bit. Like I just this idea though that like for example like back in the day with early church and they hated this idea of heliocentric, right, that the
Mhm.
Galileo and Copernicus were putting up, and they were like, no, we are the center of the universe, right? Like we are it, right? And so I was just thinking about this the other day, and I was wondering if it's kind of analogous to what's going on, where the truth of it, I mean, of course now we all agree that the earth rotates around the sun, and not the other way around, but we don't live our lives that way, even though it is true that we're a heliocentric world. We still live like we are the center of the universe, right? Like that's even though existentially we don't live like it is. Do you agree with that, or do you think that I'm off in that
Mm.
analogy, like in that sense?
Well, I think it depends on who you ask. Like if you talk to somebody in the sciences, cosmologists, things like that, obviously they're going to live much more in the actual model. But for most people, like you think of the world as like an isolated unit because that's as far as you have access to, right? So I don't think it's like they're it's not like they're not living like the other stuff exists. It's just that it's not relevant to think about it for your day to day.
Right. No, I just mean like philosophically, like existentially. Like there are some truths existentially that helps us, survive in this consciousness, right, in this reality. And there's truth out there, on objective truth, I guess, or whatever, just outside, like cosmological truths about, but they're not inspiring. Like they don't inspire us to live our lives with meaning and purpose, right? Like
Mhm.
and sometimes I feel like when I'm talking to Christians, they are talking existentially true. They don't really. I mean, some of them probably do believe, like I did, that it was actually true, that all these things are true in Jesus and things like that. But some of them are just grabbing onto meaning and existential truths in that regard that are subjective, not necessarily like that this is I would die for this.
I see what you're saying. Like I agree. I think it's impractical though to live every day as though like your death is imminent. Like if we really did live every day with our existential truth, I think a lot of people would be facing the existential dread all the time. But the reality is, we kind of ignore it. We push it aside so that we can like move on with the day and like be a normal person, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious, like, what do you think these? I mean, you do this all day, like not all day, 25 hours or so a day. You said a week. Why do you think people are doing this? Like, do you not? Do you think about this? Like, why are these people believing this? Like, just absurd truths, not even true. I mean, just false things. Like, what is going on really inside? And how do we break the curse? Like, I just.
Well, they're
it's
brainwashed, man.
Yeah.
They didn't choose it. They're just brainwashed.
But is it because they? I mean, they want to believe it's true, right?
Well,
Like
whether or
we
not they
did,
want to
right?
believe it is irrelevant. Like, you can want to believe something and still not believe it. I mean, it's true that they do want to believe it, but the reality is they believe it because they're convinced. Somebody convinced them.
Right. Do you think that we choose to be convinced?
No.
Yeah. Just like over time, right? Like a process, like I can't convince you that the earth is flat. If somebody came to me with pictures, I mean, like, yeah, that's not enough, right? There's all these other evidence that the earth is not flat. So you're not going to convince me today, right? Like, or probably never, but it's just cumulative of knowledge, right? And over time, then you eventually get convinced about something.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, I appreciate you, bro. You're awesome. I love your show, and I see you growing. Your followers are doubling. I feel like, I don't know, like you have a ton of followers already. I love it, so I appreciate your work. Thanks for listening.
Hey, thanks. I
man.
appreciate that, Thiago. Good luck on the journey, man.
Thanks, man. You too.
Cheers. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. The Dunzo says Jacob pulling out the victim card in the last stretch is peak. I know that's all they have sometimes. Defending the indefensible is a tough bub. Yeah, I agree. I mean, when you're up here acting like clowns, you don't get the white kid gloves. Science Lover says, I've been told I have a magnetic personality, so I appreciate Marilyn's affirmation. But wait, I guess everyone would, so I'm not special. Sigh. Well, you're special just like everyone else. Always remember that. And William, thank you for the super chat, says, for the universe so loved its polarities that it sent a singular flux, that whoever aligns with its field might not be scattered, but draw unto it an eternal attraction. Magnetism 3:16. I like this verse. This is a good verse. Appreciate that. Okay, let's get our guest in here. I think Seawall is next in line on the YouTube queue. Welcome in, Seawall. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Hello, I am, and I do.
Awesome. And my claim tonight is that Jesus and Santa Claus are roughly analogous because both of them are historical figures that have been greatly mythologized. I think there are at least 13 different crossovers between the two. You want to hear some of them?
I would.
Sure. Yeah. Number one, both promise to come back, one every year, and one 2,000 years ago, but I don't think they're ever coming back. Number two, both promise to give you things that you request. Both can fly and defy the laws of physics. Both have a kingdom in a world far away that's invisible that you can't test for. Neither can be verified. You just have to believe on faith. Both promise to reward good people for their behavior and punish bad people. Santa will give you coal. Jesus will turn you into coal. They both have magical helpers. Both of them will sit on a throne and judge you. And both of them will get used to coerce people into good behavior. And also, there seems to be a strange preference in both cults to culturally appropriate them because they were both people of color originally, and now they're almost exclusively depicted as white people.
Okay, that was a lot. Actually, that was pretty funny. I do see some similarities there myself. Um, but yeah, I mean, I guess in a certain sense, I agree that they have those similarities, but I think there's a difference between the two that I think that you would probably disagree with.
Well, I know there's differences. I'm not asking about that. Like, I'm not saying they're identical.
Yeah, right. Like, what was it? And sorry if I'm a little slow. I'm a little nervous speaking in front of everyone, but
Happens.
yeah. So, for example, they promise to give good things to people if they are good, right? For the Christian belief, and maybe there's some denominations, to be fair, that would disagree, but he doesn't only give good things to those who do good. For example, there's like the verse that says he gives rain to even the wicked, so that their crops may grow. So he does good things for those who oppose him and for good, for example. So in that way, he is not analogous to Santa.
And he does do evil to both the good and the wicked as well.
Could you give me an example of that?
Yeah. For example, in Second Samuel 21, he sends a drought for 3 years because Saul defied an oath that was made before the Lord. So all of Israel were made to suffer in a drought for Saul's crime.
Yes. So I think, though, you would agree that in any action we take, it doesn't only affect ourselves, but it affects those around us. For example, if I ignore important responsibilities, if I was a father and had children, then maybe that's not only affecting me because I'm ignoring responsibilities that I should in that sense, but it's also affecting the children that I have,
Who
and
sent the drought?
so
Who
well,
sent the
I'm not
drought?
sure what the verse says, but I'll take it at what you're saying.
I can read
God
it for you.
sends the drought. Okay,
Yeah, it
thank you.
says, now there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years. Year after year, David inquired of the Lord. The Lord said, there is blood guilt on Saul and on his house because he put the Gibeonites to death. So uh, it was something that Saul did. God was mad at him. And because God was mad at him, he's like, fuck it, drought, 3 years.
Well, I mean, I don't think it was necessarily uh, so flippant, and like I probably am not going to do the best at explaining this, but for example, um, like he was ordered to do something and he didn't do it, so he sends that punishment of the drought. Um, Now, one thing you could say is like, okay, that is gonna cause obviously it's gonna cause difficulties. It's gonna kind of suck, like if you're a less extreme example is if you're a kid and you're getting grounded, because you messed up, and so you're a kid, you get grounded, and you don't want to just sit in your room all day, right? He did something that he wasn't supposed to do, and so Israel gets punished with this drought. Um, so see, this
So
is
does
what I
that
mean.
sound like
I'm telling you.
justice to you? Like an all-powerful God could dispense any punishment that he wanted, right? God isn't limited in how he dispenses his consequences. So does it seem just that innocent people were punished for one other person's bad choices?
Well, I think it's a little more complicated than that because again, we want to look at this is just his mistake, and now the group is getting punished. Um, but
Which is bad,
when
right?
when well, potentially, I mean, if he also Saul, I'm sure, had people who were responsible for advising him. Like, for example, there's the famous story in First Samuel 15 that makes him, cut off from the kingdom. Part of the thing was like, oh well, everyone and if I remember correctly, I'm not meaning to like misquote it, but if I remember correctly, they were like, "Oh well, everyone was saying we wanted to bring these animals back for the sacrifices, so we
Yep.
should bring these animals back." And so, like, it is something that Saul did that was wrong, but it might not necessarily have been done in a vacuum, if that makes sense.
Yep.
It might
But
not only
But
be
does
him
that
that
mean
is
that everyone
responsible
who
for his
was
choice.
like in a famine, like the entire community suffers, and they don't just suffer, like people die in a famine, right? So now you have a scenario in which, families, children, infants, even animals might be subject to death because of maybe one or even a few people's choices. That doesn't seem like a very just punishment.
Well, it would be an assumption that, and it might be like, well, of course this happens in a drought, but it would be an assumption that just because there's a drought or a lack of an abundance of food, that for sure people are going to die. Um, I think that would be an assumption you would have to make about those two things.
For 3 years?
you think if there's a 3-year drought, nobody dies?
Well, I'm not saying that for a fact no one died, but I'm also not saying for a fact people died. And also, with my biblical belief is that for those who put their faith in the Lord, that He will, you know, feed those who are hungry, not necessarily with the
Well,
nicest
necessarily.
food or anything like that, but that those people who are faithful to Him will be fed.
Well, wait a minute. So does that mean out of the millions of human beings who starve to death every year, you don't think a single one of them is a Christian?
Well, see, no, because it's a little more nuanced than that. Because, for example, you have the story of Job, where you look at him, and everyone is, well, not everyone, sorry, but he loses everything. Not just his farm and his crops, even though he did nothing wrong, he was walking blameless in the
Oh
Lord,
no.
but he
But you're
lost
making it
his
worse, not
entire
better.
family.
You just made it
So,
worse.
yeah, so what you're saying is you think that God will feed everyone who is faithful to him, except for the times that he doesn't. And in fact, sometimes God will destroy everything you have, even though you're blameless, just so that he can improve your character.
Well, it's not just about character improving, no. So
So, okay,
that's
just to be clear
where,
though, like you
yeah.
do think that, like, I don't know, I think it's 9-10 million people starve every year. I don't know the statistic, I'll have to check. It is some
It's a
number
lot.
starve to
Also,
death every
mhm.
year. And are you, I mean, do you agree that some of those millions of people are probably Christians?
I would agree.
Okay, so then we're on the same page that actually he does not feed all of his followers.
Well, I
And
think
to your
when,
point, Sarah, in
yeah.
2021, from 2021 to 2023, there was a drought that covered Somalia, Ethiopia, Kenya, and a couple others, and 43,000 deaths were recorded just in 2022. So to Sarah's point, the idea that you're going to have a drought and no death is kind of preposterous. And as we've already pointed out, in real life, there are Christians starving to death. But go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to get that stat out there.
No, yeah, that's okay. And I think that um, I feel like a deeper part of this really is, why is there suffering if there is a God? I think is really
Yeah,
question
we're not worried
we're
about
trying
that.
to answer.
No, nope, not at all. Nope. The question is it just, Sarah already asked it, is it just to punish everybody for the crimes of somebody else?
And that's why I was trying to explain then that it's not necessarily an individual. It's not like it was him that had the mess up, but that doesn't mean that when you mess up that it wasn't a group that was involved in that. And then
Involved in
also,
what?
for example, what was that,
Well, you'd
sorry?
have to make the argument that every single member of that entire community is somehow responsible, because every single member of that entire community suffered, but not every single man, woman, and child and animal was part of making this bad decision.
Yep.
Okay, I think I see. I think I see where we're not making a connection. I'm probably not explaining it the best. But so, for example, um, maybe this will be a decent example. If I am, I guess, yeah, if I'm an alcoholic and I have a family, it's easy to see how, okay, I made the decision, you could say, to maybe start drinking in the first place or to continue or to not seek help, whichever one of those things it is. And so that moral responsibility is now affecting not just me, but the people around me, even though they're innocent and didn't do anything wrong.
Right,
That's
but
kind
in
of the
this
point I'm
case,
trying to make.
that makes sense if there's some natural consequence that no one else is in charge of. But here, this is your all-powerful God dispensing a consequence, right? So in your metaphor, this would be like the authorities coming and throwing everyone in jail, right? Like, so for God to send a drought that's going to harm the entire community, God could have just only sent a consequence to the people responsible for the decision, because God is in control.
Okay. Yeah,
It was
well, it's
God's
like
choice.
when the Israelites, for example, were in. I gotta stop saying "for example" so much. When the Israelites were in the desert, God sent the snakes to people because they were in the desert so long. They were complaining, "Why did you save us just to have us wander around?" And you could say, "Well, God is evil because He sent these snakes to kill these people. Maybe there was some other way around it." But
You're making
what
it
if it
worse
was
again.
well, no, what I'm saying is, what if it's just these people's behavior that caused the snakes,
Wait,
you
so but
know?
again, to
So
go
if we
back to
if
this
we were
famine,
if we
but to go
remove
back to the
God sent the
famine though,
snakes and say that
what you're
snakes came as a result of their behavior, then I don't think we'd be having this discussion. So I think it's more
I think we're having this discussion because you're
of a
not
language
understanding what
thing.
Sarah said. Can you say it again, Sarah?
so again, this is about who gets punished for their actions. So God is the one who decided to punish innocent people, right? So the decision that we're talking about either was made by one person, maybe you're making an argument that there's another small group of advisors who helped make this decision, but we can agree that every man, woman, and child in the entire nation did not make this decision. Therefore, they are innocent. They are not part of this decision. They did not do this wrong thing. But God has selected a punishment that hurts everyone. Whereas, Justin,
Well, my question for you then is that does every single mistake that someone make not have any consequence on another and only negatively affect that person for you to
That's not what
believe
she
that a good
said.
God could
no,
exist?
you're missing the point. There is, When you say an action has a negative consequence, you are talking about if I make a bad decision and I hurt someone. But we would agree that it's bad that I hurt someone. This is a different situation in which you have a judge and jury dispensing punishment. So we're not talking about me making a bad choice that harms someone else. Now we have someone above you looking at your actions and dispensing a judgment and a punishment. It's a very different scenario.
Yeah, I understand. I do understand that you're saying that it is a judgment and not necessarily a natural consequence. But I think when it comes to God, that those things are more closely interlinked than we think. I guess I don't know how else to put that
So
right
you
now.
do you think that God was in control of the famine?
Well, he's sovereign over all things.
Okay, so God made the choice to send a famine knowing that it would harm people who did not make this bad decision.
Again, I think that you're looking at it from that perspective, and that's a fine way of analyzing. But you're also not thinking about the fact that Saul did something that he shouldn't have, and now we're blaming God for bringing the
No.
drought. But what about the consequence of
Just
what
focus,
he did?
focus. Sarah said this 3 times. There's a difference between a consequence and a punish. If my son comes home from school because he got in trouble, he punched a kid in the nose, the consequence of that would be that maybe he gets in trouble by the school because they have written rules about what to do, and maybe that boy never talks to him ever again because he just broke some boy's nose. The punishment is what I control. When my son gets home, I get to choose of my own doing how I'm going to deal with the behavior that he exhibited, right? So God, when he sent the drought, made a choice. It wasn't a consequence. Consequences are like inevitable things that happen. Punishments are choices that individuals make. So what Sarah said was that the drought happening wasn't a consequence, it was a choice that God decided, and that choice is not just because some people received the punishment that weren't involved in the crime. Do you see the problem?
How do you know what God did isn't, in a sense, an inevitable consequence of what he did?
How?
Well, how
How
not?
could it be inevitable that when Saul sinned, he had to send a drought?
To be fair, that's not a question
Does
that
God
I
not
can.
have control over his own behavior?
It's not that he doesn't have control, but the things
Did
that
something
we
force
do.
him to do it?
No, no one forced him to do
Okay,
anything.
did he choose to do it?
He chose to do it, yes.
There you go. That means it's a decision that he made. God made a decision to punish people that weren't involved in the crime. And what Sarah wants to know is whether or not that's just.
And I think that it's a little more nuanced than what you're trying to explain, and I understand
What's the
that
nuance?
the nuance is that it is more difficult to make these sort of connections. You know, it's easier when someone is an alcoholic and the different people that are in their lives are negatively affected. It's harder
Those are
when
consequences, not
something.
punishments. We're talking about
But
punishments, not consequences.
but again, I think it's hard. I think it's hard for me to explain, but those things
No,
are
no, no, no. It's not hard for you
extremely
to explain. You're
interlinked.
missing the point.
No,
We are not talking
like
about consequences. We're talking about decisions that people make. When an alcoholic becomes an
for
alcoholic and it hurts his family, those family members didn't make the decision to be hurt. That's a consequence of somebody else's decision.
well, for example, the consequence of sin is death, but he also judges us on our day of judgment when we go to heaven that we will go to hell. And so
And
that's why I'm trying
who
to
made that
explain that those
consequence?
things.
Who made that? Who decided that that's going to be a thing?
Well, that's actually, I would say, a more complicated question than
Nope.
a lot
It's
of people
God.
would lead on.
God decided
Well,
that the consequence of sin would be the wages of death.
I don't think that that's necessarily true because the nature of God is that he is a holy and perfect God.
So?
And we were given the capability to make a choice.
So?
And we made the choice to sin.
So
and
what?
the sort of spiritual physics is that now as a
Oh, spiritual
consequence we
physics.
Spiritual
can't.
physics?
Well, that's the way that it makes sense in my brain. It's and it almost like the law of gravity that
I'm actually glad
we
he's saying
can't
this.
be. Yeah.
So does that
Okay.
mean, wait, I do want to clarify, and I don't mean this in a snarky way. I'm glad you said that. Like, I genuinely want to clarify. What you're describing is that God is subject to natural laws outside of himself.
Well, God is the law, so I think it's a little bit different. It's not outside of him, but it's who he is.
Oh, a
But
law's not a
I mean,
person.
if you, but you're putting these boundaries on God. God can do this, but he cannot do that. Like, if you are describing the sort of natural consequence that, well, the wages of sin just had to be death because it's just how things are, that's how things have to behave. Those are laws that you're describing that God is unable to override. But if God
Well,
genuinely
there's a
created
lot of things that God
everything,
can't do. Like he can't lie because he is truth, and he can't not love because he is love. So there are things that God can't do.
That's not true in the Bible.
I was going to say,
No,
I
it
bet you
is.
could find an incidents of lying in the Bible.
Yeah, he lies in the Bible and changes his mind.
Okay. Well, and I'll say, in your opinion, he
Nope.
lies and does what seems to change his mind. But
It says verbatim that he changes his mind in Exodus 32:14.
But would you before we go into this this kind of discussion, would you then agree with me that there are things that God can't do because of his nature, right?
No.
If you just before we go
Nope.
into this discussion,
No, I disagree.
accept that.
Pause right
Okay,
there.
well,
I disagree.
why do you disagree?
Because if God's nature entails that he's all powerful, that means he can do all things.
Well, what does do all things mean, though?
All things that are possible.
See, so all things that are possible. So
Which is
he
all things,
can't
because all
go.
things are possible with God, it says. So all things, the Bible says all
Okay,
things are possible.
but again, what do you mean by all things are possible?
All
Because it
things.
doesn't mean that.
All things.
I understand that you're saying
All
all
things
things,
are
but it's
possible.
not.
Does the word all have any exceptions? No. That means all things.
I don't think it's necessarily so simple as just because
Well,
it says all things. Like
buddy,
for
I didn't
example,
write it.
there's a verse that says I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. That doesn't mean I can
I
become
wasn't
God, for
quoting that verse.
example. Well, it's in the same sense that just because
No.
God can do all
Jesus said
things
that
doesn't mean
Jesus said that
that
all things are
he can
possible with God.
literally. and that is true, but it's true in the same sense that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
Which is also a lie.
Well, it's not a lie.
Oh yeah, it is.
Can you turn
In
off the
what way do
TV
you
in the
mean that it's a
background?
lie?
Yeah, your
Can you
TV
get
is kind of
audio? I'm
annoying.
sorry. Okay. Can you hear it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
better now. We can still hear it,
okay.
but it's
I
off.
muted it.
So the point still hasn't been addressed, which is why was God required to send a drought when Saul sinned? What's the spiritual calculus there? Tell us the physics.
Yeah. So again, I don't think it's required necessarily, but in the same way
But if it's
that
not
the
required, then it's a
consequence of
choice.
sin.
Hold on. Nope, we're not there yet. If it's
Okay.
required, if it's not required, that means it's a choice, yes or no?
It is a choice.
Okay. And if it's a choice, that means God could have chosen otherwise, yes or no?
I don't think that is so simple now.
Well, then it's not a choice. If you can't choose otherwise, that makes it a requirement. So we'll try again. Was God required to send the drought, yes or no?
I think, but
Nope, yes
this
or
is gonna
no?
sound like I'm
Yes,
obfuscating.
yes or no? You're
But
obfuscating already. Yes or no? Was it required?
when God
Yes or
isn't
no?
as
Was it
simple as you're
required?
trying. God is not so
Yes or
simple as
no?
the
Was it
concept you're trying to
required?
bring forward.
Yes or no? Was it
Is it
required?
required? In the sense that God is perfect, and He will only do the thing which is best. You could look at that and say it's required, but I don't
So
think that's the most accurate way to look at it.
So you're saying starving all those people is what was best?
That's crazy.
No, not at all.
Well, if it's not best, then why did God do it?
Again, is it best for us to for us when we sin that we experience death?
No, I'm asking about
That's not
God's
what's best.
choice.
No, but this
God,
again, this
God
idea
could have
connects. It's
sent
not
any type
best.
of punishment that he wanted. And you said that God acts in a way that is best, right? So God controls God's actions and God does the best thing. So when God saw that Saul sinned, God made the choice to send a famine to starve the whole nation.
So it's not best in
God
the
did
way we're
not do the
looking
best.
at this, right?
Okay,
Well, it's
so
Was
not
there a
best
better
that when we
choice?
sin, it's not best that when we sin
That's
was
not
there
that
a
what we're
better
talking
what we
choice?
about.
deserve. But just
Was there a better
can I
choice?
finish this idea?
No.
It's not. Well, if
No.
I
Sarah
can't finish
asked you
the
a
idea,
question,
then we can have the
and you're
discussion.
on a tangent.
Well, I can connect the two ideas
No,
if
you
you.
can't. I promise you
Because you
can't.
want to blame Saul for the drought is where you're going.
I don't want anything. I mean, if you
You
guys
certainly do.
convince me
You're
that
going
the
to
way you're
blame
thinking about
Saul
it
for
is
the
true.
drought when
Yep.
Saul's action did not directly cause the drought. It was God who said, look, Saul sinned. Now I'm going
But
to
that's an
choose to
assumption.
take this action.
No, it's
But that's an
100% true.
assumption.
You're already doing it.
Let's read the text. Does it say, I sent a drought?
I had tried to explain in the same way that
Nope. No,
the
you didn't.
consequence of sin
Nope. There's
being
not a
death is
consequence.
not.
Wrong again.
Well, it is. It says in the Bible that the consequence of sin is death.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Well, let
Says
me.
the wages
Oh,
of sin is death, and wages are not consequences. Wages are something you decide to pay out for somebody, which is again a choice, a decision, not a consequence. Oh, we lost him. I think he's coming back. Maybe he's coming back. Hold on. It's amazing that he cannot grasp the severity of the pretzel that he's in right now.
Yeah, I know. It's the same discussion we have when we're talking about Adam and Eve too. That like because Adam and Eve did a bad thing, everything that follows is 100% their fault, and God was bound. He had to. Nothing is God's fault.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice.
Right.
He was required by spiritual physics to make childbearing painful.
Okay, I do love that though. the spiritual physics, that's great.
It's an adequate description, I think, isn't it?
I really do think though, like that is the way that Christians talk about the wages of sin being death. They do speak about it as if it is this spiritual law that God is bound to, that God
Right.
must obey, that when he cursed Adam and Eve and cursed the rest of the planet, it was this thing that got away from him that like happened without him choosing.
Right. Yeah. Oh well. Well, I don't think he's coming back. I assume his battery died. He didn't strike me as the type of person that would just run away from a conversation. So maybe they'll come back later, maybe not. Let me grab just a couple of super chats, friends, and we'll get our next guest in here. I think Anna is next in line. The Walking Dad says, and Doug said, take this everlasting gobstopper and eat it, but do not bite unless ye has great dental coverage, and that is the case. Listen, friends, learn from my mistakes. Take care of your teeth in your 20s and your 30s so that you don't have to pay extra to do damage control in your 40s. That's not the thing you want. Oh, he came back.
Oh.
Okay. Good. Welcome back, Seawall.
Hello. Yeah, for some reason I disconnected. I don't know what happened, but yeah. So where did we leave off?
So Sarah was explaining that God isn't required to do anything when somebody sins. And you were in the process of bending over backwards to try to say that God is powerless and that he has to send droughts for Saul's sin.
Well, that's one way to frame it, but I guess I'm not seeing where I don't see where you are not seeing the connection between the wages of sin being death and of
Did
this
God
sort of
decide that the
situation
wages
here.
of sin would be death? Yes or no?
No.
Who decided it?
It was, well, again, that's why I think that's a bit of a complicated question.
I
I
don't think it
know,
is.
like, no, I
Not
think
if your
it
God is
is.
sovereign. Didn't you say your God is sovereign over everything and he created everything, right?
He is sovereign and he is over everything and created everything.
Oh, no, he's
But
not.
he didn't create himself, so because otherwise he would be something that was created. So he has these characteristics and these traits that are inherent to him, and he can't go against those traits.
But that doesn't answer
So
the question. Who decided that the wages of sin would be death?
I guess you could say
Keep in
his
mind that
being.
the
Yeah.
answer is God, because God was the one who decided that he would find a loophole for it or a way around it. God's in control of what happens to humans.
Well, a loophole also is one way to frame it, but again, there are attributes that he contains that he can't go against.
But what does his
So
attributes have to do about the wages of sin?
that means that because we humans sinned, we we can't he can't just go like, whoopsie daisies, they just had a little goof up. Well,
Why
no
not?
big deal. Let me just forgive them.
Why not?
Because the way that it works is that because you sinned, that what you've earned is death. And so what he chose to do is to die
No,
on the cross.
why? Why is it inherent in spiritual physics that if you sin, you must die?
I mean, I'm not sure that's something I could explain to you, if I'm being honest.
Because it's irrational. It's silly.
Well,
It goes
maybe. I
exactly to what
mean,
Sarah says. There's some sort of law outside of God that God is bound by.
but the law, so to speak, is God. So
It's
that's
not.
a
No,
difference
he's
than
bound
it
by it.
being outside of him.
No, he's
If
bound by it.
Well,
if it's him, then he has power over it. But God's nature wouldn't like govern our consequences and our actions. I mean, what you're really appealing to is this sort of
that is the
transcendental
Christian
law
belief,
of
though.
justice. No, you're not understanding me. The idea that the wages of sin is death. What you're saying is God's nature is somehow dictating my consequence, right? Like my sin now has a wage and it's death, and that is dictated by God's nature.
I think that would be accurate to say, yeah.
Okay, so now we have left the realm. We're outside of God, and we are his little creatures, and so he does have the capability to control the rules of this planet unless there is some larger law that governs both God and us that we all have to appeal to.
I think there was a misstep made there, and that because it sounded like, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we're outside of God, that we're not subject to the sort of being of God or who He
So
is,
his
and therefore
nature
the result of
itself
that.
isn't going to force things on us. Like his nature would not dictate our punishments. His nature would not dictate our punishments like inherently. That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
how does a person's nature control physics?
Well, I meant, and maybe that's why you're teasing me a bit for it. I don't mean like literal, like gravity physics.
No,
I
you
just, it's
do.
a
No,
term
you
that
do. No,
helps
no,
me
no,
make
no, no,
sense.
no, you do. Because death is a physical
Well,
process.
why are you? Well, spiritual death, because life, for
No,
example, is to know
physical death.
Jesus.
Physical death.
Well, why are you telling me what death and what kind of terms I'm
Physical
meaning by now,
death.
though?
Now, I'm not saying what you mean. I'm saying what it can only mean. Physical death.
Well, prove it can only mean that.
Because spiritual death is the lake of fire in Revelation 21, and all of us are going to experience physical death because we sinned. We're not going to experience the spiritual death just because we sinned.
That's what the Bible teaches, that if you sin, we're going to experience that death unless we put our faith in God. That's
No.
the Christian belief. Yes,
No.
it is, yeah.
No, it's not.
So what is the Christian belief then?
The Christian belief is that you can get out of the second death, not the first death.
The discussion I was having was about the second death.
We're not.
When I was talking about the consequences of sin is death,
The
what I was
wages
meaning
of
was
sin is mortal death. That's why everyone dies.
mortal.
That's why that verse exists. It's an explanation for why humans die.
Well, how did you put mortal? I'm genuinely curious. How did you put mortal in front of that?
A mortal is an entity that doesn't live forever.
No, like how did you get the word mortal in the verse? Because I
Because
don't remember
that's
it
what
saying
the
mortal.
passage is about. It's an
How do
explanation
you
for
know?
why human
How do you
beings
know it's about
die.
that?
Because that's the explanation for why humans die. Because we're
Can you
sinners.
show
The
that to me?
wages of sin is death.
Can you maybe explain to him that like the translation doesn't mean spiritual death?
That's also another thing. There's nothing in the Bible ever that translates to spiritual death. That's not a thing. It's not in there.
Well, I don't think it says spiritual death, but I don't see it says mortal death either. So that's why
That's
I'm
the
just
only death you
curious.
have.
If it's
Well,
not
no, but
spiritual, what kind of
by
death
that
is it?
by that standard, when the serpent says, well, you won't surely die when they eat the apple,
You're making it
in that
worse.
sense, then he would be telling the truth. But
He was
if
telling
you're
the truth.
thinking,
Congratulations, you figured it out.
no, but I'm trying to explain
Yeah.
that it's the spiritual death.
It's
So you
not, though.
can,
There's no spiritual
but
death
not,
anywhere in the Bible. It doesn't exist. You have to make that up.
well, I know that it is. You're the one that's positing that it's not talking about spiritual death
No,
because
I'm
when it
certainly
speaks about
not.
life, it says life is
The,
to know Jesus
the
Christ.
word
It
the
says
word
that.
death does not refer to spiritual death unless it says the second death. The second death is speaking of the soul being killed.
So prove to me that every time it doesn't say second death, that it's only referring to a physical death.
Because that's how the words work. That's what
Well, in
death
your
means.
opinion,
That's what it means to be dead, is when your physical body is no longer being animated. Which is why Romans chapter 6, where that verse shows up, is talking about physical death from beginning to end.
but can you prove to me? Because that I'm glad that you're saying that, but it's not a proof. I now need you to prove that every time the Bible says death and it doesn't mention second death, that it's only referencing the
Because that's what
physical
the
death that you're
word
talking about.
means. The word death means that your body is no longer functioning. That's what the word means. That's the
That's what
meaning of
you're
the
telling
word.
me it means.
That's what
That's
the
what you're
word
telling me it
means when you
means.
look it up in the dictionary.
What you're positing is you're
So
asking
every
him
word in
to
the Bible
prove
matches
to
the
you
dictionary
that
definition. Is that
there's
what you're telling
not
me?
an extra
Yeah.
Every
secret
definition?
meaning.
That's not true.
Yeah, Hebrew words match their meaning in the Hebrew dictionary. Greek words match their meaning in the Greek dictionary. English words
Hebrew
match
words
their
have
meaning
multiple
in the
meanings.
English. All words have multiple meanings.
And also, it can mean the word death, but still be referring to a spiritual death that doesn't then
Wrong
say that it's
again.
not referring to a spiritual death.
Go into the Hebrew lexicon and find me where death means spiritual.
So again, that's like a way to throw it back on me and
You can
say,
show
well,
him.
I can't.
Just show
Well,
me.
so I think what happened last time, and I tried to look up a verse last time, and I'm just using my phone, and I think that's what caused me to back out. And I don't think I have a Bible on me. I can probably think of something if I spend time to think, but what you're right now we're going through a back and forth that I don't think is necessarily helpful because what I did to you is prove that every time it says death it's only physical, and now you're asking me to show you where it says where it's referencing spiritual, which is completely valid. I would have to look up a verse and I don't know it in my head, but I don't think it's fair to say every time it says death,
Yeah,
and even
did
if the
Jesus
definition
die?
says this means death.
Did Jesus die for your
Well, yeah, he
sins?
did die.
Did his
He
spirit
did.
die?
No, because death can take on multiple meanings. For
There you
example,
go.
Israel doesn't only refer
Listen,
to
I'm gonna go
the
to bed.
country in the
Yeah, I
Bible.
don't blame you. Sarah, thanks for dropping by.
Thanks for having me.
Have a great
Have a
night,
good
friend.
night.
Good night.
So, the problem that you have is that you believe there's a mystical force that is controlling God's behavior, which is asinine.
Well, I don't believe there's a mystical force controlling God's behavior, but
You
God,
do.
because
Because you
of who
believe
He
that
is,
can
because of
God
who He
overcome
is,
death, yes or no?
God overcame death.
Okay, so God has control over death, does he not?
Well,
Crazy that you can't say yes or no. Does God have control over death, yes or no?
well, you're trying to look at this.
Did
It's kind
God
of
have
interesting
control over
because
death, yes or no,
you're
Seawall?
treating this. I
All right,
feel like
so I know you're crashing out because you're realizing your argument is silly and I'm not as nice as Sarah. So we'll try this again. I need a yes or no out of your pie hole. Does God have control over who dies, yes or no?
this is the same stuff you make fun of the fundamentalists for, and now you're
I'm
going
not
after
making
me
fun
for
of
trying
you.
to explain the
I'm asking you to
nuance.
say yes or no so we can finish this dialogue. Does God have control over who dies, yes or no?
No, he doesn't.
Wrong. Jesus said he does. Jesus says, don't fear the one that can kill the body, but fear the one that can kill both the body and the soul in hell. Try again. Does God have control over who dies?
But he's only
Yes
destroying those people
or
because they
no,
chose.
Seawall. Does God have control over who dies?
Well, I'm trying to have a. I feel like I've been fairly kind and respectful, and I'm not trying
You've
to be
been
difficult in this.
evasive, and the conversation has taken double the amount of time it should have. This is easy. Does God, according to Jesus' own words, have the power to kill the body and the soul?
On the other hand, he is
Yes
a
or
just
no,
God.
Seawall? Does he have the power to kill the body and soul?
Can I add in the other
Nope.
side of that coin once I answer?
You're going to answer, and then we're going to finish this dialogue and stop stretching it out for another hour. Does God have the power to kill the body and soul, according to Matthew 10:28?
I, I promise I am someone who seeks the truth, and the truth is often nuanced, and it's not as simple as this yes or no question that you're
This is a
trying to
simple
lead
yes
me
or no
into.
question. Let me ask the chat. Chat, does God have the power to kill the body and the soul?
So you believe everything the chat believes? Okay, I get that. Okay,
No, I'm demonstrating that the chat isn't made up of petulant children. They're willing to answer easy yes or no questions.
I got it.
A lot of yeses. All right, your
So,
turn. According to Matthew 10:28, does God have the power to kill the body and soul?
so you're just going to insult me now, and you're
So
not
the
going to let
answer
me
is
answer the question.
yes. It says, do not fear those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather, fear the one who can destroy the body, both soul and body in hell. Which means God has the ability to kill the body and the soul, according to Jesus' words. So I'll ask you again, does God possess the capability to destroy the body and soul? And he's gone. You force them to answer yes or no questions, they run. Okay. Pretty used to that. It's crazy that in order to justify God's bad behavior, you have to turn to like weird pretzels and say that God doesn't have control over his own punishments. God does punishments, but he has no control over them. There's a mystical spiritual force that makes him do things. Okay. Mike, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says a donation for those with so much more patience than me. Seawall's disingenuous double talk is a mind-numbing tactic. I agree. It's double talk and it's dishonest. If somebody asks you a question, just answer the fucking question. If you don't like the answer to the question, you're certainly capable to elaborate at the end of it. But what you don't get to do is be evasive and just not answer the question. Typical Christian. Simple Programmer says, are you eating Jesus in his most common way for form? I am indeed. I need a little bit of snack. And I tried a little bit of Jesus with honey and a little bit of Jesus with Kraken. And I can't figure out which one I like best. But I'm still having the Kraken. What are you going to do, right? And Charles, thank you so much for the $7 super chat. And Beautiful Puppy says, Christians showered their cards. I'm sorry. Oof. Christians showed their cards when they decided to support Trump. I just don't know which one has the biggest ego. It's hard to tell between the Bible God and Trump. Both of them have preposterous size egos. And Lockfree says, context, a word that means unfavorable interpretations are wrong, regardless of the context, indeed. When a Christian shouts context, it means they don't like this text. I need to make it mean something other than what it quite clearly means. 100%. Let's get Anna in here. Anna, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Absolutely. Yes, and yes. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. And my claim tonight is that Jesus is very much analogous to Santa in that he was probably a real historical figure that became mythologized after his death. So, to me, it's the same thing, except when we're kids, eventually we get rid of Santa, but for some reason, a lot of humans aren't getting rid of Jesus when they become adults. Am I wrong?
No, it's not, I don't. First of all, I'm sorry about the previous caller embarrassing all of us Christians. That's kind of, sorry you had to endure that. It was hard for me to sit here through that. What I would like to say is I have a very different view than most people I've ever met about God and Jesus and the Bible, and still call myself a believer. So I'd just like to clarify that for a second, which is I think the Bible was written, thousands of years ago. It's been edited who knows how many times by the Catholic Church before it was published, and then edited again and edited again and edited again. And I do believe that God is real, and I do believe Jesus is his son and that he did walk this earth and perform miracles. But I don't think it was necessarily in the exact context and way that it is written in the Bible. So I'm one of the few people I know that thinks the Bible is a nice story and a nice interpretation, and it's many different people's interpretations of people that are dead that we don't know now, and we don't really know how it was put together and who decided what should go in or out. So for me, it's just maybe a nice story and a reference to things. But for me, the real truth about God and Jesus being real is just my own personal experiences in relationship that I have outside of a church. And not that churches are bad. Churches are wonderful senses of community for a lot of people. And that's nice. They're nice to go to and visit. And I have been a lot. But I certainly don't need that to feel, and bear with me, I'm under the weather, so I'm sorry my voice isn't good. But I've had a lot of I'm almost 60. I've had lot of people in the younger generations um talk to me about they don't believe that God is real or that Jesus is his son and was here and did miracles. And I can only say that I have a different experience. I've had experiences I don't want to spend, an hour going into on air, but just to say, um, you know, dreams, visions, feelings, and such, and literal miracles in life that I've experienced for myself that are unexplainable in any other way. And all I can say is that I I believe that I've talked to God. I believe that I visited God, and I believe that once you do have that experience, since it's not just an experience as in any other experience in life, but once you do experience something like that, and it transforms your whole body throughout your entire body, your chemistry, your thoughts, your actions, your feelings, your heart, and everything that you have, and you're never the same after that. And then when you find a person that says, well, God isn't real, or, or Jesus wasn't his son, it's really hard to go, oh, I'm sorry, but you're just so wrong, you know? But I often refrain from doing that because one thing I believe about being a Christian is you do accept everyone for who they are and let them have their own opinions. And my belief is that sooner or later people are find out. And if they don't find out, that they're still going to be with God in the end anyway. That's just my opinion. But I'd like to share it with you because it's very different than most people I know. And
Yeah,
then
so
the
you're a
last,
universalist. That's fine. So, but my point is that
when you were asking
Jesus
the question about the
appears
flood,
to be
right?
mythological, right? So, what would be the reason why I would believe that Jesus is real and alive as opposed to mythological, like the dead Saint Nicholas?
Yeah. And again, my answer is just going back to um I believe that the Holy Spirit will touch people's lives and show you. And if you're never shown, I believe you'll still go to heaven. It's fine. I don't believe everyone is shown. But when you were talking about like the flood earlier when your nice woman guest was on, um
She is
and
nice,
you were
way
asking
more
this
than me.
question that this caller could not answer about why does God, yeah, I think you said, does God like punish or kill all the people who are innocent? Why, if there's such a great loving God, why would that happen? And my belief is that God doesn't do those things. My belief is that we're all on this earth, we're multi-populated earth, and just by odds, there are things that are going to happen and people are going to die. And my belief is that, and then God will take your soul, and be with you in heaven when you do die and help people who are survivors of losing someone they love through their pain. But does he cause all of that? No, I don't think he causes it. But to answer your question, does he have the power to call someone home? Yes, I do believe that he does.
Dope. So, what would be the evidence that Jesus is real and not mythology?
Yeah, I don't think there is
Oh, okay.
evidence.
Fair enough.
It's about like once you've
So,
had the experience where
that's
you've seen
fine.
Jesus in front of you, you'll just
Yeah,
always know and believe. And not
sure.
everyone's going to have that experience. I realize that. And the reason there
Yeah.
isn't
What about my
evidence
friend
is
who's
because,
a Hindu who got visited by two of the Hindu deities? Are they real?
yeah, they actually are real. And I think a lot of the world has the idea about the whole spiritual realm very askew and not accurate at all. And once you have been to the other side, like I say that I have, and once you've seen and have these things revealed, then you know. And the best way I can explain it to people is that,
Right, but
um,
just to be sure, a Hindu who met the Hindu deities would say
mhm,
that like your God is not real and theirs is, or like anybody from any other religion, right? So
yeah.
what I'm
So the
suggesting
Hindus
is
I
that
know would
I
say,
realize that
I
you had a
call it
personal experience, and what I'm saying is that other people's personal experience
right.
necessarily would invalidate your personal experience. So either one of them
Sometimes and
have to be
sometimes not.
wrong,
Sometimes
some of
and
them have
sometimes
to be
not. So
wrong for
they
one
would
of the
say
other
to
ones
me,
to be right, but as it turns out, they could all be wrong, which is my opinion. I don't
well,
think anybody's personal experience with any deity is true. I think this is people's
mhm.
brains playing tricks on them.
Yeah, I've heard that before. What I would like to point out though is when you're talking, I actually have traveled the world and I've been in many different countries and a lot of the Asian countries. And what you actually will find out is that long time ago, there was a book written in Sanskrit called the Tibetan Book of the Dead. There's actually a
Mm-hmm.
documentary about this. And this process embodies exactly, without them knowing anything about Western culture or never seen an American in their life, um, the exact process that many of us describe as going to be with God.
And
And
so
so
did
those things for
so
me are
did the
not coincidental.
Egyptians, and so did the
Huh?
Greeks. The Greeks had
Right.
their own
Yeah,
stories, and
exactly.
they're full
And
with
so for me,
details
these things
that
are not
contradict the details from the other experiences.
correct.
So the
Correct.
problem
So
is
for
when you
me,
have like for example, Plato tells a story. Remember, I think it was Plato tells the
mhm,
myth of air, where air had a near-death experience, and
Mhm.
there were Greco-Roman deities there, right?
Mhm.
But the
Yeah.
problem is when you have like something like Christianity, Christianity teaches that there's only one God, which means these other near-death experiences where other gods are appearing can't be real. They're
Yeah, and that's where
exclusive.
Christianity has it wrong. Because what I
So
call
then you're
my
not a
God and what the
Christian.
Hindu calls his God, to me, are the same entity.
That can't be, because the Hindus are polytheists.
But correct myself. The Tibetans and their, their gods of the mountains and you go to any other religion and their God and their God.
But
And I
how many
believe that
gods
it
are
is
there?
one, excuse me?
How many gods are there?
I believe there's one
Okay, well,
controlling spiritual
there
force.
there are polytheists who believe in multiple deities.
Mhm.
Which
Yes.
means if they're being visited by multiple deities, then
Mhm.
either one is true, either there's one God or there's multiple gods, but it can't be both. One of those two views
Correct.
has to be right, but both of them can be wrong.
So
So,
they're
for example,
calling
I've
their
got a
deep.
friend who was visited by two of the Egyptian deities.
Mhm.
Do you believe that the Egyptian deities exist?
I do, but I don't believe they're God and the spiritual force called God
There you
around the
go.
world. I
So
believe they're
you
angels
believe that, yeah, there
and
we
other
go.
types of beings.
They're smaller beings. They're lesser gods. Okay. Now they would say that your God is the lesser God and their gods are the real gods. How
Yes,
would I
I
determine
know.
who's right?
I'm not going to say they're wrong, I'm right, and I'm wrong, or I'm right and they're wrong. I can only attest to what I have witnessed myself.
Right,
That's
but they
all I
would say
can
the same
say.
thing. Like they're going to say, I can only tell you what I witnessed, right? Which is why personal experience is never good testimony of something being true, because one
Mhm.
person's personal experience will invalidate another person's personal experience. And just like there are people who have personal experiences claim to have been taken up on alien spaceships and probed. There are people
I
that
think that's crazy.
I know, and there are mass experiences. There are people who were in groups when this claimed to happen, and we have the same thing for Bigfoot sightings. Hundreds of people claim to have seen Bigfoot. The reality is, people's personal experience doesn't seem to be a whole lot of good evidence for anything supernatural.
Yeah, and I'm also a believer that what is preached in the churches is entirely backwards. And I'm also a believer that um you any one person claiming to be right and that they know it all it actually goes entirely against what the Bible does say, which is that we're not really meant to know all the answers, and we're not really, no man shall know the day that Jesus will come to reap the earth or whatever.
Mhm.
I don't even know if I believe in the what do they call it, revelation, but I certainly don't believe it'll ever be in my lifetime. The earth has been here for billions of years. And that's the other half of my
Mhm.
belief system, is that I do believe also in science and also in doctors and also in the whole world that is spiritual. And I don't think we have to choose.
Mhm.
It's all one to me. People
Right.
say, well, how can you say that? And I go, well, I believe God made the stars. It's as simple as that for me. But that's what I learned through my own experiences, like you said. Now, when you did say, I believe that people's brains and everything, do make up all the things like my visions and my experiences that I've had. But but there are two things that for me negate that. One is that when you have little children who don't know any better and have not seen any of things that would influence them have spiritual experiences, that's different. And the other thing is that,
Never seen it happen.
right, I have though. And the other thing
Mhm.
is that
And again,
when
they
you
contradict each
have,
other as well. Like, do you believe in
right,
reincarnation? Because there are a lot of people in the East, children specifically, that have
hmm
given past life regression. And the reality is, either we get reincarnated or we don't. If we don't, that
hmm
means all of the little people in the East, the children in the East that report past life regression, that means their brain is making it up. and that there is no past life that you lived. But if they're right, well, that just means all of the Christians, like children's near-death experiences, were false.
There's a lot of Christians I know that don't believe in reincarnation, and I think that's also crazy. But what I'm saying to you personally, like you and I having a conversation, once you have had some of the experiences like I have had, you will come back to your life
Nope.
a totally changed person in every single way.
Not me.
Because when you experience the unexplainable, there's no other way around it.
No, it is explainable. Hallucination.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, well, I'll give you an example if you like.
No, I'm not too interested in personal experience for all the reasons I already
Okay.
expressed.
Okay. Yeah, I mean you're entitled to I really am glad you're having this show. I really respect people that open dialogue for discussion of either side. I think it's just completely wonderful what you're doing, and I wanted to compliment you for that.
Well, I appreciate that, Anna, and it sounds like you're a nice, sincere person, and I think most of the guests here can detect that in your voice, so we appreciate that. But it sounds like you're not here, like you don't really have a good argument for why Jesus isn't a myth, other than your personal experience, and unfortunately, personal experience just isn't evidence for me.
Right. And there was something written in the Bible that said, well, that's what they called the definition of faith is believing without seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying you want evidence and you want proof, but that's not faith.
I agree.
So, right. So we agree there. And I chose only after the experiences that I had, to which I could not explain, to then walk in a life of faith. So I've walked both sides, and I know what one feels like and the other. For me, I know I'm supposed to be where I am right now.
Okay. Well, listen, we
Yeah.
appreciate you coming up and chatting with us. And I mean, you sound like a nice, honest individual. We appreciate that. So
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you coming in and sharing with us. And we hope that you have a great Christmas.
You too.
All
Thanks.
right.
And I
Cheers,
was
Ann.
really cracking up seeing you eat the wafers with drinking the wine. That was cool. Yeah, be
Thanks,
you.
Anna.
Be you and be happy.
I appreciate
Thank you
that.
so much. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Well, Anna was nice. Maybe a good note to end on. I got a bunch of super chats. It's 1 a.m. almost. I'm going to read some super chats and then try to get to bed before 2 a.m. We'll see. But I noticed, hold on 1 second. Forrest and Erica are still live, aren't they? I was trying to beat them. These
whole dollars,
motherfuckers
I'm like,
over
yeah,
here on the
you
line,
fucking
Forrest and Erica are still
person, you.
live.
Are there
1
any
in the
apes
morning.
other than
I don't know
humans
when
classified
they're
as
going to call it
bipedal?
quits.
If not, do they have
Go,
different
everyone,
standard anatomical positions? Specifically
switch
for
over
limbs?
at some point and go
Happily
over to the
answer
line
the phone like
where
Buddy the
Forrest
Elf
and Erica
Day.
are alive, and let them know that we're still live
Extant
and we're going to be alive
animals
longer
or
than
extinct
them.
animals
Let them know.
is the first
Tell them,
question, and
tell
also
them
you talk about
Deconstruction Zone's beating
obligate
you tonight.
bipedal or
Tell them we're going to be alive
facultative
longer
bipedal.
and
Like, what are we
later
talking about here?
than them. It looks like they're reading
Yeah,
super
other
chats
other
right now,
apes
so
do
it looks like
can
they're
and do
trying to
walk
close
bipedally.
things
You see
down.
it in
Their
chimps and
record is
bonobos
9 hours.
oftentimes
I
while
think we can beat
feeding or
that
while
pretty easily. I don't
waiting,
think
which
we
has
need to
led
beat it
to
tonight, but maybe we'll beat it this
separate
month.
hypotheses for the origin of bipedalism
Jump
for
over there.
waiting
I
and
see
also
hold on. I see
foraging.
the
That's
chat
why
loading up here.
bipedalism and really
Let's
not
get some
bipedalism,
people
but an
over
orthograde or
in the
upright
line
stance.
chat. I want to
Why that
see
evolved in the first place? People
I want to
proposed
see
it's
the
to wade
comments come
across
in and
deeper
say the
water, and people
deconstruction
have
zone's
proposed that
beating
it's
you.
just
That
it's
he's
good for
going to be
feeding.
on
It's a
later.
good feeding
All right, let's
position
grab
to
some
have.
super chats. Garba Gaming,
But
my
no,
friend,
other than
good to
humans
see you. Thank you
extant,
for
nothing else
the
is
$2 super chat. Says,
classified
don't
as
forget
being
about the
bipedal. In the
carrots
past,
or the
obviously, we have
reindeer. I
obligate and
wouldn't.
facultative
I
bipeds,
wouldn't.
and all of them virtually every hominin is
Why are
orthograde, which
people?
would mean
Hold
that they
on.
would their anatomical position would be that of.
Why are people in Oh, sorry, I had the audio turned on the line. That's my apologies. I didn't realize when I opened up the stream I had the audio turned on. I specifically have on my soundboard the audio from the internet turned off so I don't hear it. There's reasons for that. But sorry, I apologize. Yeah, go over in the line, tell them that I'm going to be up later than you. And if they want to win, they're gonna have to be up for a while. I don't know what's happening over there. I don't know if they're gonna be up later. But all I'm saying is that we're up later. Nailed it, like the Roman says. 'Twas the night before Christmas equals Santa scripture. Yes, yes, it is. The night before Christmas is Santa gospel. And FC Baker says NORAD tracks Santa every year. You can too. I know, I do. In fact, on my sheet, hold on, I've got a sheet. For my Santa talking notes, I have I don't just have the 13 parallels, but I also have a subsection of proof for Santa. When people don't believe that Santa is real, I've got all kinds of proof. I've got cloud messages. I've got NORAD sightings. I've got quantum physics video where it was proven. I've got the archaeological finding of Saint Nick's hip bone and eyewitnesses given by children. Santa's real, friends. Santa's real. Brian, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says praise Doug. Oh, thank you. And Trent says, would you consider Lutherans particularly crazy? I actually don't. Most of the Lutherans I know are pretty level individuals. And C3 says, thank you for your donation, but we thank you for your donation, friend. And Hank says, Christianity, Hellenistic, Judaic, apocalyptic fan fiction. Yes. Yes, you nailed it. That's exactly the case. And Sans Ability, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, hear me out. Butterscotch chips in oatmeal cookies. Yum. Xmas cookies. Listen, I would go for this for sure. Butterscotch is fucking amazing. Amazing. Butterscotch is, I think, what's the word I'm looking for? It's underappreciated as a flavor. I know it gets characterized as like an old boomer flavor, but like, I love it. It's good. Diralsavi, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says sexy Just. I think you mean Justin? Sexy Justin? Maybe? Would you be so kind to quickly remind how we know the Exodus story couldn't have taken place during the Ramses II reigns? Love you. Sure thing. It's because in 1 Kings chapter 6, it says that the Exodus happened 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which we know from history is about 960, 970 BCE. So if you just add 480 years to that, you get about the middle of the 15th century, the 1450s or so. So that's why we know that the Exodus, according to the Bible, had to predate the reign of Ramses by almost 200 years. Master Machete here says Santa has fulfilled more prophecies and more mothers. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is the case. That is the case. Von Doodle, thank you for the super chat, says Scrooge was visited by 3 ghosts, the ghost of Christmas past, Christmas present, and Christmas yet to come, the Trinity of the Holy Ghost. This, you know what? I'm so upset with myself that I didn't see this earlier. All right, 1 second. Point number 14 is that Christmas has a Trinity. Parentheses, ghost of Christmas past, present, and future. This is amazing. This is unbelievable. Good work. Good fucking work, friends. Adam, thank you for the super chat. This says Santa was foretold in Ice Sleigh 53. Okay. All right. Okay. Listen, here's the deal. I love a good pun. That one may need to be reworked. That one, I don't know if that one rose to the occasion. But it was okay. I appreciate it. Interstate 5 says delusion is a persistent, fixed false belief contrary to the evidence indicative of mental illness. How is religion not a mental illness? Well, Interstate, religion is not a mental illness because a mental illness is when something in your brain is like typically physically deficient. There is something wrong, a chemical imbalance or some other problem. Whereas people who believe in religion have just been brainwashed. Brainwash and mental illness are not the same thing. They're not. Now, are there mental illnesses that lead to people being more religious? Yes. We've covered this before. That is the case. But not all religious people have any sort of mental illness. Also, I think this is pretty derogatory towards people who do have mental illnesses, comparing what they have to literally just believing in a religion. Also, I think it's negative towards everyone who are ex-Christians or ex-religious. Like I didn't have a mental illness when I was a Christian. I was indoctrinated like everybody else. Master Machete says, "It is finished," cried Jesus on the cross, and Mary yelled back, Already, I didn't even get started. You nailed it. He was literally up there, almost the shortest crucifixion ever. He was on the wood for less amount of time than almost anybody in history. Gargoyle King says the main difference between Santa and Jesus is Santa disappoints one day a year. Ooh, Jesus, on the other hand, disappoints 24/7, 365. Cheers, folks. Gay for Justin. Hell yeah. Thank you, Gargoyle. That's a good one. And TL Pineapple says, just finished my chemistry examination. Excited for 2 times speed, Justin, while I catch up. Hell yeah. What I'm talking about. Thank you, Pineapple. Good luck on your exam, by the way. Lockfree says, my wacky Greek polytheist friend believes Asclepius and Jesus are the same being. That's a real thing that happens, actually. Yeah. I have a friend who's believes in a polytheism as well. And some of the beliefs are a little strange. But, I mean, it is what it is. Eris says, next time someone agrees to baby paste, ask them. Then if they'd marry a man, if God tells them to, I'd marry the man. I wouldn't make the paste. Interesting. Hmm. I feel like that's kind of a stepping stone, kind of like between non-baby paste and baby paste, you have a middle step of like, hey, would you marry this person if God told you to? Because that's a hard sell. But if they can get into that, if you can get them to say, yeah, I'd marry that. I mean, a logical next step could literally be, okay, well then what about murdering babies? You can work that out. Behold, thank you for the super chat, says, why would Alex call in if he apparently has no reason to believe in anything he does? To cry? Lamau, see ya, bud. I mean, maybe we have some of that, and sometimes we just have people that are confused about what they believe, and they feel like this is a good avenue for sorting it out. That does happen. And then you get some people in here that are really confident about what they believe, and then they turns out they have no idea what they're talking about. That usually goes poorly. Pork Ramen says, Pie 3.1, I'll pay Justin to invite you to get cooked. Oh, that must be a user. Yeah, you know what? It's a shame. I'd hate to cook somebody with pie in their name because pie is so delicious and it's an amazing number. But that being said, if pie wants to get cooked, I'm game. Interstate, it says, in San Francisco, California, there's a Church of St. John Coltrane. Their services are getting stoned and listening to jazz. I'm an atheist, but I can get into that. Oh, that would be really good. That would be really, really, really good. I can go for that. Ursmont, good to see you. My friend says, just saw 2 pastors explaining slavery. They avoided quoting scripture, and certainly every point you bring up, they fear the stone of destruction. Indeed, when you talk about, here's what's going to happen when you talk about slavery in the Bible. Somebody like who's a pastor, what they're going to do is immediately try to take you to laws about slaves that sound less bad than the other ones. They'll take you to Exodus, where you only serve for 6 years. They'll take you to Deuteronomy 15:23 or 23:15. I think it's 23:15. No, it's got to be 15:23. Deuteronomy 15:23. Yeah. No, that's not it. Maybe it was 23:15. 23:15. 23:15 is what it was. So in 23:15, it says, you shall not return to their owners, slaves who have escaped you from their owners, which is actually, I don't think, a good translation. A lot of scholars have talked about this, and most biblical scholars are of the opinion that this is a weak translation. It should be more translated, "You should not return to the owners a slave who has been given to you from their owner," or there's a couple ways to say it, but basically the gist of it is a slave who has exchanged hands, not necessarily a runaway slave. It could be translated as a runaway slave, but the classic Hebrew exegetes didn't agree with that translation, and I agree with the classic Hebrews. But anyways, you're right. They're going to appeal to passages that are slavery adjacent rather than just owning up to the situation. And Clever Moniker says, "We say country singer in my household." I don't blame you, given what we know about, that type of people group. Zoidberg says, "Santa is better than Jesus, as I'm an ex-Hindu and was never a Christian, but Santa still brings me presents while Jesus will burn me for eternity." That's it. And if you're not nice to Santa, like you get coal. It's okay. You can figure that out, right? But you don't get burned forever. Mockery says, "Santa is an anagram of Satan. He is actually the Antichrist. Only was behaving for 1,000 years because he lost a bet to an angel." That's a piece of mythology I haven't heard of yet. I haven't heard of that one, but it is a good one. And Thorny says, "Mary Dougmas, what do you think about Justin Martyr? Was he clueless on the Bible as modern Christians?" Yep. He was. He was insane. If you want to see like top tier cope, I mean top tier cope, read some Justin Martyr. Justin Martyr literally believed that the Jewish people were trying to not canonize the Apocrypha because there was a conspiracy to get rid of the texts that prophesied about Jesus, even though when you read the Apocrypha, it's quite clear that Jesus is nowhere to be found. But Justin Martyr, one of the many anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists, there's no shortage of them in the early church. Libertus Dragon says, "Many women consider CUNT." Oh, interesting. So, like, I always assumed that calling somebody a cunt is the same as calling somebody a dick, right? Am I wrong? Is calling someone a cunt somehow worse than calling someone a dick? I think they're both derogatory. There's no doubt about that. I just didn't realize that one of them was problematic. Am I crazy here? Do I need to stop using that word? Oh, well, that's a shame. It's a fun word. Let me know. Melanitis, thank you for the super chat. So regarding that verse in Isaiah 43, I'm reading in Polish, and it literally translates to, "Before me, no God was in existence, nor will there be any after me." I mean, that's a fine translation. Like we said earlier, the question that we have to answer is, what does it mean before? Now, the word existence doesn't seem to be in the passage. I didn't do a full Hebrew exegesis on the passage, but I didn't see anything in there that would lead me to that conclusion. I could look at it again. Tim, thank you for the super chat, says, "God, I love this topic." I know. I love this topic. It's one of my favorites. I mean, it's a little bit serious and a little bit not serious. You know what I mean? Like, you get to talk about the serious stuff, but at the same time, you get to have fun. Former Prophet says, "Santa even has his own bad guy, Krampus." Oh my gosh, yes. Sorry, I got to add that in. Okay, point 15. Both have we'll say a bad counterpart. There we go. Nope, let me try this again. Counterpart. I think my headphones are about to die. I heard the beep of like, oh shit territory. Okay, it's on the list. Thank you for that, Former Prophet. That's good. Skeptic Gus says, "Santa will give you coal. Jesus will set it on fire." Indeed. Yeah, that's actually similar to the point that we've been raising, which is Santa will give you coal and Jesus will literally turn you into coal. I got to change charge one of my earbuds. Hopefully the other one's still active. I looked today for earbuds that last over 12 hours. They don't seem to exist. You have to get those big bulky headphones, and I don't want to. I just want some little earbuds. So we'll see. I tried earbuds before that were rated for 12 hours. Nothing. These are rated for 10 hours. I did not get 10 hours. I started at 6. It's 1 o'clock now. I don't know why when you buy these, like any earbuds, any headphones, they only last half as long as they tell you. Yanti says, no baby Jesus this year. ICE took him to a detention center. Back to Jerusalem, you bleeding heart liberal. That is the case. Charlie's saying you can't use wired ones. No, I cannot. Because what happens is I have kittens here. And the kittens crawl up around me and they will destroy my headphones in an instant and knock them out of my ears or out of my microphone. And it's also like it's super inconvenient because now you got a cable hanging down in front of you, and anytime you want to use your arms, you have to work around the cable. It's just kind of annoying. So yeah, wired earphones are not my favorite. People are literally asking now, you have kittens? Are you brand new to the channel? Yes, there are kittens. They were on screen earlier today. Congratulations though on your kittens. I hope they're giving you a good holiday season. Where'd I go? There we go. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Says new lore drop. LMFAO. It's not real, Justin. Wait, what? New lore drop. It's not real. I don't know what that means, Gretchen. I love you, Gretchen, but I don't know what that means. What do you mean by it is not real? What is the it in the sentence? I'm lost, my friend. I'm lost. Guy says DYK, the traditional Dougmas music. Jingle Bell Rock. Do you know? DYK means do you know? Jingle Bell Rock obviously is Doug's favorite Christmas song. I mean, it's just obvious, isn't it? How could anyone deny that? Still attacks a bit, my friend. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It says all of Christianity boiled down equals trust me, bro. Yep. It's a big trust me, bro. The only question is when you're talking to a Christian, will they be honest and admit that it is a big trust me, bro? And Catman says, how would the Pope respond to your Bible critiques? I mean, he'd probably be fine. Most of the Catholic priests and bishops that I've ever known is totally fine admitting that this is a matter of faith, not a matter of fact. I knew a guy who was Catholic and he was kind of deconstructing when we were younger. I hadn't deconstructed yet. And we were talking about some of the goofy Catholic beliefs, and he decided to go talk to his priest, and he asked, hey, do all Catholics believe this stuff? Like 100% of what's in the catechism? Do you have to believe all of it? And the priest literally told him, not even the Pope believes all of it. I think that's a pretty common answer. Most of the priests I've met are pretty liberal in how they apply what is fundamental and what is not a fundamental belief. Jam and Jay says, Robot Shakespeare, be or not be equals 1. Electric being equals 0. Okay. I might not understand the equation. Be or not be equals 1. What's B representing here? Am I missing something? I mean, are these binary bits? Is that what we're saying here? Like a B or not B? I don't know. I don't see what the B has to do with the number 1. I'm sorry, Jam and Jay. Love ya. I do understand the phrase to be or not to be. I just don't understand what it has to do with the number 1. That's where I'm struggling here. Mr. Timon says, I'm enjoying the Bible studies with Sarah. Can you explain why Exodus 3 says Malik appeared in flames in fire and then says it was Yahweh in the bush? Wait, like Exodus 3 says Malach? You mean an angel? Okay, you're asking, okay. So what you're asking is who appeared in the bush? Was it Yahweh or was it the angel of Yahweh? The reality is, the reason why we believe it was Yahweh, not the angel of Yahweh, me personally, is like most people at this point in history, we understand that there was a time where the angel of Yahweh didn't exist. It seems to be that the angel of Yahweh was an invention by later scribes who didn't like the idea of God interacting directly with mankind. And there's quite a few passages where when it used to say Yahweh, they inserted it would be the angel of Yahweh, right? So it'd be a Malach Yahweh, an angel of Yahweh. And so we find passages that are older, an older tradition that'll say Yahweh rather than the angel of Yahweh. And we see in later manuscripts, it says angel of Yahweh rather than Yahweh. So that's kind of the situation. That's why, like, I believe originally it was Yahweh and the angel of Yahweh was added later. And it led to much confusion because now we have these bad talking points about, well, who is the angel of Yahweh? It must be Jesus. Like, these are dumb talking points. Hope that answers your question, though. Mr. Timon says, can you explain the Hebrew in the midst when God is in the pillar of cloud? Is he literally in the cloud or just concealed inside of it as Exodus 16:10? Oh, so in the midst is not like the Greek phrase. So in Hebrew is typically just a bait preposition. So I bet when we look up Exodus 16:10, it's just going to be cloud preceded by a bait prefix. Let me see if I'm right. It's going to be Exodus, what is it, 16:10? And I assume it's going to have a definite article, but we'll find out. We will find out. Yeah. Okay. So that's what we've got. Be'anan, which means in the cloud, literally in the cloud from Anan. So Anan is the word for cloud, and the bait prefix is going to be in the. It's definite in this particular translation. So yeah, it just means in the cloud. There is a way to say between, like in the middle, like batoch. But we don't find that here in the sentence. So it would literally just translate in, like a preposition in the cloud. That's it. Black Ladder says, I actually know someone in real life who genuinely believes crazy stuff like Electric did, but did give off troll vibes. He did. Yeah. So there are some people that are genuinely that crazy like Electric. But you're right. I don't think most people believe that kind of nonsense. And he did specifically sound a little bit trolly. You can usually tell at some point when they giggle during the conversation. And HP Lovecat says, A Christmas Evil is a great Christmas horror movie. I don't know about this one. Christmas Evil. I think there's a play on Christmas Eve. It's not Christmas Eve, it's Christmas Evil. I like that. I like that. And good question. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, was the Catholic Eucharist invented to show that the temple sacrifices promised by Yahweh for the new covenant are happening as promised? No. No. The Eucharist, guys. Okay. The theology behind the Eucharist is way more crazy than you think. Okay. So first of all, I highly recommend everybody get a copy of the Didache Bible. This is a Catholic study Bible that is based on the Catechism and the Magisterium and other passages or other authoritative teaching. I'm curious if they have a note in John chapter 6 about this. I bet they do. You're going to love the explanation, by the way. Hold on. Okay. Do they have an actual study note on this? Oh, they don't. That's sad. Okay, so the basic logic is this. Christ, the sacraments are necessary. It is the body and blood of Christ that regenerates the human body. That's the idea, right? So the blood is literally in the wine and the body is literally in the bread. And we have like this fallen, sinful flesh. So just like the blood of the lamb was like smeared on the walls of the temple to purify the temple, the blood and the flesh of Jesus come into our blood and flesh and purify our blood and flesh. So it's like a physical purification process. That's why they say, like, before you go to receive Eucharist, confess your sins. Don't go to receive Eucharist with unconfessed sins on your heart, right? And so there's like, it's just one of those things where the general idea was that there's like a physical change happening in your body when you take this in your mouth, because it's Jesus. When you do cannibalism, it's literally a case of you are what you eat. That's literally what's happening. That's the situation. All right, guys, the line already closed down, which is unfortunate. Looks like we beat them. They didn't want to stay up late tonight. It's okay. Juno says, all Phil bros just want to burden shift. You nailed it. All presuppositionalist Phil bros will only do one thing and one thing ever. They will burden shift forever. They will never defend their position ever. Isabel Dreamy says, Breezy accused Ian of being a PDF file on his live. I believe that. Breezy was an obnoxious POS. I'm not surprised. This is the best God has, friends. And Stop This Stupidity says, no matter how you like it, vert or whores, there's no wrong way to watch DZ. Just being here is a big W. I prefer both ways depending on my mood. Well, big W to you. Thank you for that, Stop This Stupidity. And yes, there's no schism either any way you want it. Any way you need it. That's the way you'll have it. F. Roderick says, for control, politicians turn people against each other. Christian leaders are even worse. With original sin, they turn people against themselves. I mean, that's a fair point. The crux of Christianity is that you're dirty and nasty and sinful and horrible. But God loves you anyways. What a horrible thing to believe. This is child abuse. Behold what God calls love. Says, why come back to cry? Loser, I agree. You get cut, you act like a fool, don't come back and cry about it. David says, now that Ohio is out of contention for the AFC North dumpster fire, who you want to take the division? The Ratbirds or the Squealers? Here's the deal. I kind of would prefer the Ravens, the so-called Ratbirds, over the Steelers. And it's not just because I'm from Ohio. It's because in general, I like the Ravens franchise. I love that the Steelers too. For a long time, they've done a really good job of taking a team and making the most out of it. They've worked hard through injuries. They've worked hard through losing star players. I love the staff at the Ravens. I feel like they've overcome a lot of hurdles to keep their team competitive, which, I can't say so much about the Steelers. I feel like the Steelers have always been a little bit more dependent on having like some star players that are really making things happen. I do love the old school Steeler offense, the old ground and pound offense that they used to run. I love that. But the days of ground and pound offense isn't really a thing anymore. It's not, it's gone. Pat says, context, Justin. Damn it. So exhausting. I know. Pat, if only I knew the context. If only I had read the book. And Lockfree says, I will means I won't, but I know somebody else will, and you nailed it. That's it. Lockfree says, is Breezy giving the worst of all time explanation for Bible Grape? It's pretty bad. To be fair, every one of them is bad. All of them. And Reverend Nate says, tell me what this passage means, Breezy. Is an incorrect interpretation of what exactly? Breezy will be a legend in modern Chud lore. I know. I know. I know. That is the case. That is the case. We got, by the way, we got a lot of clips tonight. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 different clips out of tonight's live stream. We're going to clip Anthony, who was a laundry list of bad talking points. Alex, who got cooked on the Santa Jesus parallels. Matthew, who is going to be posted because he's a nice guy who's actually just deconstructing, and sometimes we got to post those. Praise I Am, maybe or maybe not get clipped. We'll find out. Breezy, definitely getting fucking clipped. Vesius, totally getting clipped. Marilyn, probably not going to clip. Sewell, definitely going to clip. So, we'll see. It should be a good time. Pat says, Breezy, chew on some goddamn rock hard for Doug. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. It helps. It does help. It really does. And Pat also says, I'm not a doctor, but I prescribe 1 milligram of rock hard for Doug for pain. That's the case. That is the case. In fact, take your Doug outside, put him in the snow for a while, bring him back, and it'd be good for some cold treatment. Dr. Fudge says, retreat into mystery is a concession that your position is irrational, even if it's the only move you have left, and you nailed it, Dr. Fudge. The minute somebody says, well, it's a mystery, it's above logic, you're just admitting that what you believe is illogical and irrational. And Pat says, fuck yeah, those women consented. Why not? I know. You know what? I was shocked when he admitted that the women didn't consent. I couldn't believe that he actually agreed with me on that. I was flabbergasted. My gast was flabbered. Or was I gasted? Was my flabbergasted? I'll have to think on that one. Gaius Husky says, bruh, Breezy, you just defended the raping of women, and indeed he did. As they all do. Listen, you guys seen me do Samuel chapter 12 so many times, and it always plays out the same every single fucking time. Every single time. You have to drag them kicking and screaming through the passage, breaking it down one phrase at a time, and get them to concede one word at a time until finally they concede that God had some women fucking raped. Because that's what it says. Lockfree says, don't grape my wife. My 10 different wives. I don't think they'll understand. I mean, according to some Christians, they enjoyed it. Pepat says, these believers need to do more spirit push-ups. I know. These people did not put on the full armor of Christ because I'm fucking them up with my fiery arrows of Satan. St. Tommy says, Breezy should be Breezy should be tried for crimes against humanity. I couldn't agree more. All these Christians should be tried for crimes against humanity. Petbat coming in again says they need them spirit gains. Rock hard for Doug. Yolk the fuck up, son. I know. Listen, these Christians coming in here are weak as fuck in the spirit. None of them have seen a spiritual gym. None of them. All flabby arm Christians. Gaius Husky says, I can't speak for God. / can't fully grasp God equals I'm a little bitch that can't answer questions, so here's my cope and dodge. You fucking nailed it, Gaius Husky. You nailed it. The minute you say, I can't speak for God, you're admitting that what God did you don't like and you don't have an answer for it. Sodom Moth, says, I'm surprised this guy doesn't have a spine contusion with how intensely he's dodging. I know. I guarantee he threw his back out of place somewhere. Had to. Charles says, I'm an atheist that believes in fasting. Actually, I'm with you. Just wrapping up my 7th day trying to get them stem cells rejuvenated. Well, Charles, listen. I've done a lot of fasting in my life. I do it at least once a year. I go on like a full 1 week fast, and typically in like May-ish. I'm a firm believer that fasting has a lot of benefits. I understand that there are some people that can't fast. They might have some conditions biologically that would prevent them from fasting. But if you're in good health, I've done fasts all my life. I've always had good benefits from them. They're hard. They are really hard. But I think they're worth it. I think they're worth it mentally, emotionally. They can even help reset your hunger cycle. They can help reset your sleep cycle. There's a lot of good things to say about it. Pat, thank you for the super chat. Says, don't just walk up to the mic and think you're gonna slap. I know. I am in fact shocked by the amount of Christians that walk up in here with all the confidence of a freshman in college and think that they're going to cook, having no idea what's about to happen. Like they decided they're just gonna walk into a bear cave and have a fucking picnic, and they have no idea that the bear is about to wake up and eat them alive. Charles says, why are all these Christians so scared of answering questions? They can't even say yes or no. It's because they're dishonest. They know the answer to the question hurts their cause. And so rather than saying yes or no, they just have to avoid the question altogether. Lockfree says, it's not grape if God won't let them say no. Christians, you nailed it. Although, to be fair, Christians have a very poor grasp on what consent actually is. Karen says, praise Doug for the precious kitties and Christian barbecue. Well, thank you, Karen. I really appreciate that. Indeed, praise Doug for some barbecue and the kitties, although the kitties have tuckered themselves out and they're napping in the other room now. So unfortunately, we can't see them, but I outlasted the kitties tonight. Daryl, Dare A.L. Savvy says, in observance of Hitchmas, you sure gave Vesius a good old hitch slap. I love a good hitch slap. It pains me to know that he's no longer with us. Like, what an amazing voice for the movement. But I'll do what I can, friends. I'm no Christopher Hitchens, but I'll hitch slap a bitch. Thorian, thank you for the super chat. He says, don't the Gospels say, as the Lord spoke in the New Testament when quoting the Old Testament? How can he say the Old Testament isn't God's word? Because he's not read the shit. In fact, the New Testament mentions on multiple occasions where God speaks in the Old Testament. These clowns who get up here and say that God didn't speak in the Old Testament don't have any idea what's happening. Charles Better says, that time period, what a cope. I know. The minute we talk about morals and to say it was good for that time period but not good for now, tells you that they believe in relative morals and they don't have objective morals. Zakul says, the Lord said, no, he didn't. Okay, bud. It's crazy when Christians get up here and in order to preserve their religious belief, they have to tell you that the Bible is lying to you. That's my favorite part. Resin says, if God made us in his own image, we'd all be invisible. No, actually, Resin, because the ancient conception of God or gods were that they were like superhumans. I've recommended this. I can't tell you how many times I recommended this book, but I'm going to do it again. The ancient conception of God was that they were basically just fucking supermen. When Gods Were Men by Esther Hamori, an amazing scholar. She wrote a more recent book that's super popular called God's Monsters. But she's an amazing mind. If you can, get on the internet, find a copy of When Gods Were Men, and read it. The ancient conception of God is not the same as like this Greek immaterial transcendental entity that we think of today. That's an invention of later Greek thinking. Konami says magnets, confusing clown musicians for decades. I know. Here's the thing. Back when ICP released that album, I was still a Christian. And it made me happy that, like, the big secret, the big reveal was that ICP actually believed in God. Because, like, I wasn't a full-on juggalo, but I was a little bit of a juggalo. So, the reality is, like, even though I was so happy that they decided that they to tell everyone that they believed in God, it pained me that in the same album they said dumb shit like how do magnets work? Ugh, that was hard. That was hard. The Thriver Scapegoat says it's not good cop, bad cop. It's good cop. Don't come at me with that bullshit, cop. Fair point, Thriver. When people are nice, I'm nice to them back. When people come up here and they evade and they act like clowns, they get treated like clowns. Simeon says this is for the magnet talk. Electrons aren't actually negatively charged. We just decided to call them negatively charged arbitrarily. Okay. All right. Simeon, you're not fucking wrong. Okay, Simeon, you're not wrong. What we called negatively charged is a distinction invented by humans. Like, there's no such thing as a negative charge. But then again, there's no such thing as Kraken. Kraken is a thing that we invented a word for. So, like, while I agree with you, I don't know if the semantic point is all that relevant. A negative charge is what we describe as a negative charge. I mean, well, that makes sense. I mean, I agree. I just think it's a distinction without a point. Chris, thank you for the super chat. It says magnets can be polarizing. Oh yes. Oh yes. Magnets can be polarizing, Chris. I appreciate that. And Science Lover, thank you for the super chat. It says Justin, best laugh I've had in I don't know how long eating communion wafers. LL. I thought that would be fun. I recently ordered some. But you know what? I had ordered one of those little tins that priests carry around that have like an emergency stash of communion wafers for when you have to do like last communion rites or last rites. And it didn't show up yet. So I'm still waiting on that. So I do have that. I did also order an incense burner on chains, like the ones from the Catholic Mass. So we can get some incense, Catholic Mass style incense in here. And I need to remember to get like a priest collar. We'll make it real official up in here. Grim, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, Marilyn, don't get negative energy equals negative energy. While it enhances the body, it can't regenerate. Multiply it against itself to make positive energy. I mean, Grim, you basically said it all, buddy. You summed it up perfectly. NB, thank you for the super chat. Says imaginary technique, hollow purple jujitsu, Krazen mentioned. What? I'm sorry, what? Imaginary technique. Technique of what? Cookie making? Hollow purple jujitsu. Krazen or Kaizen mentioned. Huh. There's some shit here, NB, that I don't understand. Thank you for the super chat, though. I really appreciate that, but I have no idea what you just said. But you did follow it up with, this is all part of Lord Eisen's plan trust. Okay. Who's Lord Eisen? I gotta Google this. I swear sometimes people just send me super chats to watch me Google it. Lord Eisen primarily refers to Suzuki Eisen, the charismatic master manipulator and primary antagonist from the popular anime manga series Bleach. Huh. Okay. Anime references. Sorry, guys. Listen, guys. I appreciate it, but you guys know I'm a million fucking years old. I don't know any of these references. Like, I'm 1 foot in the grave. I'm basically a boomer at this point. I'm over the hill. I don't know anything about anime. Listen, I barely am young enough to enjoy avocado. A couple more years, I couldn't even be an avocado eating elder millennial. I'm so old, friends. The Xanarth and thank you for the super chat. So remember, don't forget to understand exactly what you put on the tree, and don't believe the florist when he tells you that roses are free. What? Xanarthrin, is this for me? I don't know what a tree has to do with this, my friend. Thank you for the super chat, though. And Space Lord says, empty word of the night, nuance. Ugh. Excusagists. Nuance was definitely wrongfully used and abused tonight. I'm a little upset by how much they abused the word nuance. Nuance didn't deserve that at all. Susie, thank you for the super chat. Says, when I was an elementary teacher, I never punished the whole class for one student's bad behavior. Many teachers do that, and it's wrong. Yeah, you know what? I agree it's wrong. It also happens in team sports. When I played football, or even when I wrestled, we had to do team punishments. Now, I get the idea there is that the team, since they're being punished, has to hold everybody else accountable. So it's just like build accountability. But I agree. I think it's silly. I don't think we need it. Hang with Jay says, can we get a spiritual physics shirt in the DZ merch store? Yep. I'm going to add it to my ideas list. Let's see. Spiritual physics. We got you, fam. We got you. Spiritual physics t-shirt. Right in there with the photon juice. Charles says, does the caller need a tissue? I think maybe that was the case, actually. That seemed to be the case. And GPEGEMGTM3 says, new apologetic unlocked. Soon to be in my YouTube algorithm. Nuanced. Why atheism has a nuance. I know. The overuse of nuance tonight was painful to listen to. It was hard for me. Gretchen, thank you for the additional super chat. Says you can raid Carbon if the line ends too soon to raid. Well, they did end. So what that means is here in a little bit when we end, we're gonna go raid Carbon. Does Carbon have a YouTube channel yet? Let me check. I don't know. Also, by the way, Evidence First is only 49 followers away from getting to 1,000. Adam, thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debates memberships, or 1 DZ Debate membership. Guys, Evidence First is only 49 followers away from hitting 1,000. Let's make it happen. Let's get 49 more people to follow Evidence First. Let's get them over the 1,000 member, follower, subscriber hump, and let's get the channel started. It's only 6 months old. He's on TikTok and YouTube. Let's get him over at Evidence First YT and get him followed up, and we'll get his channel popping, y'all. Make it happen. All right, let me grab our next super chat. There we go. Adam, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Thank you so much. And Rachel, thank you for your donation of $4.99. I really appreciate that. Misha, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says here from Forrest and Erica's stream. Hello, Justin. Well, thank you, Misha, from coming over from Erica and Forrest's stream and for super chatting and supporting the stream. I really, really appreciate that. Big W. Rachel says, what Bible do you suggest for a horror novel? Well, like, the most literal Bible translation is typically the King James or the New King James, although they translate some things wrong. If I was making a horror movie, I would make it from the King James. That's just me. Even though I know it's not the best translation, I think it's the best for a horror movie. And nailed it like the Roman. Thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, are you going to start paying me royalties for each use of my name? You say nailed it so much, I keep thinking you're talking to me. Oh, that's a fair point. I do use that phrase from time to time, but I don't think there's any royalties involved. I could be wrong. Listen, talk to my lawyer. Talk to my lawyer. Kenneth, thank you for the super chat. It says, how would a call from Christian Justin of the past go? Who would crashed out? So, Christian Justin was incredibly cautious about not overplaying my hand. Christian Justin wanted to talk to people with the understanding that this is a faith and not a fact. All of my proselytizing, all of my days proselytizing, I understood that what I believed wasn't a demonstrable fact, and that the evidence that I find convincing might not be convincing for others. Which means I went into these conversations not demanding that I was right, but saying, hey, here's some evidence that I find convincing, maybe you will too. Never, not a single day, like the level of confidence that you see me have in atheism, I never had that same level of confidence in Christianity. I always knew from an early age that what I believed, while I did think that it was true, I also knew that I couldn't prove it. And the reason why that was is I had really good people in my life, like one of my religion teachers in Catholic high school. When we asked some of the difficult questions about, like, how do we know that this is true? She taught us early on, you don't know that it's true. You either believe it and have faith or you don't. And for a long time, I was willing to believe it, or at least my brain believed it, and had faith, even though I knew I couldn't necessarily prove it to be true. So, yeah, I never did like the crazy proselytizing like these goofballs did. Ancient Warrior, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W and beautiful cat. Although, did you change your name? Was your screen name Ancient Warrior? Anyways, I just got home and was going to listen to the replay and saw you were still live. That's crazy. I was on the road all day to get my niece's graduation for my niece's graduation for her master's degree. Well, congratulations to your niece. Super glad that you were able to make it, and thank you for stopping in at the end of the live stream. I really do appreciate that. We had a hell of a live stream tonight. It's 1:44 tonight. We started at 6, so we've been live for 6, 7, almost 8 hours. It's been a good one. All right, I think we're out of super chats. We're gonna go raid Carbon, but here's the thing: does Carbon have a YouTube channel, or is Carbon only on TikTok? Because if Carbon has a YouTube channel, I definitely want to make sure we're sending people over to Carbon's YouTube channel as well as the TikTok channel. I'd be kind of shocked if Carbon doesn't have a YouTube channel. Let's see. I think he does. Carbon says, and I think this is probably him, debating conservatives. Oh, that's him! All right, I'm going to subscribe. 1 second. So, but Carbon's live only on TikTok right now. He's not live on. Oh, he is live on YouTube. Awesome. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right, friends, we're gonna go raid Carbon's live stream on TikTok and YouTube. It's Carbon with a K, and on YouTube, his channel is gonna be at Carbon Says. KARBONSAYS. Carbon Says with a K on YouTube. Go tell him Justin sent you, Deconstruction Zone sent you. Let's go. We got 360 people here on TikTok still. Let's get 300 people over to Carbon's live stream on TikTok. If you're in the stream still, can you chat the @ or can you send the @ in the chat for Carbon on TikTok? That'd be super helpful. And on YouTube, it's Carbon Says. I see some people already in there with a Justin Deconstruction Zone raid. I see Gretchen in there commenting already. Let's go. There's like 75 people watching Carbon on YouTube. It's 90 now. Let's get them up to 150. Let's make it poppin', friends. Let's make it poppin'. Let's get everybody out of my live stream and into Carbon's live stream, friend of the channel. Great young man. So thank you, friends, so much for being here. Thank you for supporting the live stream. Thank you for all the likes, follows, shares, support. Thank you so much for all the super chats. I really appreciate this community. This community makes my life what it is. I love that I can get online and share my passion with people and people support me. So thank you so much for supporting my mission to deconstruct people from these toxic religions. And we'll see you again on Wednesday night.